dorong dirimu di setiap langkah.
Let's record. Be the way of the way.
จงกลายเป็นจุดสนใจซะ
This your moment.
Tunjukkan keberanian seorang pemimpin.
Tak kecewa pun sebab kita orang akan training. So upcoming week tu baru kita orang buat.
Assalamualaikum, saya Sultan dan saya merupakan pengulas untuk PUBG Mobile Professional League SEA Championship musim luruh bagi tahun 2022 ini. Untuk minggu yang pertama, kita saksikan dominasi besar dari pasukan Thailand di mana nombor 1 hingga nombor 6 semuanya disambar oleh mereka.
Tak ada masalah, ini memang chicken dinner untuk mereka. Sekarang ini shooting akan berjaya terapkan Infinity.
Untuk pasukan Malaysia, Yoodo Alliance menjadi pasukan Malaysia terbaik untuk minggu yang pertama dengan berada di tempat yang ke-8. Kemudiannya diikuti oleh 4 lagi pasukan Malaysia yang lain untuk minggu yang pertama ini. Itu pun sebenarnya kalau kita lihatkan di dalam overall standing kita, pada mulanya kelihatannya macam satu dominasi yang terlalu besar datang dari FaZe Clan. Tetapi tiba-tiba pada hari yang keempat, pasukan Thailand lain pula yang mula mengejar dan mengejar, disambung pula kepada hari yang kelima, membuatkan FaZe Clan mungkin sedikit keresahan sehingga ada satu masa di pusingan yang terakhir, tetapi seperti rezeki yang berpijak, pada saat-saat terakhir FaZe Clan mendapatkan kawasan bulatan dan itu memudahkan mereka untuk mendapatkan winner chicken di pusingan yang terakhir untuk menutup minggu yang pertama dan seterusnya nombor yang pertama untuk mereka.
Winner chicken dinner untuk FaZe Clan.
Pandangan saya tentang tim Thailand, diorang punya liga memang keras-keras lah.
Kalau bagi saya, liga diorang antara liga paling terkeras dekat SEA, kuat lah. Terutamanya Infinity lah, diorang power.
Dari semua aspek memang diorang lebih tapi tak jauh.
Kalau weekly tu kita orang target at least top 5 lah supaya dapat bonus point yang tinggi. So overall saya tak berapa okey lah. Sedih sedikit.
Tak kecewa pun sebab kita orang memang dah expect untuk week 1 punya SEA ni kita orang akan training. So upcoming week tu baru kita orang buat.
So itu tak ada prediction tapi kita orang akan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia.
Kami akan berusaha untuk perform lebih baik berbanding performance kami waktu week 1. So insyaAllah semua dipermudahkan.
Liga ni panjang lagi, masih ada 2 minggu. Mungkin dalam 2 minggu ni kita lebih lagi daripada apa yang kita expect ke. So good lah.
Kita harapkan agar pasukan dari Malaysia mungkin engage di dalam fight dengan lebih kemas kerana boleh dikatakan itu adalah antara perkara yang pasukan dari Malaysia struggle untuk minggu yang pertama. Dan dengan apa yang terjadi pada minggu yang pertama membuatkan saya rasa sangat-sangat tak sabar untuk melihatkan apakah aksi yang akan ditunjukkan oleh kesemua pasukan Asia Tenggara ini pada minggu yang kedua. So jangan lupa untuk saksikan PUBG Mobile Professional League SEA Championship musim luruh 2022 pada minggu yang kedua ini. Malaysia boleh!
Dan walaupun mungkin nanti saya akan berhenti bermain, saya still akan groom player-player muda untuk teruskan bermain. Saya kekalkan bermain PUBG ni sebab saya ingin teruskan, sebab saya minat dengan PUBG Mobile ni. Dan walaupun mungkin nanti saya akan berhenti bermain, saya still akan groom player-player muda untuk teruskan bermain.
Kalau cairan Geek Fam depends dengan management apa yang orang bagi. And then kalau join tim luar tu, saya minat tim Navi sebab gameplay dorang pun nice. Terus spot kita orang pun sama. So, dorang lah.
Mula-mula diorang tak setuju juga saya main game ni, tapi saya banyak menang tournament kecil and saya tunjuk kebolehan saya lah untuk main dalam Esport ni, PUBG Mobile ni. And bab seimbang dalam belajar tu kena pandai bagi masa lah. Kalau saya free, saya belajar.
I don't think so, because it's just the same when you're streaming or you without streaming. It's just the same. It's just how the way you manage yourself lah, and how you're thinking. Like put a lot of positive thing on your mindset lah.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gearfront, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will... Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gearfront, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will be shrouded in darkness. It's styled after a medieval European village. Upon entering Strange Town, players will discover that it's nighttime. Experience the return of battles at night. Strange Town has a fairly compact layout, where a tall, mysterious bell tower occupies the center. The four sides are surrounded with houses and cover. Strange Town is littered with Andy's puppets, as well as decorative pumpkins, which really add to the spooky atmosphere. This area's design is full of personality, and we hope it will give players new and interesting combat experiences. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. During this period, Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, and will be a hotspot for trigger-happy players to scavenge and fight. Strange Town will also spawn a recall item, the Respawn card. If a player has a Respawn card, and they get eliminated, they'll be able to respawn and jump back to the battleground. The Respawn card uses a recall tower attempt when activated. With a Respawn card, players can try out more daring tactics in Strange Town and really take the offensive. But keep in mind that the Respawn card can only be used for a certain time after the match starts. The item itself only effective for this duration, and players can only pick up one Respawn card per match. Make the most out of it. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air. From the center of Strange Town, players can pilot them to get away from Strange Town and avoid more battles. Once players leave Strange Town, it will no longer be night. Hot air balloons can be flown across Erangel, and you can pilot them again even when you get off. When players are riding a hot air balloon, they'll be able to parachute to the battleground again. However, it's important to know that hot air balloons have an energy meter, and they will automatically descend before the final play zone, after which they'll deflate. Players should take the opportunity to pilot the hot air balloon while they can, and travel to a more advantageous position for battle. Furthermore, players can also ride the cable car at Stalber. There will be 3 cable cars at Stalber that players can use to quickly travel across the map. The new gameplay will be available from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There will also be a disguise gameplay feature in Strange Town for a limited time. Throughout Strange Town, a special item can be found, Andy's puppet. When players enter Strange Town, they'll be able to disguise themselves as a puppet and blend in with their surroundings. It's a brand new, never-before-seen tactic. When players disguise as a puppet, they can still move about, albeit slowly. You can choose a good hiding spot to disguise yourself and avoid pursuing enemies to survive. You can also surprise unsuspecting enemies by removing your disguise and taking them out. The moment the disguise is blown, you'll become the target for enemies. Once struck by enemies in succession, players will still return to their regular appearance. Disguising comes with risks, so remove it with caution. At the same time, make sure to pay close attention to the Andy's puppets in your surroundings. Any one of them could be an enemy in disguise. If you see through the disguise, fire at will. Do keep in mind that disguises only work within Strange Town. As soon as players leave, they'll revert to their regular selves. So, have fun in Strange Town and experience the unique, spooktacular gameplay. While Strange Town is available, several strange garden parties will appear on Erangel. Players will receive a Halloweeks crate full of extra supplies from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. The crate will turn into a clown crate. When opening the crate, there's a chance that a clown will appear. Make sure to dodge its attacks and defeat it for advanced supplies and firearms. Strange Town's spooky theme, abundant supplies, and disguised gameplay will give players a fantastically fresh new take on exciting combat. Call your friends now to go to Strange Town and experience all the surprises. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Gearfront Introduction. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome. PUBG Mobile is launching a new themed game mode, Gearfront. In this video, we'll be introducing the skills gameplay, Strange Town, and more. We hope you'll like it. New Gameplay 1, Skills Gameplay. In the upcoming Gearfront mode, players can have 8 skills to choose from. Each skill has its own distinct characteristics, and players can bring 1 skill into battle for each match. Different skill combinations will add to the team's tactical and strategic options. Now, let's take a look at these skills in action. Trace. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. Supply Scan. Use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. Black Market. Quickly builds a black market shop to conveniently purchase items. Gliding Doll. Makes players soar into the air before deploying a puppet for gliding. The puppet will be deployed automatically when used in the air. Play Zone Analysis. Analyzes the next play zone and displays its location on the minimap. Lucky Backpack. Gives the backpack the new ability to convert items into another item of the same type. It also increases the default load of the backpack. Healing Smoke. Throws a special smoke grenade that restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. Vehicle Airdrop. Throws a beacon, which calls a vehicle airdrop. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. It will be available ranked mode in Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There are a myriad of skill combinations to choose from, and different combinations provide different advantages on different maps, which provide players with a wide range of strategic options. So, go invite your friends and experience it together. New Gameplay 2, Strange Town. We've also added a new gameplay mechanic to Gearfront. Strange Town, Area Introduction. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0, and will be released in 2 phases. On September 29th, UTC +0, themed area gameplay will be released. And on October 13th, UTC +0, the disguise gameplay will be made available. Strange Town will be available in Erangel's ranked mode and is located between Stalber and the West Coast. It's styled after a medieval European village. When players enter Strange Town, they'll enter night mode, allowing them to experience the thrill of night battles. Respawn items. Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, allowing trigger-happy players to loot and battle to their heart's content. When eliminated, players can use the respawn card to respawn and jump back into the battleground, which also uses a recall tower attempt when activated. Hot Air Balloon. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air in the center of Strange Town, allowing players to ride away and avoid confrontation. The hot air balloons can be used to travel the entire map and can be used without limit. Players can parachute again while in the air, but hot air balloons have an energy meter and will descend automatically and deflate before the final play zone. Furthermore, Stalber will also feature 3 cable car lines for players to ride and move around. Disguise gameplay. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. Disguise gameplay will be available in Strange Town. Players will be able to disguise as Andy's puppet and blend in with their surroundings. By disguising themselves, players can escape enemy pursuit and counter-ambush them. But keep in mind that, after being hit multiple times by the enemy, players will return to their normal appearance. Strange Garden Party. Strange Garden Parties will also appear in Erangel. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There's a chance that a clown will appear when opening crates, and players can defeat it for advanced supplies and weapons. Other updates. Vehicle Radar Scan. While Gearfront is available, the in-match shop in ranked mode, Erangel, will offer players an all-new feature, the Vehicle Radar Scan. It can be used to easily search for vehicles. That's all for this video. We hope the upcoming Gearfront mode will give you a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG mobile community. And I'll see you next time. Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gerakan silam, se elemen, Papa Boy, Esport East พร้อมโหลดปะพร้อมไม่ต้องงงค่ะพี่ มีไอเทมใหม่จากพวกเรา4 East ครูสุดๆ ดูอย่างเครื่องบินลำนี้สิน่ารักปุยนี่ชุดระดับ Epic และ Legendary สวยไหมคะ สวยพอคิวค่ะกรอบรูปโปรไฟล์ก็เลิศไม่แพ้กันเลยนะพี่ แถมยังมีแพ็กเสียงน่ารักของพวกเราด้วยนะเธอไม่ชัดเจนหรือเราไม่มีสโคปจะวิ่งให้เหนื่อยทำไมขึ้นรถมาดีกว่าไม่คือที่เธอเอาละนาPUBG Mobile X4 Eve ไอเทมพิเศษสุดคิ้วจากพวกเรามีแล้วแจ็คพอตแน่นอน PUBG Mobile X4 Eve ที่หนึ่งในใจฟีดเลย
Good morning. It's really early in the morning right now. Today I'm gonna do a vlog. It's a very special day because I'm gonna do something very special. So I'm ready and let's go to the studio. It's so hard to find the parking here. I'm at the studio now. So we are here today to do something special. Hello guys, I'm Theo from GIDS. We are doing my edition of voice pack. This voice pack is for the community and for the fans. Let me drive, baby. Baby, I got you. The experience so far, I feel like I'm an artist because this is my first time. The experience it was fun. It was strangely fun. I'll go from the back, baby. Nice one. Because it's too early today, so I decided to came here a day in advance. So I came yesterday night and I opened my waist. It was super jam. So I closed my waist and I waited until midnight. Only I came to KL and I just checked in hotel and I just sleep. Yeah, it's also my first time doing vlog. It's a very strange experience also because the moment I enter my hotel room, the first thing I look at is there anywhere I can put my phone to because I don't have the tripod with me. Anywhere I can put my phone to record myself. Oh, there was here and here and here. And then I had to just record, then record myself, checking out this and that, driving here. It was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't expect to do it like now. Get in the car. Get in the car. So the favorite thing about having my very own voice pack is that I can add in my own style, my personality to it, to make it different. Wait first, baby. Let's go. Hiya! Five flying. All those with babies. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's live, baby. I got you, baby. Get behind me, baby. Oh, and nobody but you. It was freestyle, it was last minute, but I think it was a good one. So other than the voice pack, there's also something special here. So you guys can stay tuned. See you.
GTD03, Neo Speed Awakens.
And we are finally here for the grand finals of the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall. My name's Contra, and this is Sir Cloud. They'll be joining you alongside with me throughout the weekend run, where we will find ourselves a new champion perhaps by the end of the run.
Yeah, but let's not forget as well, of course, the defending champions are still in the finals, that is the Xavier. So we got a whole lot of horses there, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it will be a longer day as compared to our regular day. So we hope that you guys are prepped up and ready to stay a little bit longer for the show.
Exactly, and when you're talking about a longer show, it also means that there's more maps to be played out. And of course, we're going to be, starting off with our formalities. And of course, we definitely want to thank our official smartphone partners, Realme, with the GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Yeah, and also don't forget our official livestream partner, that is TikTok, hashtag Be The One, TikTok challenge. And don't forget to follow our official PUBG Mobile pages, PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH.
That's right, and you know, like, since it's going to be a pretty long evening, you guys must be feeling a little bit hungry. So why don't you grab this GrabFood voucher right down below, 50% off your first GrabFood order by just keying in PUBG MX Grab. And of course, that's definitely a little bit of terms and condition down there. So go ahead, grab it while it's hot.
Yeah, literally grab it, right? Yeah, PUBG X Grab is the new code. Before this, it was just PUBG M, so make sure you key in the correct code for yourself. And today will be the day. So how you feeling? What's your early prediction? Who will stay strong here?
Honestly, this is going to be really hard for all of us to predict now that we are having our top 16 teams on board. They really fight tooth and nail to be here today, to fight for another 3 days of their tournament lives and see who actually makes it into the PUBG Mobile Global Championship rounds. So with that being said, I believe that there's already a few teams that have gotten, some open slots, but they are in it for the money as well. So of course, you want to walk back with that huge trophy. We're looking at a lot of teams that are absolutely on form. And we start off with teams like Infinity that have been going in, week out, with a whole lot of points to top the table.
Yeah, but before we talk a little bit more about the teams, let's reintroduce the format for you guys. So the PMPL SEA Championship Fall League just ended last week. It happened all the way from Wednesday to Sundays. You guys definitely have catch it. If you guys haven't, well, where have you guys been? Now, we will be watching the top 16 teams that will be playing in the finals that will begin from today until Sunday. And as what we mentioned earlier on, it's going to be 6 matches per day. Top 5 will move on to the PMGC League.
That's right. For those of you guys who are brand new to the league itself, well, the league is over. Now we're here for the championship title. $200,000 on the line, and this is our point format. First place with the chicken dinner, 15 points. Second place, 12 points, 10 points for third place. And we see the number decrease by 2 from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and from 8th place to 12th place. They only walk away with 1 point apiece. 13 to 16, however, will not walk away with any ranking points at all, and therefore every single elimination point that they garner will be crucial for them to survive all the rounds. Let's talk about the bonus points as well, because a lot of all these teams have fought week in, week out. I do believe that these points that they have gathered will be the initial points that they'll be starting off with here in the SEA Finals.
Correct. In case you just joined us this season, if you're not too familiar with the format, well, you will notice that some of the teams having a starting point as what Contra mentioned earlier on. So teams that really did well during the league, and well, in general, we do know that most of them are the Thai teams, I'm just saying, right? But of course, let's reintroduce the teams that made it through the league onto the finals. We have the Infinity, we have TEM Entertainment, FaZe Clan, Bacon Time, Alter Ego, Vampire Esports, Buriram United, the Xavier, and we have GIDS, Geek Fam, SLD, Fall Rivals, Yoodo Alliance, NFT Esports, Boom Esports, as well as Ego Esports.
And we've already seen so many great chicken dinners achieved by all the teams that are on board. And there's going to be a whole lot more other than just prizes for the players in terms of money. There's actually even more money. The Gunslinger, Survivor, Field Medic, Eagle Eye, as well as Green Light Masters, each will receive $3,000 apiece. And you know what? Newsy's probably going to walk away with more than $3,000.
Yeah, I have the feeling as well. He will probably walk out with maybe
Gunslinger,
Gunslinger,
what else?
Probably even Grenade Master. I mean, he's the master of all of everything, basically, right? So, well, we did talk about the Infinity, and we did talk about the Thai teams, and we did talk a little bit about their starting points, and this is it. The Infinity on top, 76 points, 8 points ahead of TEM Entertainment.
Wow, just look at the highlighted names in green as well as red. Some of the teams have already qualified for PMGC, and therefore you have seen that many of these names currently that are displayed here can basically fight for the title. It doesn't matter if you're currently at 16 or so, you just really have to fight hard enough so that you can basically chase into a top 9, which is already considered rather safe. And this is definitely something really special for most of the teams that are playing here in Southeast Asia. This is the very first time we are seeing so many teams qualify.
I know, right? We got
around.
tons of slots. So if we were to just stop there and say, okay, this tournament is over, we'll have all the Thai teams into the PMPC.
I would agree. Actually, that is big news for the nation itself. This just really proves that they are indeed one of the best players of the global leagues if you were to compare all the PMPL franchises that they had. And we've seen so many clutch moments. And this is one insane highlight.
Oh, yeah.
He has gotten himself 10 elimination points with a chicken dinner to book off that round all alone for 4 rivals.
Oh, yeah, and that is the individual record for the league. Now, of course, we still have 18 games to go for the grand finals. Let's see if that record can be topped, but that will definitely be remembered as one of the biggest moments in the league. Now, the Infinity, of course, they are really, really solid. I can't... I've already lost count how many times we talk about the Infinity, right? Like, they can play in all sorts of situations, even though whether they have a circle, whether they do not have a circle, they're versatile, they know how to switch from playing the healing games at Sanhao to just playing the aggressive gameplay to secure the chicken dinner. I mean, what else can we say about the Infinity? They are just a solid all-rounder.
Indeed they are, and there are so many of all the other names, such as Buriram United, that has been excelling in matches inside of Erangel. And now that there's more matches in Erangel, there's definitely going to be a lot of attention towards the team. But for now, let's focus on teams that have performed inside of Sanhok instead. Infinity, The Savior, Bacon Time, as well as FaZe Clan. They have done tremendously well, though Bacon Time, they have a very different formula as compared to every other team, where they usually play a little bit more passively, get all of the first aid kits to blast out the rounds so that they accumulate as much points as possible from the ranks. Well, meanwhile, Infinity, The Savior, as well as FaZe Clan, they're the ones that have always battled their way into the circle, and hence why you see the difference in the elimination points.
Yeah, speaking about Bacon Time, I did talk about this during my pre-show podcast yesterday. I feel that Bacon Time isn't punished for whatever they do, because it's really, really obvious. But what else is obvious? It's like our graphic designer just need to open one folder. Don't need to switch folders and just pick a different angle.
At least like they have different pictures of him currently, like, okay, left, center, and right. Like, man, do we have every other shots? Like, can we see the back of his hair? Well, I think the results speak for itself, right? Like, 136 elimination points.
I mean,
this guy would have qualified to the league if he played solo squad.
I know, right? He's like a one-man army. Like, going up against him is like going up against the entire Infinity or something like that. The benchmark is really, really high for him, and he's super consistent. Even like Tony K, who's just right behind him, week 3 wasn't his best week, but for Newsy, every week is his best week. Like, even if his team doesn't really perform, he still performs. But speaking about the games today, right? So we'll be playing 6 games. We're going to start off with Sanhao, 2 Miramas back-to-back, and then we'll end up the day with 3 Erangels back-to-back until at about 10 o'clock, plus 8 GMT. So make sure you guys get ready, popcorn, your drinks, because it's going to be a longer day.
That's right, and there's just going to be a lot of fun here in the PMPL SEA Championship Fall. So make sure you guys keep on supporting your favorite teams. If you guys haven't dropped that follow or like button, or even subscribe, just go ahead, click on it right now, and invite your friends all along.
Well, don't forget to click on this as well, because Biu just released his voice pack, and it's full of babies in there.
Yep.
Yeah, he just made babies out of his voice pack.
Stand behind me, baby.
Yeah. What else was
I'll
that?
take care of you, baby.
I'll take care of you, baby. Don't worry, baby.
Like, I think like this is a must-have.
Yeah.
Whether if you've been playing PUBG Mobile for a long time, or you've been watching a lot of all these live streams or so, there's so many things that we can actually offer in PUBG Mobile. And not only do we have Yoodo on board, we have Baby La as well as the twin sister, Tony K, and lots and lots of other pro player packs that you should get for yourself.
It feels like, you know, the theme this time is baby. So you have Yoodo doing all the baby lines, and then you have Baby La in this. And Tony K is a little bit of a, well, baby looking himself.
Right.
So yeah, it's a baby theme. But you know what else is coming up? Of course, we have the Masked Crusader set, which is the new Royal Pass that's available right now. You know what? I feel like
so many updates.
Yeah, so many updates. Like the last Royal Pass was just released like what, a month?
Yeah.
And now we have
just
a new Royal
like
Pass.
weeks ago.
I know, right? It's that fast. You guys got to keep this in your collection.
That's right, and other than that, we still offer you true speed and real attitude with the first original PUBG Mobile car, the Facilius, that comes in all kinds of range. You want the sports mobile? Sure, you can basically get that for yourself. Or if you would like to look a little bit more of, macho man, you go ahead, drive around the UAZ with a brand new skin. That could be all yours.
Well, if you're not really that macho man kind of type, well, you can always go for cartoony type skins, and we have the Bobo Boy with the Quasar Elemental currently available inside the game. So all you need to do is head on to the game, join in the event right now to get all these exclusive items. So there'll be backpacks, helmet, parachute, ornaments, and a lot more.
And other than that, remember we talked about the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The Grand Finals is happening soon. So we're having a watch party to see who's going to be the top 4 to be heading over to the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It's happening on 29th as well as 30th October at Lepaking KL. So make sure you guys be there or be
Top 4 from PMCC moves on to PMNC.
That's actually huge.
It is huge, and there's a lot of opportunity. I remember the last time it was only top 1. It was only the champion that moves on to PMNC. So a lot more opportunity this time for our players out there to probably create a path onto the professional league. But speaking about back on the professional league, we have our professional teams here. Heavyweight choice, Contra.
Yeah, I gotta say that that's a really good pick onto Geek Fam. So far, I'm just looking at the Infinity. They have this high level of consistency. Even if they don't match and get that chicken dinner, top 4 is very possible for the team. So I think like this is a really safe option to actually consider that this team itself have never ever fallen really early on in most of these matches.
You know, last week I told you too that whoever picks a Thai team as their prediction is cheating. It's unfair. It's cheating. It's like, oh, come on, man.
That's why you go for Geek Fam. But I think Geek Fam's in a really good spot. Tell me more about them.
Yeah, okay. So when we do this kind of predictions, especially knowing that it's a Sandhawk map, right? We need to consider that the team has to not play the healing game, regularly at least. So yes, the Infinity plays the healing game, but they know how to switch into a regular gameplay. Geek Fam, on the other hand, normally plays like a regular gameplay all the way through. So hence, they are my pick for this round. We expect other teams like Bacon Time to be playing the healing game. So I won't be picking them as a chicken dinner winner, but hey, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter whether you get chicken dinner or not. It matters how many points you collect.
True enough, and of course we have talked about Geek Fam on their different types of drop spots heading into the league itself. Now they're in the grand finals and there's only 16 teams. I think they've been able to analyze some of these spots that are left vacant. So we'll see where they'll drop. So is everybody else. And it's about time we kick off our grand finals run. Here in round 1, we head to Santa.
Welcome to the Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first game and it's going to happen inside of Sandhawk. Can't wait for the action to start. Now, do keep your eyes on some of the teams that like to play the healing game. I did talk about, I did wonder, right? Like, we talk about like Sami and Bacon Time. They will play the healing game. We know that they're going to do it again. Are they going to be punished?
The question definitely remains here, but I'm looking at SLD that's moving into Bantai. That will basically cut some of their options that's available for them to move up in the early game. Other than that, we have Boom Esports also moving into the section of Painan, or perhaps even Ruins, where Geek Fam likes to drop over onto those corners along with Tambang. So meaning to say, this doesn't really leave that much room of opportunity for Bacon Time. They have to force a rotation very late in the game, and we're starting off with a very neutral circle.
Okay, before I talk about the circle, right? Do you notice that the Infinity opened 1-1-1-1 across majority of the top side of the map? Okay, I wish that we can see the map a little bit later, but then again, now we need to give focus onto GIDS. They bought all alone against 2 from the side of TEM Entertainment. This is not good news, as he only has like, what, 5% of health left.
And then Onsen has got a DBS in hand. He can't go anywhere close by. Immediately, he moves all the way to the back of the fences. Well, if it's actually a fence, well, Sozip tries to give a little bit more of an opening space for Onsens to be able to wiggle around with. This could be the very first blood that we'll see here in the grand finals run between TEM as well as GD. Shots being fired, you see movements coming from Daybot, but no angles to clip him just yet.
At least Booms is there to give him a little bit of a cover. So TEM Entertainment, knowing that backup has arrived, they're not going all out onto one single player. Daybot, though, he is still at 5% health. He has no healing utilities at all. Not a good position to be in.
And look at that. Warman is coming in with a flank angle of his own. This situation by the corners of Lakawi is not looking all too good. Booms bringing the DBS too.
Going for it. Okay, all right. Booms gets it, but now with Booms going down, Onsen, easy cleanup for him because he knows that Daybot is super duper low. I don't know. I feel like there should be a disengagement there of some sort or at some point rather than trying to go in. Or maybe they don't have a choice because when they disengage and they go up to the high grounds or
it really felt like they didn't have a choice.
Yeah, true. I kind of think about it, right? So the moment they expose themselves at the high ground, they'll be shot down anyways.
Yeah, Mormon was already watching it over onto the hillside, and further down, I believe we also saw a member of BRU to be pretty close by. Take a glimpse of the ruins, and we did mention BRU. Let's see what can MyNameP bring up this time. He sees members of Ego Esports pushing upwards.
Here we go.
Well, Chua will hold only for the slot as 2 members back to back, and that's 2 pointers in for Buriram Esports.
Unfortunately, Chua pulled out his weapon a little bit too late there. He had it holstered, his DBS. If only he had it ready, he could have gotten a knockdown. But the moment he pulled that out, he was being shot at and immediately went down. Nothing much he can do about that.
Buriram United starting off on a really clean note, but they do have a member being tagged out. MyNameP now gets spotted out by BitMT. Eagle Esports not bowing down without a fight, but there's still a little bit more of a tough bout for them. BitMT has already got his location being compromised, but MyNameP should be resuscitated by Tiger X eventually. But he's trying to see if he could get those angles. He takes down Tiger as well.
Oh yeah, F1 currently at the sniper tower. He has a good angle there, but he doesn't have any healing utility. So that's a little bit worrying for F1, considering that Sky only knows exactly where he is. At the same time, we do see a skirmish between Yoodo Alliance and 4 rivals. Sky only takes him down easily, and that's going to be probably it. But it looks like Sky only needs to go in to save his teammate, Namshin. Wants to go in for the revenge, but he is all alone and in an awkward position at the lower ground.
And now that he's being spotted out, there's just going to be a big flag coming in from Kingzo as well. 2 versus 1. Not looking too good for Namshin, pulling in the smoke, and he'll be tagged out. It'll be a 16th place finish to kick off the round for Eagle Esports. A little tad slow. They did walk out with 1 point at the very least.
A little bit of a unfortunate move for Namshin especially. He wanted to come and save his teammate, but the moment his teammate went down and he wanted to back out, unfortunately, he was in a position that was uncomfortable. It was a little bit open for him, and it was in the same. It was in the same situation as the other two teammates who went out earlier on as well. Like, yes, you wanted to go in for it. You want to save your teammate, but after the fight is over, like you want to get away. There's no space for you to get away. It's just too exposed.
Exactly that, and they were also on the lower ground. There is no place to hide out from other than the trees that he was standing by. So honestly, he couldn't really do all too much from there. Eagle Esports, I guess the timing of rotation wasn't the best, I would say, to run into a happenstance against BRU. And now over on to Painan, we see both SLD as well as NFT being in close proximity. but it's just a little bit more spacing. From Esports will have a challenge waiting in hand. Lycan pushing up with the DBS.
Oh yeah, Octa just behind the stone. Lycan. He doesn't know this. Oh, luckily that flick, but it was from Tony K. In fact, 2 knockdowns back-to-back for FaZe Clan, and it's going to be an amazing start for them. Unfortunately, Boom will lose 2 of their players, and the rest of them, I hope they don't come and try and get a revenge. Just play safe from now on.
Yeah, things are running well for FaZe Clan, and that was a really clean takedown, only with the DBS coming in from Lycan. Sure, there was also help coming in from Tony K, their main marksman of the team. And so far, Tony K has been racing against the top player of Infinity, Newsy, for the highest eliminations. Though week 3, like you said, didn't work the best for FaZe Clan. There's still opportunities here in the grand finals for him to play catch up, while TEM are starting off with 2 points apiece. So the only few teams that have gotten points thus far, I have to highlight once again from PMPL Thailand.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, remember week 1, they were like number 1 to number 6. It's no longer like, oh, Thailand number 1. It's Thailand number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I would have, honestly, at this point, looking at how they performed during the league, I wouldn't be surprised that we see all Thai teams moving on to PMGC League.
Yeah, I think like this is something that's interesting to watch out for, especially when they do get to meet against some of these international teams. Like, we want to see what the power level is, and is it due to the fact that they have already came up with a meta of their own, and all the strings that they put in will be put into good effect? Speaking of which, NFT spots one out. Bevy getting tagged, but he's going to get a little bit of safe refuge just by the corner of the tree. Still trying to find that peak angle, but TM should be calling in for backup.
And I just noticed the elimination feed. My prediction, Geek Fam will be playing the rest of the round without Mika. Unfortunately, Snipes will be at the forefront. And this is rather interesting. Normally, we will see Yuhai and Mika at the forefront, but this time it's going to be Snipes, switching it up a little bit, probably trying to make their moves slightly unpredictable. But unfortunately, as a start, Mika had to be gunned down. Now they'll be playing as a trio. But one thing that still remains is Damru is going to play the support role, playing from behind.
Indeed, and Snipes, not often do we see him basically leading the charge. Since they did lose Micah, it's a little bit harder for them to actually approach the situation, but thanks to Snipes, he finds both of the angles against Boom Esports. Now, it's not that Geek Fam is stuck here with Boom. It's like Boom is kind of stuck here with Geek Fam, where they have nowhere else to run. They're only defending themselves inside the shack, but so long as they pull up a perfect defense, things should be looking good for them. Especially now with Tony K looking into the villages. If Geek Fam moves anywhere closer, they'll be spotted out. Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh.
Just waiting.
That's it.
Oh, yeah. There you go. The trigger has been pulled by Tony K from the other side. That will force Yuhai to disengage and move to the other compound. And this is also a signal to Geek Fam is that, okay, someone sees us from the other side. We cannot show ourselves in between those buildings. And by that, how are they going to get across? How are they going to finish up Boom? So they're kind of stuck with each other for the next few phases of the circle.
Yeah, they really have to finish this task at hand before they approach anywhere closer. Because the last we saw, the circle was around that central area, with the likelihood to close into boot camp or even quarry for a couple of times already. And Geek Fam, the longer they stay here, FaZe Clan's just going to enjoy the scene from atop the seal. Tony K, man marking throughout the course of this battle. Now that there's a lot of smokes being popped in, at the very least, they won't have troubles coming from FaZe Clan. But take a look at this, update of the circle, bringing them back around the region of Quarry and Bootcamp.
Yeah, and for all you know, if FaZe Clan wants to go aggressive, once the fight's over, they can come in as a third party. So these two teams got to be careful. But now Yuhai tries to win the fight 1v1 just in front of him. Yes, back up in the same building. Yuhai needs to reset 50% of health. He has first aids, but Damru will be the one to knock down Hexus.
There's only one more player left, and make that non-Damru.
Okay.
Also spots out Razy. Well, of course, when you take a look at Snipes, holding on to this angle for quite some time. Geek Fam, they walk away with these 2 points. And honestly, Boom Esports, they started off on a decent note, but they got picked off really early on as well. So they didn't really have the numbers advantage against Geek Fam. And that itself was really daunting, whether or not if they can basically defend that shack. Those numbers can't really offer them too much hitting into the late game. But as for GD, though, they find themselves by the edges of the map, and it seems like they can't get past 4 rivals just yet. I believe this should be the corners of Tampong, and I think they might have actually spotted up Buriram by the edges. Alan, by the rock in the hard place. Same goes to Appy.
Oh man, this will take a while. It looks like it will take a while. Just look at how far the circle is. It's like 500 meters away. Yes, they do have first aids. Yes, it's still the second phase of the circle. Yes, they can tank it. But how long do you spend your time out here? It's like both teams are locked into this, and I feel that there is no benefit for either team. It's either GIDS or 4 rivals should just go disengage and try to get into the circle. If they want to play the gatekeeping role, do it from within the circle.
That's true. And overall, it's not really the best to utilize all these first aid kits so early on into the matches. And I think like that, they just don't even come by all too often if you're on the outskirts. Now DX also playing it a little bit safely in the early game. And you can already tell how focused these teams are as they had less than a week of a break to get back on track. So at the very least, teams who had those momentum in the league itself, they won't be feeling like it's all too unfamiliar. It's just that they are just a little bit more careful, because once you let a few rounds slide, there's going to be teams that will definitely love to take over. We take a look at SLD. They are by 11th spot, and Geek Fam has already secured their slot to PMGC. You could say about the same for GD. Overall, they did extremely well back in their hometown, going into the C League. They've offered so many points, and I guess there's just very few numbers out there that could basically match up to, the top 5 currently, where they had so many points to book out those past 3 weeks. Infinity, they could spare 1-2 rounds, and they won't be too worried.
Yeah, speaking about those teams getting the slot, like what you mentioned, right? Like there is this, I would say, theory or argument, depending on how you see it, is that, okay, so you already got the slot. All right, you already got the slot. And what if you're the Infinity or some big giant team up there, you can still aim for the championship. So that's absolutely fine. But if you got the slot, but yet you, no disrespect, right? But how motivated are you to play the finals?
If I'm telling you that there's $200,000 on the line, you'll be extremely motivated. Look at Appy, though. I guess that he's working his way into getting some cash money as well. Gets that pick off against GD. And like we said, they took way too long. And I think both of these teams will suffer a little bit, though they are not exactly the furthest away into the quarry section. There's still going to be a little bit of challenge as they try to cut across. Same goes to Alter Ego. We just see them cutting across Pine as they've been on the lookout. There's going to be a couple of teams surrounding this area of play, and FaZe Clan has not given away that hill just yet.
Yeah, FaZe Clan in a prime position, I must say. The hill just below bootcamp is one of the best positions within this circle. And that position will allow them to gatekeep teams from coming from the left, from the ruin side, onto the main peninsula, i.e. Geek Fam is currently in that position. Arguably Alter Ego as well, because they need to cross this bridge. But Alter Ego is the type of team that will play very, very slow. They'll play very, very careful. They'll try to come in as late as possible. It's somewhat like the Arrowwolf DNA. In fact, half of the team is from Arrowwolf. So we can expect them to be like, okay, until FaZe Clan moves, then only they will move. If not, they'll still be like, okay, we'll chill here. We don't mind. But speaking about chilling, right? It looks like not much of a space for them to chill as Geek Fam is coming closer.
Yeah, they're basically cutting across from both sections, but now with the buggy driving directly into the second Pombi season angle, he's going to be unleashing a couple of taps. There's more flying in towards the side of Geek Fam. Grenades are lobbed in, and Yuhai quickly repositions as Damroot getting tagged closer and closer to being knocked out. Now, a little bit more of a third-party action coming from the back, though. Alter Ego being challenged by yet another team, and being by the bridge isn't exactly the best spot possible.
Yeah, let's remember that FaZe Clan is waiting on the hillside. Just look at this. The moment Snipes wanting to go across, he gets shot from above. So now two teams are just looking at Geek Fam. Geek Fam is now locked out of the circle. This is going to be hard for Geek Fam, considering that they have 3 players. Like, even if they wanted to take the fight onto Alter Ego, they're a man short, and it doesn't help that FaZe Clan is looking over them from the other side. Well, arguably FaZe Clan can shoot at Alter Ego too, but looking at the current condition, Geek Fam would be in a more exposed position as compared to Alter Ego.
Yeah, there's just so much gatekeeping involved in this matchup that it's just so tactical. Look at SLD, they're doing exactly the same. Tommy tries to
Tony K.
He gets spotted out by Tony K. Man, this guy got Eagle Eyes, and he already marked him from the get-go. When he was hiding by the crates, he was only allowed to prone. Now, only Rinaldi could go in for the revival. But then again, they can't exactly escape from the grasp from Tony K. The man, the myth, the legend. And he's got years ahead of him. Still so young. Joining the competition at 16 years old. And he's been making a lot of remarks. And GD, they crash out very early without any sort of points. Not a good sign for the Indonesian squad.
Well, speaking about the man, the myth, the legend, Newsy, the competitor of Tony K for the FMVP slot, now trying to take down the members of 4 Rivals. He knows he has someone just right beside him in the compound. Opens up the door with the micro Uzi and sprays on the other side, but April winning the gunfight.
My goodness me. He knew that he's indoors. And here comes Gatunito coming with a refrag. He's still safe, El Capitan. But there's more lying in wait for Rivals. Trying to prime a couple of grenades into the shack. And Gatuni will still guard his way through. Still no time for him to go in for the rescue.
Ooh.
That grenade's going to clip onto Pamburu. Newsy's quickly losing health. They have to settle the score real quick, or else Newsy will drop out from this fight. Appy finds the shotgun against Mela, and that's a member down from Infinity.
Oh man, what are you going to do right now? You're going to pick up your teammate, or do you want to finish up the fight? Appy needs to heal up quickly. He is rather low. Gatuni, can he make it? Yes, he can! Just by the tick of the last tick of hell, Newsy, they managed to pick him up. My goodness.
2 versus 2, and it's so intense. Logan, the only player that can overlook the areas of play against Appy, as well as the flank angles that they were attacked from. Appy could still spot out Gatuni. So there isn't exactly safe areas for him to make a move just yet. The Infinity is currently stuck here with 4 Rivals. They do have that vehicle if they choose to book out. But SLD defines Snipes, and that leaves Geek Fam in trouble, only having 1 more player behind.
Oh man, I really love the backup from the Infinity. It's like, okay, Newsy down, they know how to come and give him cover fire, and they know who's going to pick him up. It's like they have it all planned, and it was amazing there. But unfortunately, a Geek Fam, not what they wanted, not what they wanted as part of the plan, is to be out at number 13. Logan, oh no, he won't be able to make it. He'll be down.
Oh no, Blues only have taken him over, and Appy takes his lucky shots out there. He knows that the close is clear, and now 3 points go over to 4 Rivals as they take on the Titans of the league itself in the grand finals. Alter Ego makes their way across over the river. FaZe Clan still left unchallenged, but they have moved past the kill. And SLD have found themselves into a deep corner inside Painan. We're going to be seeing where exactly does this circle actually go to. 30 seconds from here on, Appy still finds another one. Lucy is going to be out of the game. There goes the Infinity.
I mean, well, we have seen them do this before, right? They can come back, but we'll talk about that later as we go down the other 5 games today. Now, Yoodo Alliance stuck with 4 Rivals. It's their second skirmish inside of Sandhawk today. First was the earlier one where Yoodo Alliance got the first elimination onto 4 Rivals, and now this is their second fight. And the second fight is going to be tougher as we head onto the 5th phase of the circle. Hopefully both teams are ready to heal it out.
I'm not too sure if Adik Luke can do that, though. He's only got 1 first aid kit. More pressure calling onto Appy. Shamil His
Can he
move
make
all the
it?
way to
Oh
the back.
no.
Oh, he gets knocked out of the blue zone as well. Appy, he's
Oh,
still
no.
it. One more shot is all it takes to take out Adik Luke. Now, trying
He's
to
down.
find the final member of Yoodo Alliance, but he will get clipped as well.
Oh, Pemburu. Not too sure how many first aid he has. I think the last time we saw him, he's probably got like, what, 7 first aids? Man, that's not going to last him very long, it seems. But now we have NFT taking out D Xavier. Wait a second, what happened to D Xavier? They are losing a fight to NFT, even losing a vehicle as well.
They were coming into close proximities. I believe they basically crashed into the compound and they were ready to take on that fight. NFT, they managed to hold himself all together. And D Xavier, they were playing so safe throughout the early rounds. Now they have crumbled through a surprise attack coming in from NFT Esports as they take over the midsection by the compounds. Just the intersection between these hills where FaZe Clan's card is playing on. Ventorius gets knocked out. Pombi coming in with an angle of his own. There's TM over on the top side. They could still steal those points away. Vampire Esports, the first that we've seen from them, will have to lock on this engagement against TEM, and Ansys is ready to trade right back.
Well, we got 3 Thai teams within the same area at this moment. Vampire Esports, the first team to receive 5 elimination points, and now they are dominating this round. TEM Entertainment, on the other hand, trying to stop Vampires from coming up, and they are currently on the outside circle. Ravenclaw, 10% health left, and then spray coming in for Ozzy, almost getting on the straps. But look at this at the same time. FaZe Clan, who was gatekeeping other teams, have been eliminated at number 11.
Wow! What a spray coming from Ansons. And that is where members of Vampire Esports just absolutely getting clipped, shut off from this match. 6 elimination points goes over to 4 rivals on 10th place, but Vampire Esports, they at least seal the deal. 9th place with 5 points for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost nowhere for Vampires to go from there. TEM Entertainment got this area locked up. Same goes for SLD, goes to the last man standing. Where is he going to go from here? But Buriram United as well, sharing the same area as TEM Entertainment. The circle moves up north. That means all these teams that we see on screen need to move.
They will have to go to the only member left from the side of SLD, the most improved team that we've seen coming from PMPL Vietnam. And he's going to be trying to heal himself out by the outskirts. Still a little bit of a leverage where he could still run right in, but coast is not clear with Mormon being close to his proximity as well. Sozip has the ghillie suit and probably a lot of damage to offer as well. Yoodo Alliance trying to heal out, but it's just going to be a top 8 finish for the Blazing squad. Meanwhile, TM, even with Bevy here, he's feeling rather confident. He's trying to push up against the rest of BRU. He's running in the open.
Oh, TEM Entertainment looks like they are still caught on the outside, but look who's here, NFT Esports. All of a sudden, we haven't seen them the entire game, but now they have the best chance of securing this chicken. Lamborghini, wait. They did spawn Lamborghini behind.
He's so close, and he survives. How did he actually manage to do so?
Holy
Clip
smokes.
coming from Bevy as well. NFT Esports still does not know, and they're just by the edges of the map. TEM, the only team that could challenge NFT Esports. They still have to revive Foreman, though. They do have the circle pretty close by. They just need to hold out.
Oh my goodness, Lamborghini. He has bandages, but he chooses not to use it for some reason. And now looking at the circle, NFT, they are playing by the edge of it. But on the other side, TEM Entertainment as well, still active. Boy Sale caught on the outside of the circle. Lamborghini finally eliminated by Ramon.
5th place finish, though without elimination points, have garnered plenty of points back to DX, but look at the shots coming from Boychill. He managed to tag them out. Now he's trying to push the final member remaining.
Oh, no.
He's outside of the blue zone as well. He has to run right in.
Wait,
TEM already finished off the rest of the squad. TEM crashes out at 3rd place, leaving only Alter Ego behind, but they're not even in the circle. This chicken dinner has been secured by NFT.
The last we saw Alpha Ego, they were at the bridge, trying to gatekeep Geek Fam, so they're probably still around that area. And I'm wondering how many first aids that they have right now. It's probably, okay, 3, so it's not going to be a long wait. We're still okay.
Yeah, Potato could easily just tap out already. 2nd place finish for Alter Ego Esports is a big win. 2 Indonesia teams, Pure in the top 2. have been able to outlast all these major competitors, and we thought the Infinity could make it. We thought that Geek Fam could even cut through as well, but look at all these major holds coming into that central area where none of these teams could easily cut across safely, and NFT Esports, they managed to win the trade against DX, and that's how they got themselves that hole.
Yeah, NFT came in at the right timing, like they know when to take a fight. Oh, there was one fight that happened off screen against the Xavier. They got 3 of them. So NFT, they played this very well. Mid-fight, they won that against the Xavier, and towards the end, they managed to defend their ground as well. So NFT, a team that was hot on week 1, went a little bit missing on week 2, week 3, but now they are back in the grand finals.
This is their final form, and they can just arrive perfectly on time in our very first match of the grand finals. Indonesia showing up strong with 2 teams securing the top 2, and NFT was the one with the ones that has been able to frag out all the other players out there. And we see many of all these other squads, they managed to get a lot of elimination points, but couldn't even find a way into that entry. NFT, with that stronghold that they've had, just had all the advantages available to close off that round. Let's take a look once again through the highlights, where we started off with some close action fight between GD as well as TEM, and that has left GD to play outside of the blue zone.
Yeah, I love this round. I love this Sandhour round. It's not like a lot of teams that play really, really passively or just depending on the killing game, but a lot of teams play regularly. Like if they see a team, they go at it. Whether it works out for them or not is a separate story, but we can see a lot of fights happening. Even like this one, FaZe Clan going up against their opponent, they know that there's someone right in front of them, and it's not like, okay, there's someone right in front of us, we're going to play it safely, we're going to play the healing game, we're going to play passively. No, that's not their play style. They see someone, they'll take them out. And this seems to be the meta this season. You need to play aggressively, you need to collect those elimination points in order to secure yourself those top spots.
And that's why many of all these teams from Thailand, though despite them not finishing on top 1, they usually farm all these elimination numbers in order to make it all work. Of course, kudos to NFT, Alter Ego, TM, as well as Bacon Time for making into top 1 to 4 respectively. And Bacon Time still remaining very consistent, spending a lot of time by the blue zone. They do get those ranking points, however, but I don't believe that they have enough of these eliminations to book out. Meanwhile, TEM as well as NFT, I think they are the biggest winners in this matchup.
Yeah, and it's not every day you see a team not using any throwables at all.
Not at all. This is actually very, very interesting. Like, great spot on that catch. One, that's 24 points secured by NFT Esports. To start off our grand finals run here in day 1, and TM has gotten in itself 11 frags, and they are just inching closer and closer.
Yeah, besides that as well, Alter Ego, we talked about them being a team that likes to play very, very safe. So they played the healing game, managed to get themselves 12 points. Bacon Time, we all know they play the healing game as well. So again, a Bacon Time, yes, they're number 4, pretty decent, it's okay. No elimination points. Again, it shows that they purely play the healing game. I am wondering which team or who is going to punish them.
I really do want to seek for those sort of answers, but of course, our MVP of that round has to be Anton. We saw him basically shutting down the rest of Vampire Esports. This is entry coming in from the outskirts of the play zone, and even more of all these pressure was piling onto TM. He's been able to still find 5 eliminations, and on top of that, have contributed many of all these damage output in a really close proximity. So let's take a look at our overall rankings as we have just concluded match 1.
I'm liking the fact that this season we will have highlights on like, okay, who has qualified to PMGC and who will qualify based on their performance in the grand finals of Southeast Asia at this moment. So it's a little bit more clear because we have a lot of teams actually got their slots directly into PMGC. Right now, TEM Entertainment, they are number 1, 89 points, 10 points difference from the Infinity. One round could still change a lot of these placements. We might be a little bit worried for some of the teams at the lower end, like Ego Esports, Boom especially, because they're already at the bottom. But their first round, they were also the first 2 teams to go out.
Exactly that, and just take a look at some of these calculations. If Boom Esports, Ego Esports find themselves a chicken dinner, they can make their way into perhaps a top 10 finish to chase up against SLD. We see SLD piling on elimination points in this matchup. They got themselves at the very least 6 points in Sanhok. I think that's good enough for a catch-up, but GD, they slide out of that top 10 contention and they desperately need to find a way back. And that honestly wasn't the best showing coming from Genesis Dogma overall, but we know that heading into bigger maps, that's where GD will shine brightest.
Yeah, speaking about shining, right? ShineLikeDiamond. I think they are still living the dream.
That's right.
Yeah, like that. Among all these big names, they're familiar names to us, right? Even like Buriram United, they have Kingzo, an experienced player. He has seen PMGC before in his previous teams with Secret Jin and all that. Imagine if ShineLikeDiamond can make their way through onto PMGC. This is a Cinderella story for them.
That's right, and this itself is not over. They might actually be the ones that can contest to hit into the top 5 finish, perhaps by the end of Phase 3. But let's take a look at some of all these movements across the map. First, for Alter Ego, they usually start by Cam Alpha, and they were stuck by this bridge for the longest of time, all thanks to FaZe Clan as well as Geek Fam trailing upon them. And Big in Time honestly was just scattering out for loot, and they tried to make their way into the circle via vehicle, but they still couldn't make it past TEM. They were the biggest gatekeepers of them all, and NFT Esports, though they didn't have the circle, they've managed to outlast all these sort of traits because of the angles that they get from the shacks to look upon those hills, and by then, Alter Ego absolutely helped them shut down TEM.
Fun fact, there was not once that Bacon Time actually got into the circle throughout the entire round. Not at all.
It's crazy the way that they've actually played out this sort of play style. This shows that, okay, everything is down to calculations. We're willing to forsake all these elimination numbers and hope for a double-digit finish to the top 3 at the very least. I think like that itself is a smart move.
It is worthwhile for them. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about the points collected. It doesn't matter how you do it, right? So some people may say that, oh, playing the healing game. Oh, come on, don't play like that. You know, play a little bit more regular PUBG Mobile, all that. But at the end of the day, it's about collecting the points in the bag. My biggest question is, so we have 2 more Sanhoks to go, right, throughout the grand finals. My biggest question is, for the other teams, who is going to punish them? Who is going to stop them from playing the healing game? Because it's very obvious. The moment they drop in, they will open 1-1-1-1 around the areas of Sami, rinse and repeat.
One and then things will be harder.
Exactly. Why doesn't any other team punish them?
I guess they were too worried of a little bit of a risk, but let's also take a look at the team summary. If there's going to be any teams that can stop them on their tracks in these upcoming rounds, probably NFT as well as TM. They've booked out this round with high numbers out there. TM has the most damage as well as elimination points, though they didn't secure that chicken dinner. And yet again, TEM is on the hot streak when it comes down to rounds inside Miramar. And we also have the other PMPL Thailand teams, VRU, Infinity, as well as FaZe, to be some of the gatekeepers of these matchups.
You know what, Contra? Sometimes I do notice like the chat or our viewers goes like, oh, why are these casters always talking about the Thai teams, you know? So on and so. As much as we try not to, they keep showing up in front of us.
We just have to talk about them. I mean, every single team out of Thailand has a very distinct play style.
Yeah.
None of them are exactly the same. You saw how Big and Dime played. It's a little bit more passive. From United, they are a little bit more on coordination, while TEM, Infinity, as well as FaZe Clan, they're all rounders in particular. And now we're going into the biggest map of it all, Miramar back-to-back. This is going to be pretty interesting. We close off match 1 with NFT Esports taking the chicken dinner. So let's see if other regions can catch up.
Yeah, this will be the challenge for other regions, right? Because statistically, at least in Sanhok, we do see like, okay, Xavier does well as well. It's Sanhok. Special mention to Yoodo Alliance, who during the league generally does okay in Sanhok as well. But when it comes to Miramar, it's always the Thai teams. It's always the Thai. It's a Thai dominant map. So this will be the challenge for the other teams. Like, can they overcome the Thai teams that statistically is topping the charts in Miramar?
If we look at certain teams that can actually challenge them inside Miramar, I think we've seen a couple of times teams like Geek Fam, Yoodo Alliance to perform really well, especially when the circle goes into the central area of play. Then we have SLD as well as Xavier from Vietnam that has perform tremendously in a lot of these rounds that matter, especially when that circle moves into Las Lunas.
Yeah, but speaking about moving, we gotta move into the graphics where we'll introduce to you guys the PUBG Mobile X Dragon Ball. So this is not gonna happen that soon. It's probably gonna happen early next year. So there's still opportunity, there's still room to hear from you guys. You guys from the community have a voice. What would you like to have as part of this collaboration? So do put it in the comment section. There's anything that you like?
Definitely getting to play as Goku. Look, I mean, like, other than Goku, you have Vegeta and so many of all these interesting characters. If you can do a Kamehameha in the game, even better. Like, put in your opinions right now. Tell us what you want. I know you guys probably are fans of Dragon Ball Super or even the whole franchise of Dragon Ball itself. There's just so many things that we can look forward to, especially the Celestial Power new Power 4 series that is available in store.
Yeah, it's currently available, so do check it out inside the game. Again, a new set of skins for you guys to have. There's so much, right? You have the RP, and now you have the Celestial Power. You have the new vehicles as well, the new sports car, and you have the collaboration with Bobo Boy. And upcoming, you have the Dragon Ball collaboration, which is amazing. I mean, PUBG Mobile has invested so much. Oh, don't forget as well, you have the Biu and the rest of the PUBG Mobile stars as well, so voice pack inside the game. The only item that I'm still waiting is our caster voice pack inside the game. That would be cool.
I'm hoping that happens in the upcoming seasons. Overall, I think like it will be fun to see ourselves in the game itself. But of course, we do want to predict what's going to happen inside of Miramar, and I think like we just really have to talk about these two giant teams. So I'm going with Tony K's side this time around. I've remembered that chicken dinner where they've gotten like close to 20 over frags. And that itself is something that has not been achieved so easily by any other team. And FaZe Clan, they usually control the central zone so well, and I hope to see it again.
So we're not friends in this round because I'm going for Newsy.
I've already voted for Infinity last round.
Okay, to be fair, you could do it back to back, but it's fine. But of course, again, why we picked them, I think one of the reasons is that stats don't lie. Like Miramar is a stronghold for the Thai teams, so you got to pick one of them, right?
Yeah. Other than that, I think like a close mention that is still from the Thai region has to be BRU, where that week 3 performance, they have never slide below top 4. On one of the specific days, they just kept piling on points. That's almost like 60 over points to close off the day itself, which is a huge leap, be it on the grand finals itself or even in the league where you just need all these sort of points. So I'm just looking at these two teams, though they may have actually made their ways across the entire league back in their home country. FaZe Clan is the team that still needs to fight for that spot. They have not gotten the direct qualifications into the PMGC.
And in fact, they have not played the SEA Championship last season as well. They didn't qualify to that. So
it's a story of redemption for the team.
Exactly, right? They could have been in an environment where it's an offline event. We had in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia at that time, but because they didn't make it, so it was like, we missed out on a huge offline event. So the next one, they're definitely looking forward to it. They don't want to let it go, and so far they are doing well.
Exactly, and when we look at some of all these stats overall, I think like other than Tony K, we have to also keep an eye out for other players in the team, where we saw over on the fight of that hill, that fight was taken charge by one of the players out of FaZe Clan. I don't really have to seek him out. So Lycan have been appearing to be quite a threat to all these other players out there, and he has supplemented the damage alongside with Tony K. So that's all that I could possibly put up for FaZe Clan for now. But heading into Miramar, if there's going to be other teams that's going to be vying for the top, what do you think about chances for teams like Alter Ego or even Boom Esports, Vampire Esports? Vampire has been relatively quiet for the past few weeks of the league.
Yeah, Vampire. So this is where I kind of wonder, right? Is it because they already have that slot on the PMGC, and that was announced on the last week? Because week 1, week 2, they were doing really well, but week 3 they kind of have a slump, and that slump affect them because they got to know that, oh, okay, we already got a slot on the PMGC, why do we really need to work hard? So that made me have the thought process of like wondering, is that the case? But let's see if anything changes. Of course, we'll be heading into our Miramar. Let's go.
More action-packed rounds here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship as we approach match 2, our first matchup inside of Miramar, and we're already getting a decent flight coming in from the southern outskirts, headed directly into La Cabrera. And we've seen a couple of teams that like to battle for that ground all the way up north. Now that there's only 16 teams, we've expected certain changes to be involved in these matches where teams would change their drop locations. And we've been keeping our eyes out on certain names out there because Geek Fam never really had a specific drop location.
Yeah.
Perhaps they will already fix it by this time around. Both Boom as well as Alter Ego, they're moving into the south side alongside with GD. So seems like the Indonesian squads, they're gonna have a little bit of a long stretch of a rotation if it does move into the central ground or even over north outskirts. And I'm looking at a rather interesting spread coming from Alter Ego.
Yeah, Alter Ego on southern side of Los Leones, a big spread down there. But then again, despite it's not a marked location, right? It is still possible to play around those areas, but you need to be confident enough to open up this big. Like one person takes a few compounds around the area, and besides that as well, the advantage of dropping at that southern side is it's easier to get vehicles. So I can understand why Alter Ego plays in that area, and it is of course closest to the flight path, it is the starting point, hence they can drop down earlier than anyone else.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to see multiple teams to be around that Los Leones region, Yoodo Alliance as well as Buriram United. Well, Buriram United also go to Impala typically, and this is going to be a really good spot for them to actually start off with this round, where the central part of the circle is going to be jumping out as well as Minas Generalis. We'll expect to see a stronghold being set by Vampire Esports that's currently holding that Minas sector, because those are the locations for the high elevated fields where they can basically look for those pickoffs. But look at San Martin though. We have Geek Fam, we have four rivals around water treatment, SLD inside of San Martin itself. And since Sem9 is no longer playing here in the grand finals, it's Vacant Time that takes over their spot.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. So Sem9 normally drops around the area of Power Grid, and one of their favorite checkpoints is the high hills just below San Martin and beside Power Grid. Now, like what you mentioned, without Sem9 there, teams will be looking at this as an opportunity, especially for those who like to drop close by with that area, to be like, okay, let's try to take the high ground, exactly what Vacant Time is doing right now. And for them to place themselves on that hilltop, and it's just by the edge of the circle, meaning that they can observe the movement of teams coming into the circle. That's number one. Number two, they can potentially blow up vehicles from there.
Yeah, that itself is such a huge advantage heading into early rounds of Miramar. And then we take a look at teams that performed really well on the past round. NFT Esports in La Cabrera is going to have a long rotation, though it's going to be a little bit safe if they were to move from the highway sector. It's going to be fine. Same could be said about GD because they're inside Puerto Paraíso. Just so the drive up towards the northern area will secure them that zone. But the main concern for me is for Infinity because they are the furthest away, still hanging around Montenegro. So we expect them to move into the circle a little rather late, I would say.
Yeah, what I really like about the Infinity is that, you know, the circle doesn't really matter for them. It's like you give them the circle or you don't give the circle, they will find a way to overcome it. And I do agree with you, like with this kind of circle, they will play a little bit slower. And for a team like the Infinity, it's like, it doesn't matter because there are times where they can go straight into the circle and they'll be comfortable with that. There are times where they'll play a little bit slower, they'll tank out a little bit of the blue or even play by the edge of the circle. And they're still comfortable with that as well. So it's almost like me as a viewer as well, when I look at the game, when I analyze the game, I do wonder, like, what is the situation that they'll be uncomfortable in? What's their weakness, basically?
What's their mission here? It's going to be pretty interesting, where many of these teams are still trying to figure it out in the early phases of the match. As for Vacant Time, finally they're making a move across the region of Power Grid. And I think that they're still going to keep an eye out from the high heels, but they've already had 2 members sent into the lower edge. Still not spotting anything yet. I like that they actually slow down their vehicles just in case, like, okay, if there's going to be any form of players that they spot out by the heels, they'll be able to actually pick them up. Speaking of pick off here, Vampire Esports plants 1 player outskirts, sees the rest of FaZe Clan passing by. No shots connecting, however, towards FaZe Clan. That's going to be a safe journey for one of the best teams that perform in all the Miramar matches that we've seen.
It's interesting how Vampire opened up. One person was in the compound, that was Ravenclaw, we saw early on. We did see a glimpse of another Vampire player on the hilltop. So it's like one person on each end getting information of teams rotating the circle at what area and trying to shoot them down like what we saw Ravenclaw just did. Of course, it was the bad thing is that because he was all alone, so only one shooter onto a UAZ is not going to be enough. But at least it gives warning to the other teams of like, hey, you know, this is my area, don't come by. And to the other teams, you kind of think about it, they don't know how many people are in that compound if they don't really scout. If they're just being shot at, they'll be thinking like, oh, okay, there's a full squad, that's a worst case scenario. So they won't play around there. That will limit their options of where they want to be in. Hence, that would kind of like fool their plan or something like that. That would kind of like make them going for plan B. And that might not be the ideal plan for the team like FaZe Clan earlier on.
Indeed, and that itself could be quite daunting of a task as more and more teams will be moving towards that sector as well. Meanwhile, Yuhai is slowly getting surrounded by players out of SLD. And I don't think that SLD actually has a clue. Or perhaps they do. They land some shots over on the far corner. I think you see a little bit of movement coming from Geek Fam. But Yuhai has other plans. He's just going to wait for a little bit of backup to arrive. And you take a look at Trongzai. He's all the way up towards the top of the hill. If they were to move to this location where Snipes is driving by, easily they'll get tagged out. And this is where we'll see a huge fight break loose by these compounds. But there's only 2 members of Geek Fam for now. They're going to be able to just hold out just fine. SLD didn't really have to force any form of initiation now that they're going to be inside of the compound. It's down to the ones that are outside of these compounds to be able to draw out this fight, especially if Snipes does get these tags. He's looking for Smab. He's got the scopes locked in with that M4 of his. And Snipes having a little bit more of that pressure relieved as he tries to rotate further and further away from the crosshairs of Smab.
Yeah, I think if Snipes get a knockdown onto SLD, Geek Fam, we can see that they're too widespread. It's not easy for them to just crash in. But on the other hand, if SLD gets a knockdown to Snipes or even Yuhai, they are close by each other. It's easier for them to just go at their opponent and take advantage of that first knockdown. So we can expect that to happen if any knockdown happens, of course. But now we move over to the 2 Thai teams. It's going to be Buriram United and TEM Entertainment sharing the same area. They are still within the circle, though. So we can expect this to be a little bit of a staring contest.
Definitely will be a little bit of standstill for now. 8 minutes of play, and all 64 players are still alive. So everyone just unwilling to drop any points towards their opposers. But Yuhai wants to change all of that as he tried to startle up the rest of SLD. Just congregated all together. We see a DBS in the hand of Gosu. And Yuhai managed to drop a couple more grenades. Sends Kwang to be moving all along by the inwards of the shack. And there's just going to be a lot of utility usage between the 2 until they get to pry things open. But Geek Fam is still on a disadvantage. Also bear in mind that if whether or not they do get those knocks, there could easily be resuscitation. But that was a great Molotov thrown by Yuhai, dropping Gosu to less than 20% of health.
Lots of support movement there for Geek Fam. We can see Snipes went from point A to point B, and we can see Damroot coming in from the compound on the other side to give support to Yuhai. they definitely don't want to lose Yuhai very, very early on. He is their main entry fragger. Mika, on the other hand, interestingly, stays the furthest away from this commotion. I would expect like Mika to be the one to come front and to support Yuhai a little bit more and to take fights in case they need to. But there seems to be an interesting gameplay there from Mika. Not too sure what the plan is all about, but I guess a little bit of a signal, if I were to see how Mika is playing, is that they will be focusing on to just the disengagement and trying to get Yuhai out of trouble.
And Smeb has already rotated into this area of play where he's going to provide a little bit more backup for SLD. Trongzai will not make a move just yet. Such a long coverage of angles coming in from SLD, and that has kept Geek Fam at bay for most part. Both of these teams are not by the circle, but they will need to sprint their way out or just basically take whatever vehicle that they still have. Snipes up behind that rock. Another smoke being utilized. That's not going to fully cover him, though. So good luck making a run across for Snipes. He does get a little bit of glimpse, and it seems like nobody has been able to sniff each other out just yet. Trongzin on that long-range duty has been impeccable, as he did try to ensure that they receive every single intel back towards the rest of SLD. And this is the longest standstill that we've seen from two teams.
Oh, yeah. And the bad news is that both teams are on the outside of the circle. Yes, Geek Fam is the closest to the circle, but then again, you know, you don't want to take those kind of fights. It's going to be a disadvantage for you, especially if the third circle from here moves away from them, like towards the right side of the map, then they're going to have a tough spot. Let's not forget as well, we did talk about how Infinity is going to play this round. They're going to play this slowly. So because of that, well, we don't know exactly where they are right now, but because they're slow gameplay this round, based on their first drop, they could probably be teams, but Mika finally comes in.
And he managed to land the shots through the smoke itself. Smap now currently down, but Trongzin trading right back. And he's not going to have Mika moving into the fray. Meanwhile, Ego Esports will claim first blood inside the Buriram. Oh my goodness! So quick, he switches onto the DBS. And that flank, not effective coming in from Yuhai.
And now Snipes needs to build this, but Trongzi is behind, is with Snipes. So it looks like it's going to be a 1v1 matchup here. Snipes with the UMP fires off, but the nade lands on Snipes. And at the same time, Snipes is tanking out the blue. His life is ticking away. 1v1, but back up from the other side. Snipes may have his advantage, and he's going to win the fight.
No more long-range support coming in for SLD. Snipes managing to take one back. Both sides having only 3 players left. And SLD, they're going to be inside the shack for the longest time as they take over the hills. So that's definitely worrisome for the likes of ShineLikeDiamond. Damrut still limping. There's not going to be any form of help coming from Micah as well. Smap eventually will be able to secure this number for the team. Make that only 2 members that will be intact for Geek Fam for now. And that was quite the huge drop coming in from Gosu. He lands that grenade, he lands the DBS shot, he takes 2.
Oh, Mika not letting him go just yet. But he needs to be careful. Not too sure he has a vehicle. But then again, the circle moved towards all the way to the right. 1,300 meters away from Mika. It's going to be quite a travel for him. He needs to be prepared with a vehicle. Hopefully he has one. Or he can try to steal it away out of SLD's nose. But it's going to be 1v2 at least. Or it's going to be 2v3 in fact.
On the kill feed, we did see Sozip dropping out. Same goes to TM. Mormon trying to go in for an exchange. Ego Esports battle out the rest of TEM. And it seems like we don't really have a clear winner from this end. Though we've seen Alter Ego pick 1 point for themselves, and that is them taking out the top fragger, Newsy, from the Infinity. Now, shots being fired. Great recovery coming in from TEM, FIDMT. He's going to try to look for another avenue as he tries to rotate with this buggy. And it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to actually get a glimpse for now. And that circle is going to be closing really quickly. Look at SLD as well as Geek Fam. They're still stuck outside.
Oh, and look at the Infinity as well. They are in the circle. How did they rotate in? It's a really, really far rotation for them. And somehow they managed to find their way in.
Impala?
To Impala. And not only that, they're in a fairly prime position. Those are the high grounds that they're able to get information, get vision on the teams around them.
And also keep in mind that FaZe Clan is going to be pretty close by. They've been waiting for this opportunity to strike for the longest of time. So we're about to get big battles ahead of us as we approach Phase 4, where the rest of Ego Esports, I think they're on a fantastic start. They got themselves 2 points, 4 players still, well, healthy and alive. You could say wealthy once they do win the championship, though. So, Alter Ego, they were playing it really slowly, is guarding the highway against four members of Yoodo Alliance. I would say 3 for now at the very least, as they're on the coastal shorelines. Snipes gets a headshot, and that's going to be another player taken out from the side of SLD. They managed to trade right back from the fight that we saw early on, and that's where even Snipes got depleted by the blue zone. They stayed too long.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of expected that, right? Considering that when the circle shift, they were 1,300 meters away, and that's just kind of stuck with SLD. So it's not going to be beneficial for both teams, or either team, in fact. And it's even worse for Geek Fam because they only have Mika left, and we're not too sure how many first aids he has. But speaking about Mika, he appears again on the elimination feed, taking one for himself. 2 elimination points now for Geek Fam. SLD, on the other hand, down to only 1 last active player. We've seen this time and time again, right? If you play like this on the outside, so you lock yourselves a 1v1, nobody's going to win.
Yeah, and it definitely is even more worrisome for SLD because they're fighting for their spots. They did manage to secure those 3-pointers at the very least, but that's not going to be enough to close off the rounds here inside Miramar. A run over attempt, and it will be successful. Mormon secures it though, and they will find another member out of Ego Esports, dropping out of Boogie, while Mormon receiving a little attack, goes in for a little bit more of a healing aid, while Chua tries his best to provide a little bit of assistance with the smoke, but it's not going to cover anything at all. Onsen secures the point, 2 points in, still looking for more. Chua tries to book out of that scenario. They'll be able to sprint out for now.
Now, based on the number of teams that crash into this area, it shows that how important this area is. But speaking about how important, it's also important for SLD to maintain their performance, but unfortunately, they will go out, but at least they take home 3 points in this round, and Geek Fam will still have Mika to hold on.
Frankie now finds a member out of Bacon Time. Sure, he's eliminated, while we have Runalre trading back towards TEM as they've just made a move through those heels of Impala. They try to reposition, but that's not really working out. Shamil catches one onto Eagle Esports as well, leaving only 1 player standing for Eagle Esports. And they're in such a dire situation.
Ooh, he almost got it, but now he exposed himself. Now 1v3, Lycan, can he do it? Can he pull off a miracle run? But unfortunately, Lycan will be taken out.
And immediately they snap the crosshair onto MR5 over on the lower ridges as well. FaZe Clan slowly losing more of their health bars here, while Boom Esports, they've been fighting with such finesse, but keep an eye out for Chua. He could basically make measures to work for himself. Hexes finds the final touches against Lycan. That was knocked early on. Now down to Tony K and see whether if he can
Tony K
one out.
I saw what Hexes wanted to do. He wanted to pan Lycan at some point, but he chooses not to. Good choice there. But now Rexy, with a good choice onto the high ground, gets a knockdown to 1 player from FaZe Clan. It's going to be Tony K being eliminated. So Newsy will breathe a sigh of relief that, okay, Tony K is out, meaning that the FMVP race still favors to Newsy.
Meanwhile, that was happening. Geek Fam has also bowed out. We expected this to be the end result out of that long skirmish against SLD. Both teams the earliest to bow. And Flukif, coming in from Vampire Esports, have been having another knockout. 2 points have already been secured by VPE, while a lot of vehicles are exploding. Okay. Ronaldo now limping away, but he will try to quickly get the revives off. Yoodo Alliance doesn't have the angle just yet. They should have enough time to book out with that buggy, but here goes Buriram. He just arrived, and there is still Vampire Esports lurking around.
Wow, Almstar really living up to his name, just passing by 4 rivals in style. But now, look at the circle, Bacon Time is currently in the circle, but will they still be in it as the circle will shift towards the southern side? Bacon Time still needs to move, but it should be okay for them to get into the circle. It's just a matter of whether Onzen will stop them, but Sissel finishes off the last player out of the Infinity, and the Infinity is out. Number 14, 2 elimination points again. Another minimal showing from them.
My goodness gracious, you are seeing a lot of all these huge teams pop up, and even top dogs like FaZe Clan, they walk away with any points, just like GD overall in this matchup. But GD, now they do have that circle advantage overall. They still have a few players to work out with. Vacant Time will try to challenge that. 2 players against a potential tree. Daebot will be finding that mark as he drops that Molotov directly onto Amstel's, and he's burning up real quickly.
Oh, GIDS seems to be in control of this compound. They have the advantage. Ice, the last man standing for Beacon Time. And now Ice, how is he going to do this? 1v3 against GIDS is going up against the entire world. Daebot circling around Snissel. Going to take care of the back. And now Daebot, just right in front of me. It's going to be Ice, 1v2 at least.
Just trying to go in for a challenge, get the one drop. Not enough against Daebot though. And GD will prevail. They still hold on to that circle. And my oh my, there's just so many other teams that's hoping to find a spot against them. Here comes Yoodo Alliance to come in for the challenge as well, but they're already spinning with a U-turn. Shot coming from Potato. Potato will be refract by Shamil as he tried to hide inside the smoke. Trying to find an angle straight. Confused on the path. Damage being done from the smokes itself. Potato trying to outlast them. That's only going to be a micro Uzi. Not really long-range weapon to basically keep them all at bay, as he also spots one out through the cracks and corners. Not even sure how he's actually pulling this one off.
And now they look move further forward.
Whoa!
The fight, but the nade, where did it come from? Boysil! One nade to rule them all. And the entire squad of Buriram United eliminated just by a single nade.
Take a look at that. The only 2 Thai teams left in this matchup is TM, which is only 1 member available, and there's Vampire Esports. While this is a huge chance for Chicken Dinner, not only for GD, but boom, they're on a roll. They're getting another nade against Potato.
Oh, they are booming this onto Potato. Flukev, on the other hand, gets knocked down by Voki from 4 rivals. 4 rivals right now, only playing as a duo. Apol, super duper low. Needs to reset himself, but they need to do it quick as the Vampires, they're coming in. D-Savior on the other side as well, gatekeeping them. And TEM Entertainment in the circle, guarding their own area.
Adeklu tries to fight his way against Boom Esports. He's on the lower ground with all these smokes, also blocking his own eyesights. Things are not looking all the finest, but boom, they got 5 elimination points. Same goes to Yoodo Alliance as they march their way into the top 5 slowly and steadily. Boom Esports, they are just showing what they've got. This time around, Vampire Esports won't be able to last out, and they will be crashing off the competition here in Miramar. Another great performance coming in from TEM, as they're only having 1 player left. And you can see this is going to be a real dicey situation. There's so many nukes and crannies that they really have to sniff out. And GD, they need a performance of a lifetime as that circle slowly strays away into the middle of the outskirts of the highway.
All 4 rivals, they'll be forced to move their playing mediation to circle. Boom on the other end, trying to stop NFT. NFT, Raposa will be taken out by Onsen from TEM Entertainment. Yummy tries to get a Boysil as well. Boysil moves in, but he needs to fight against TEM Entertainment, but looks like no. TEM Entertainment have been eliminated by Boysil. He will be the one to secure that elimination point. Now, our top 6 teams in the chart is out.
Octa finds it alongside with Apol dropping a big nade. Great opportunity to shut down 1 member off the side of DX, and he's going to find another one in the back. Frankie is going to be able to be taken out by Octa yet again. 2 in a row, leaving only 1 member behind, and that's Lamborghini. If there's anyone to clutch it all off, it has to be him. And for the sake of the Vietnamese region, the final player left from the side of PMPL VN that's still on the table, trying to make the cut into the top 5. GD just slightly repositions. They still have a stronghold at hand, but Yoodo Alliance, they're coming in from the outskirts. They really need to take out the rest of Boom Esports to make the cut.
Yoodo Alliance playing their regular style, coming in a bit later, but the moment they come in, they will play it aggressively. Boom. We need to face the wrap of Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance playing as a trio. Boom. As a full squad, but Olio will be gotten out by Yummy. This is an advantage to Boom, but Boom, because they have the circle advantage, they will not be the ones to move, but they will try to take out Yoodo Alliance through nades.
This is just a little bit too tough for them to actually handle. They only have a little bit of cover coming from their vehicle as well. They're slowly closing right in. Boom Esports, they are blocked off with all these smokes, but Yummy, 1 tick of health far left, and he's still challenging with a grenade. He knows he's hiding somewhere outside. Jamil will be the last one for defense as he pushes through. He does not get it though. Boom Esports, 11 kill streak.
And it's going to be Boom Esports securing their compound, securing their area, and they are the only team that still maintain a full squad at this moment. And 10 elimination points for Boom.
And by now, I think they will be able to top the record for by the end of this match. Even if they finish at top 3, they just have so much point here to work out with. And in fact, if they basically pick onto everyone else who has less members, they could get this chicken dinner for themselves. The biggest problem is GD, which they will be marking onto. Sobel knows their enemies really, really well. They battle them throughout PMPL ID for the longest of time, but that's not a stronghold they should push right now through those final few compounds. They're going to play by the outskirts. And 4 rivals, 2 rounds, great run for them. Back in Sanok, they did manage to get a huge takedown onto Infinity, this time making it to the top 4. This is their chance to shine. 2 players left though. Let's see what they can basically do. Voki bought one out, but he couldn't really land those shots just yet.
And you know what, Contra? None of the Thai teams actually landed themselves a top 5 finish inside of this Buriram. Looks like the tides have changed, the tables have turned. And now Voki really pull the trigger. Yes, he will. Starting on the Yummy. It looks like it's going to be able together with him. 1 knockdown. There's going to be another point secured for 4 rivals. But 4 rivals, they're not done yet. Voki moves further forward. Going up against Yummy. 10% of health. And Voki with a high ground advantage takes him down.
What a great push coming in from Voki. But now there's going to be attacks coming in from Octa as well as Razy. They managed to catch a glimpse onto April. Now Voki's stuck behind that vehicle. He can only try to heal up as Razy piles on that pressure. He does not want to let Yummy go out just yet. Just a little bit more, but there comes the flank.
Oh! Sizzle coming in from the other side. Actually directly helping 4 rivals, 4 rivals. At least they still go up. 1 standing in the charts. And now we can see that Boom will be eliminated, but Sizzle gets 2 knockdowns back to back. That's it for them.
It's an Indonesian domination coming into day 1. 2 matches back to back. We see NFT heading into the final battle. This time, GD does have the advantage though. A little bit split coming in from the side of Sobel as well as Boychill. And it's going to be a little bit hard for them to actually find those angles against GD. Circle is still within grasp for both ends. Sobel, he's just hoping to get a catch onto Booms. And by now, we're seeing that they've already exhausted every single utility that they could basically throw out. While they bought, let's see, what does he have though? He repositions with his buggy, playing by the lower ridges. And with this lineup drawing things out against NFT, they don't really have much room to wiggle with.
Oh, it's definitely going to be an Indonesian back-to-back, but now the question is it going to be an NFT back-to-back? GIDS, they do have the advantage playing as a trio against NFT, who's currently only a duo, but NFT, they're not giving this up just yet. Unfortunately, NFT, they're still playing for the outside the circle. We can see that they're 5 meters away, at least for Sobel, 5 meters away from the circle, but if he cross over this hump, he will be exposed to his opponent, GIDS.
GD, they're playing the waiting game. They know that eventually NFT could not hide much longer. They will be forced into this battle as the circle inches it out closely directly into the middle. And GD, all they have to do is just to be prepared for that fight. And if they were to expose themselves way too much, NFT still actually fares a chance so long as they get the first drop. But it's not happening anytime soon. Sobel have already has those angles being compromised. And I'm not too sure what can they do. He's got that MG3 in hand.
Yeah, it's very, very tough for them. The circle's not on their side, and if they cross over this hump, they'll be exposed to GIDS. The only thing that Sobel can do is put up a smoke onto the right, at least cover either left or right angle and focus into the middle. At least that will give them a little bit of a fighting chance of whoever who's in front of them, rather than needing to worry about Snizzle and Booms who's taking care of the flanks. But at this moment, we can see that Sobel is not using any of those utilities. I'm not too sure. Did they plan to give themselves to the zone? Or are they going to go in for the fight? It looks like fight it is.
And they really have to. They finally get the drop. Sobel is the only one hiding behind the tree. GD will close out the round. 2 back-to-back commanders for Indonesia. But this time, it'll be a passing of the plate with GD closing off this match in style.
Contra, Indonesia, back-to-back.
And
let's put aside the teams, Indonesia.
This Indonesia showing up on the grand finals alone have gotten all the fans all pumped up. There is a glimpse of hope for them to challenge all the big teams that have been able to show up in the grand finals. There's still more work to be done, but GD, they have shown to us that they will never back down from whatever fights that were necessary. They pushed outwards, and even for NFT, they understand that they were already being outnumbered. All they have to do, let's wait it out until they get those fine angles. And while GD, they definitely made the right measures. They built that perfect location in the circle. As we go back into the highlights, there was a lot of fights, but the particular fight that's drawn out the longest was between Geek Fam as well as SLD. And it went to the point where even both snipers were flanking each other.
Yeah, it went to that point. And not only that as well, because the fight took too long and the circle went away from them. Both teams were number 16 and number 15, so it's not the ideal situation. No one won that fight, in other words. Even though Geek Fam, yes, they kind of won it, but because of that kind of placement, at the end of the day, it's a lose-lose situation for both teams. But again, in the highlight, we just saw that NFT, one single need to rule them all.
That's right, and that was Buriram United. They were ill-prepared to even guard those sort of angles, and who would have thought that NFT has already approached through those terrains. But the fights coming in from 4 Rivals was looking great until the tension was drawn in from GD, and that's where it seems like their days were numbered. And this was also the cause of the situation where Boom loses more members than intended because they were chasing against 4 Rivals. And that's also kudos to the Malaysian team that has been able to pull the games right back. And we're starting to see many of all these teams step up to the ladder.
Whoa.
And look at the amount of nades that comes in. Boom Esports, they did spend some time in the blue zone though, but it was quite the fight that we managed to witness. 3 teams from Indonesia make it into the top 4.
Well, if only Alter Ego gets onto the top 4, we will have a domination for the Indonesian teams. But hey, I don't think Indonesia can complain, right? Like 3 out of 4 up on the teams to focus charts. And let's all remember, this is a Thai dominant map. But look at where the Thais are, Contra. Bottom 4.
This is something that was surprising. We even thought that Buriram actually got more of that. Both Buriram United as well as Infinity, they had the circle. They were basically challenging GD, and look what have gotten them into this scene. The only team that performed out of Thai region for this matchup has to be TEM with that 8-pointer, 6 frags to be taken out. And Vampire Esports, they were just fighting their way out, and they got themselves 5 points apiece. But these are huge wins coming in for Indonesia, and Octa was the man on that mission to try to close things out against members of GD. He did manage to pick up most of the points against 4 Rivals, and I think that's great on him.
No wonder Octa hasn't been replying my message.
The other Octa.
Our mutual friend Octa. Yeah, he hasn't replied me because he's actually playing the PMPL. I get it. Once he comes back, you know, we can ask him out for dinner or something.
And it's just another impressive record coming in from Boom Esports as they are shooting into the charts here. Now moving up to the top 12 and further pushes down teams like SLD and Geek Fam down the ladder. Unfortunately for Yoodo Alliance, they were trying really hard. Now they just really have to go into other maps to be more prepared than anybody else. Ego Esports will have a lot of catching up to do, but biggest winners here has to be NFT. Now they timed with FaZe Clan and they shot up to top 5.
Yeah, NFT is currently up there, fairly strong as well. One of the things that really helped their path to the PMGC is also because most of the teams that already qualify or have that slot of the PMGC, they are up there. So naturally, that will mean that the slot will go down. NFT currently in there. But anyway, NFT is in top 5 at this moment. No matter what, they will still get the slot. But that will still be the question. The question will be, can they still hold on to that top spot by the end of the tournament? This is going to be really, really interesting. But so far, very, very interesting day it has been. The Thai teams didn't really dominate as much as they did in the league.
Yeah, and there's a lot of explosiveness coming in from the Indonesian teams that have been able to outshine them in many of all these skirmishes. Let's also take a look at the rotations where it was rather interesting for many of these teams. And GD, they have direct access coming in from the southern side of Puerto Paraiso, which is honestly a big advantage heading into Minas Gerais because there was a lot of areas by the open plane as well as Bandita. They'll be moving forward from there. And for 4 rivals, Crucible into Al Azhar was an open access. Nobody has dropped into Al Azhar, and therefore you see many of these teams were playing around that region, but Boom Esports have the furthest distance of a coverage coming in from the southern skirts.
Yeah, I can understand why Al Azhar is kind of vacant because of the flight path. The flight path was on the left, so even if like, okay, that's their natural drop spot, they may change their plans and drop somewhere else because it's closer. So the possibility of Al Azhar to be vacant is a little bit higher, hence GIDS made the right move, like what you mentioned, going around that area into the circle and securing this chicken dinner for themselves.
Exactly, and Boom Esports, they close off this round with 13 points. They have overtaken GD's performance in this map itself, despite not walking away with that chicken dinner. I think it's still a huge win for Boom Esports overall, and I think like there are better things to come hailing from the PMPL ID side. Now, let's talk about the other 2 regions that has, of course, hopes in securing the chicken dinner. Put Thailand aside, let's also talk about these teams. After, of course, we mentioned all the partners that have made all this possible. And of course, thanks to Realme as they are official smartphone partners. Make sure you check out the GT Neo tree. With that, Neo Speed awakens, and there's just a lot of great things about this phone as it comes with a dual chipset that offers you great performance and speed.
Yeah, don't forget our official live stream partner as well, that is TikTok, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag be the one whenever you do your TikTok content, and don't forget to follow our official PUBG Mobile pages, that is PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, and PUBG Mobile Official PH.
Yep, and of course, make sure you guys go ahead to grab your GrabFood vouchers whenever it pops up on your screen, as you can basically enjoy your dinner or even supper if you want, because we're going to run into the late night with this show. So for now, I think Circa, we will have to take a break, and then when we come back, we'll go to another round in Miramar.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gearfront, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will be shrouded in darkness. It's styled after a medieval European village. Upon entering Strange Town, players will discover that it's nighttime. Experience the return of battles at night. Strange Town has a fairly compact layout, where a tall, mysterious bell tower occupies the center. The four sides are surrounded with houses and cover. Strange Town is littered with Andy's puppets, as well as decorative pumpkins, which really add to the spooky atmosphere. This area's design is full of personality, and we hope it will give players new and interesting combat experiences. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. During this period, Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, and will be a hotspot for trigger-happy players to scavenge and fight. Strange Town will also spawn a recall item, the Respawn card. If a player has a Respawn card, and they get eliminated, they'll be able to respawn and jump back to the battleground. The Respawn card uses a recall tower attempt when activated. With a Respawn card, players can try out more daring tactics in Strange Town and really take the offensive. But keep in mind that the Respawn card can only be used for a certain time after the match starts. The item itself only effective for this duration, and players can only pick up one Respawn card per match. Make the most out of it. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air. From the center of Strange Town, players can pilot them to get away from Strange Town and avoid more battles. Once players leave Strange Town, it will no longer be night. Hot air balloons can be flown across Erangel, and you can pilot them again even when you get off. When players are riding a hot air balloon, they'll be able to parachute to the battleground again. However, it's important to know that hot air balloons have an energy meter, and they will automatically descend before the final play zone, after which they'll deflate. Players should take the opportunity to pilot the hot air balloon while they can, and travel to a more advantageous position for battle. Furthermore, players can also ride the cable car at Stalber. There will be 3 cable cars at Stalber that players can use to quickly travel across the map. The new gameplay will be available from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There will also be a disguise gameplay feature in Strange Town for a limited time. Throughout Strange Town, a special item can be found, Andy's puppet. When players enter Strange Town, they'll be able to disguise themselves as a puppet and blend in with their surroundings. It's a brand new, never-before-seen tactic. When players disguise as a puppet, they can still move about, albeit slowly. You can choose a good hiding spot to disguise yourself and avoid pursuing enemies to survive. You can also surprise unsuspecting enemies by removing your disguise and taking them out. The moment the disguise is blown, you'll become the target for enemies. Once struck by enemies in succession, players will still return to their regular appearance. Disguising comes with risks, so remove it with caution. At the same time, make sure to pay close attention to the Andy's puppets in your surroundings. Any one of them could be an enemy in disguise. If you see through the disguise, fire at will. Do keep in mind that disguises only work within Strange Town. As soon as players leave, they'll revert to their regular selves. So, have fun in Strange Town and experience the unique, spooktacular gameplay. While Strange Town is available, several strange garden parties will appear on Erangel. Players will receive a Halloweeks crate full of extra supplies from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. the crate will turn into a clown crate. When opening the crate, there's a chance that a clown will appear. Make sure to dodge its attacks and defeat it for advanced supplies and firearms. Strange Town's spooky theme, abundant supplies, and disguised gameplay will give players a fantastically fresh new take on exciting combat. Call your friends now to go to Strange Town and experience all the surprises. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Gearfront Introduction. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome! PUBG Mobile is launching a new themed game mode, Gearfront. In this video, we'll be introducing the skills gameplay, Strange Town, and more. We hope you'll like it. New Gameplay 1, Skills Gameplay. In the upcoming Gearfront mode, players can have 8 skills to choose from. Each skill has its own distinct characteristics, and players can bring one skill into battle for each match. Different skill combinations will add to the team's tactical and strategic options. Now, let's take a look at these skills in action. Trace. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. Supply Scan. Use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. Black Market. Quickly builds a black market shop to conveniently purchase items. Gliding Doll. Makes players soar into the air before deploying a puppet for gliding. The puppet will be deployed automatically when used in the air. Play Zone Analysis. Analyzes the next play zone and displays its location on the minimap. Lucky Backpack. Gives the backpack the new ability to convert items into another item of the same type. It also increases the default load of the backpack. Healing Smoke. Throws a special smoke grenade that restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. Vehicle Airdrop. Throws a beacon, which calls a vehicle airdrop. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. It will be available ranked mode in Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There are a myriad of skill combinations to choose from, and different combinations provide different advantages on different maps, which provide players with a wide range of strategic options. So, go invite your friends and experience it together. New Gameplay 2, Strange Town. We've also added a new gameplay mechanic to Gearfront. Strange Town. Area Introduction. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0, and will be released in 2 phases. On September 29th, UTC +0, themed area gameplay will be released. And on October 13th, UTC +0, the disguise gameplay will be made available. Strange Town will be available in Erangel's ranked mode and is located between Stalber and the West Coast. It's styled after a medieval European village. When players enter Strange Town, they'll enter night mode, allowing them to experience the thrill of night battles. Respawn items. Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, allowing trigger-happy players to loot and battle to their heart's content. When eliminated, players can use the respawn card to respawn and jump back into the battleground, which also uses a recall tower attempt when activated. Hot Air Balloon. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air in the center of Strange Town, allowing players to ride away and avoid confrontation. The hot air balloons can be used to travel the entire map and can be used without limit. Players can parachute again while in the air, but hot air balloons have an energy meter and will descend automatically and deflate before the final play zone. Furthermore, Stalber will also feature 3 cable car lines for players to ride and move around. Disguise gameplay. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0, disguise gameplay will be available in Strange Town. Players will be able to disguise as Andy's puppet and blend in with their surroundings. By disguising themselves, players can escape enemy pursuit and counter-ambush them. But keep in mind that, after being hit multiple times by the enemy, players will return to their normal appearance. Strange Garden Party. Strange garden parties will also appear in Erangel. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There's a chance that a clown will appear when opening crates, and players can defeat it for advanced supplies and weapons. Other updates. Vehicle Radar Scan. While Gearfront is available, the in-match shop in ranked mode, Erangel, will offer players an all-new feature, the Vehicle Radar Scan. It can be used to easily search for vehicles. That's all for this video. We hope the upcoming Gearfront mode will give you a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG mobile community. And I'll see you next time. Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat because there are tons of random discounted items. So keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gerakan Gila Musuh Elemental Double Boy ค่ะพี่ มีไอเทมใหม่จากพวกเราโฟอีฟครูสุดๆดูอย่างเครื่องบินลำนี้สิน่ารักปุยปุยนี่ชุดระดับอีพิกและเลเจนดารี่สวยไหมคะ สวยพอคิวค่ะกรอบรูปโปรไฟล์ก็เลิศไม่แพ้กันเลยนะพี่ แถมยังมีแพ็คเสียงน่ารักของพวกเราด้วยนะเธอไม่ชัดเจนหรือเราไม่มีสโคปจะวิ่งให้เหนื่อยทำไมขึ้นรถมาดีกว่าไม่เคยได้เจอเอาละนาPUBG Mobile X4 Eve ไอเทมพิเศษสุดคิ้วจากพวกเรา มีแล้วแจ็คพอตแน่นอน PUBG Mobile X4 Eve ที่หนึ่งในใจฟีบเลย
Good morning. It's really early in the morning right now. Today I'm gonna do a vlog. It's a very special day because I'm gonna do something very special. So I'm ready and let's go to the studio. It's so hard to find the parking here. I'm at the studio now. So we are here today to do something special. Hello guys, I'm Theo from GNexus. We are doing my edition of voice pack. This voice pack is for the community and for the fans. Let me drive, baby. Baby, I got you. The experience so far, I feel like I'm an artist because this is my first time. The experience it was fun. It was strangely fun. I'll go from the back, baby. Nice one. Because it's too early today, so I decided to came here a day in advance. So I came yesterday night and I opened my waist. It was super jam. So I closed my waist and I waited until midnight. Only I came to KL and then just check in hotel and then just sleep. Yeah, it's also my first time doing vlog. It's a very strange experience also because the moment I enter my hotel room, the first thing I look at is there anywhere I can put my phone to because I don't have the tripod with me. Anywhere I can put my phone to record myself. Oh, there was here and here and here. And then I had to just record, then record myself, checking out this and that, driving here. It was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't expect to do it like now. Get in the car. Get in the car. So the favorite thing about having my very own voice pack is that I can add in my own style, my personality to it to make it different. Wait first, baby. Let's go. Hiya! 5 flying. All those with babies. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's live, baby. I got you, baby. Get behind me, baby. Oh, and nobody but you. It was freestyle, it was last minute, but I think it was a good one. So other than the voice pack, there's also something special here. So you guys can stay tuned. See you.
GTV03, New Speed Awakens.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall Grand Finals brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. My name is Circla. Together with my buddy Contra, we're going to be with you together throughout the night. And we also like to thank our official smartphone partner, Realme, official livestream partner, TikTok, as well as our official food delivery partner, GrabFood, for being with us. What a day it's been so far. The Indonesians stepping it up.
That's right. We've already seen chicken dinners coming in from NFT Esports. And on the second match inside Miramar, it's GIDS that have been able to book themselves a chicken dinner of their own. And in the matter of fact, by the very first round, we see 2 clash of Indonesian squads for the chicken dinner. Heading into our second match, it has been exactly the same. But now, let's take a look at the massive performance achieved by Boom Esports. They've gotten themselves even more eliminations compared to GD by having themselves get, like, what? Last we saw, 11, 12? I'm not too certain about that, but that in total, between Octa as well as Yummy, have already added 10 points.
You don't see this all the time. A chart without a Thai player.
That's right.
And just to top it off, it's all 3 Indonesian players on it.
And it's definitely very refreshing. It feels like we're going through the record books of every other PMPL regions overall, where maybe up next we might actually see teams from PMPL Vietnam actually stepping to the plate, or even Malaysian teams that have been able to have great consistent record. And speaking of which, we've already seen that coming in from 4 Rivals, but these are the players that we should keep an eye out throughout the rest of the competition. Yummy, Daybot, as well as Octa, they've been doing so well.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie that Yummy and Octa, to me, they've been the standout players for Boom Esports. But will they be able to be consistent enough? Because right now, Boom Esports, they're on page number 2. And for them to climb up onto page 1, which will pretty much secure them a slot onto the PMGC, they'll need to work a lot more harder. But anyway, it was GIDS that got the chicken dinner earlier on, 7 elimination points for them. We are going to have a repeat of Miramar again. And, well, as much as I don't want to talk about the Thai teams, because, you know, the viewers always say, why you keep talking about the Thai teams? But the stats don't lie that they do perform well inside Miramar. This could be their redemption round.
Perhaps so, and of course it could still continue on to be a streak coming in from Indonesia, because Boom Esports, they were so close to getting that chicken dinner, and yet they managed to secure big rounds. Could be 3 back-to-back, or there are also other things that we should look forward to ahead. And you guys could also look forward to BBU's voice pack, and of course we've been hearing it firsthand. We saw the whole process of recording. And he had a splendid time, and I hope you guys have a splendid time playing PUBG Mobile with BBU accompanying you wherever you are, baby.
Oh, wow. When we see that, you know, it feels weird. It feels tingly all of a sudden. I don't know why.
We need BBU to say it, then it's not so awkward.
Yeah. And maybe Tony K, one of these days, he can do a voice pack in that banner as well. Like do a baby voice pack in Thailand. I don't know, right? But imagine this, right? If Baby La on mute does the whole baby thing. Oh man. Oh man. All the guys would, like, you know, I'm not going to change to any other voice pack now.
That's right, and there's definitely ways that you can obtain it through the game by just playing some rounds, but you can also play more rounds and sign up for the new Royale Pass with the Masked Crusader set. And I think, like, you definitely don't want to miss out. This is a great costume, and I just love teams in the desert or so, where we're having this potential paladin to rule everybody out there. But you can also sign up for True Speed, real active, with our first original PUBG Mobile Esports car. Well, technically, it's an esports car, right?
Well, yeah.
We haven't got it on the road yet, but I hope that will happen soon.
There's a car in an esports tournament, esports-ish game, so you're not wrong there. But Bobo Boy is in the game as well. We waited for this since the 1st of October when it was announced. It took them like a week-ish, and now they're currently in game. So do play this Elemental Rush inside of your game right now. The event is currently happening. You stand a chance to get exclusive Bobo Boy items, including the backpack, helmet, parachute, ornament, and a lot more.
And this is definitely something that you can basically participate with all the other enthusiasts of PUBG Mobile Esports. There's a watch party going on 29th as well as 30th of October for the PMCC Grand Finals, and we'll see who will be the top 4 to make it into PMNC. We have a lot of prize pool for the PMCC itself, and I hope you guys can participate. And of course, back into the game we go. We have very different teams on board, and we start off with GD as well as Yoodo Alliance. So I guess my prediction came in a little bit late. We usually started off from the beginning of the day before we even come with this prediction. GD has already gotten their chicken dinner. Can they do a back-to-back double?
Ooh.
I think it's a very high possibility.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, the Indonesians down the roll, no doubt. But could that be a power shift as well to other regions? So hence my choice of Yoodo Alliance is for this map. We'll see if there's any power shift happening. Right now, it is still the Indonesians hot in this grand finals. They still need to do some catch up, and it's going to be the same case as well for Yoodo Alliance. They will also need to catch up. They are also on page number 2 right now without a slot on the PMGC, and they have yet to land themselves onto the PMGC even before, so they will be up for it. They will want to have a shot at it.
That's right. We're also taking a look at teams from Vietnam where we've seen SLD pulling up some great fights. Same goes to Ego Esports. They will need to fight really hard to get their final few spots here in the grand finals. Speaking of which, we'll be kicking off our second round of Miramar, heading to match 3.
And Miramar it is! This is the second Miramar of our grand finals. Before we move on to the Irango map, well, we saw a very interesting flight path earlier on because the flight path was on the left, but the circle ended up on the right. So that is a challenge to our teams to adapt to such situation whereby they may not necessarily drop into the circle directly. Now this time the flight path is going to begin from the areas of El Pozo up down to the southern side of Los Lones.
This is going to be a little bit tricky for teams that really want to secure some good area of loot over on the northern section. And I think that 4 rivals might actually make a little bit of a switch up, or else they'll be getting some vehicles through the valley between Monte Vivo as well as Power Grid. But look at that, we also have DX moving deeper into El Pozo. And I think like he'll be accompanied by some of these teams out there. Infinity will have got Tuni hunting out for a vehicle, but this is definitely going to be a little bit challenging for the Thai team as they have had some troubles on their rotation. They did manage to get that circle on that past round, and now there's going to be a flock of crowd surrounding them if this is not going to be a circle that is owned by them from the get-go. Well, once again, we don't see much of shifts coming in from Boom Esports, out to Ego as well as GD, and this time around, I think they have to thank the stars for this. Infinity, they don't really have to make a move.
Beyonce loves this circle because it's to the left.
Right?
Yeah.
To the northern left?
To the northern left, and it will be on top of the flight path. So some of these teams will enjoy this kind of circle. It's going to be comfortable for especially like these Xavier and so on. But Geek Fam, looks like they're still playing the Nomad game. Yesterday, earlier on, they dropped on the right side of Hacienda. This time around, the areas of Power Grid, and they're not stopping it. They are adapting to depending on how the flight path is.
Yeah, this is rather interesting as we have seen glimpse of Geek Fam dropping in the cities, winning some trades, and also losing some. The last that we have seen them getting defeated in Miramar was by BRU when they dropped into Impala. On Styles, immediately secure the only few vehicles possible inside a Power Grid, but shot being fired, almost getting him out of vehicle, and that will be him tripping out. My goodness. I think like he didn't intend to move out of vehicle so quickly, but Shirties, he's on an attempt to get him revived, but Micah already pushing for it with the barrel. This could be first blood for Geek Fam.
Oh, but Shirty is there. He's waiting for the right moment. Right now, Armstar is like the bait, and Shirty wants him out, and Shirty easy knockdown onto Mika. A little bit of a sloppy move there by Mika, not checking his blinds, but Deathroot is there. The man that you can depend on to take care of your backs, literally.
An eye for an eye it goes. Now we see 2 Bacon players on the ground. This is far from breakfast time, but they'll take Bacon any day. The Geeks waiting for help coming in from ISIS. Seems like he does arrive at the scene, but won't be able to challenge just yet. He knows that Micah is still on the ground and he's looking for that refrag.
Ice. Interestingly, he's going in for it. Without 9 noise nearby, it's a little bit of a risk. And I think Ice assessed that situation and like, okay, yep, not going to do this. The risk is just a little bit too high. But looks like Ice is not leaving this area yet. I mean, I don't know. I kind of think that Ice should just leave because it kind of have a sense of the timing. Mika would have been picked up by now. And that would also mean that you will be overpowered. So I guess now the right choice is for Ice to just leave and continue on trying to survive the circle.
Yeah, that's the only thing that Bacon Time can do. They're not really in the best possible spot. There's going to be more teams that would like to move on top of Power Grid eventually, especially those that are from St. Martin and beyond. Now, back into the city of Los Leones, your prediction on to Yoodo Alliance. We've seen them doing really well inside of Miramar rounds when it comes down to central area of play, but since now that they will have to rotate all the way into the eastern corner map, I think it's rather difficult if they don't move early. But we've already seen glimpses of Mela attempting to find some picks from the top of the hill. Frankie hasn't been spotted out yet, but they do have an angle towards Bacon Time. Oh my goodness. Could this be an early exit for Bacon Time?
Whoa, looks like Frankie taking those shots onto Bacon Time, but Bacon Time should have enough geography for them to slip their way into the hills, so it's going to be okay for them. Bacon Time will be fine for now. And looking at some of the positions that we saw earlier on, especially the Infinity, it's a common move for them to be on those very, very high hills, especially Mela. It's going to be the one that scouts out teams, try to take them off if they can. But but so far we have yet to see like Mela solo spraying onto one vehicle and exploding it. It's normally like for them just to secure that area, warning shots at most, and just to fend off teams that want to come by. And that will force teams to actually move to areas that they might not be comfortable in.
And it definitely is going to be rather tricky if there's going to be more of these teams to be headed to that sector. As for now, GD is definitely not one of them. Still looking around Puerto Paraíso. Always sunny here by the corner of the beach, while we have FaZe Clan, who are paying a visit to Power Grid. I think like all the action is over by now. FaZe Clan's going to be absolutely safe. They're not going to be a challenge altogether, but FaZe Clan, the last we see of them, they haven't been able to manage to secure scores back in their previous round of Miramar. They were caught in the glimpse of an all-out trade, and there was so many teams surrounding that sector. That was like NFT, Buriram United, and also Infinity. Both teams bow out relatively sooner than anybody expected. Of course, FaZe Clan could always find ways to bounce back. And I feel like of all teams, FaZe Clan is very similar to Four Rivals in a certain way. Except for the fact that these guys are a lot more consistent. Ventorez, come on. Oh, he missed it.
Oh.
Okay.
Close on to Damroot, and if Damroot gets knocked down here, it's very, very tough to pick him up because we can see the coverage that Ventorez has and where the Geek Fam players are at. But Geek Fam players don't seem to be backing down. They're kind of opening up, probably trying to get enough information to know where the rest of FaZe Clan are at. So far, it's going to be tough for them as FaZe Clan has the geographical advantage, and they seem to be sending one player to move in. MR5 will be going up against Damroot.
Interesting take onto the sector of the compounds, going deeper into the slum areas, but there's still going to be some attacks fired up from the top side of the hill. I believe that to be Yuhai Boy, if I'm not mistaken. And instead, it might just be somebody else out there. Mela.
Oh.
We absolutely forgot about him, and he's going to be taking members out. Yuhai finds Lycan, immediately send him back to the lobby.
And that is also because Mela put pressure on the FaZe Clan. And because of that, FaZe Clan had to look in multiple areas, and they couldn't really focus on the Geek Fam. Geek Fam took advantage of that. Now, MR5, who was at the forefront, tosses a nail onto the other side, will be needed back down to 40% of health. MR5 needs backup. Ventorez is coming in. Tony K on the left. but they need to be careful. Now they know that the Infinity is looking at them. They need to be aware of their surroundings. Geek Fam seems to be winning this fight, but Snipes been traded back.
And here comes the push towards Victorious. Tries to actually get one back, but both of them will falter, leaving only Tony K behind. It's Tony K versus the world here. Melis also trying to look for that pick. And I'm not even certain if Tony K can survive out of this.
Yeah, it's good. It feels like it's going to be tough for Tony K. But then again, he wins the fight against Mika with the name! From Dabru with the last stick of health! Managed to eliminate Tony K! That is it for FaZe Clan by Geek Fam! They survive!
How on earth did he manage to actually clutch that one out? He just tossed it towards the low ground. I don't think he expected it to hit directly at Tony K, but that will do the trick. Speaking of trick, Mormon here coming with a little bit of wheelie of its own. And my goodness, 2 rough rounds coming in for FaZe Clan. They only walk away with 2 pointers. So it's a slow start into day 1. NFT Esports have been able to catch up to them. They only put 2 pointers in, and another 3-point shot coming in from Ramones. Will be able to sniff out the hiding member of Bacon Time. And that's only going to be 1 more player left, I believe.
You know what? It's again another Thai team suffering. So at first it was FaZe Clan, water heavyweights, and now Bacon Time losing 1 player. Is there a power shift happening here? Is it moving away from Thais? And if this continues to happen, we may see a different region being crowned the champions.
It could possibly be the case. Look at DX though. They're still trying to defend their title. Sure, the past 2 rounds hasn't been the best for the Savior after all. Takes a little while for DX to warm up usually. So consider them to be able to be preparing themselves for Arangel, but it still looked like a decent chance inside Buriram for now. Yoodo Alliance moving in from the southern side. GD as well as 4 Rivals will be late to the scene. And Yummy already spots out 1 member off of Ego Esports. Trying to land those shots on that moving buggy. It's a little bit erratic on the spray down while Razy also tries to catch a glimpse. Got an 8-time scope on his Mini 14. And there's a good enough amount of damage being done on towards Twan. So Boom Esports, they'll be just taking their sweet time. This is by the very corner map. And they're already setting their sights onto all 4 players of Ego Esports.
Yeah, they're just playing that warning shot game onto Ego Esports, forcing them to move. And now that will put Ego Esports in an uncomfortable situation. That's one. Secondly, because we are currently at this stage of the circle where a lot of teams seems to be taking those high ground. So if they force Ego Esports to move, they may bump into other teams that are on those high ground positions that may shoot them down, blow up their vehicles. And that also means that if they get eliminated or if they're handicapped towards the end, it's also beneficial towards Boom Esports.
However, for NFT though, Sovel is not in a position of advantage, though he does have that high ground. The rest of TEM hoping to climb up this hill to eventually overtake him. But he's not alone, he has a little buddy.
But that's cute.
Yep, looks like a little bear.
Yeah, I think that was like one of those skin or the companion from like during the country league, if I'm not mistaken. We kind of promoted it. I kind of remembered it. It's nice to see them used in game. Of course, it's always nice to see this kind of skins. Do make it part of your collection, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss out on it.
Exactly, and Voki is also a big collector of all these skins.
Oh, you would know.
I definitely do know that he loves all the flashy skins. But for now, 4 Rivals haven't been looking all too flashy for the moment. They're taking a really slow route through Crucible where they finish loading up and then they have made their way past La Corberia. A rather safe attempt. They've heard the engine's roar coming in from NFT Esports. Vampire Esports is the one that has the leverage on top of the northwestern corner map, and Trailer Park could have possibilities of an ending. We've never seen such circles before happening that frequently, and everyone else have to journey their way all the way up to the top point where it's a little bit of an unfamiliar ground for the likes of any.
Yeah, no doubt this is a rare circle. We don't always see this. I'm sure the players as well, as many games as they play, this is not a common circle. Teams that have the advantage in the circle at this moment, we have Vampires, we have Xavier. I'll be looking over at Xavier because pretty interesting that they are the champions of Southeast Asia last season, and they held a record that I don't think anyone could beat. They were number one and from first game until the last game. They were still the number one team.
Yeah, and it was something that was absolutely extraordinary. When we thought, hey, Infinity could basically take this streak. After all, the Infinity have won their own SEA Championship previously, right before the Savior, and things have been looking to be hotly contested for now. TEM is the current team that's on that number one spot, and that's also due to their great performance from the past 2 games. And back in our previous matchup, I believe they went in to secure a top 6-7 finish, somewhere around those areas, and they managed to get decent amount of frags. And same goes to Sanhok. Sanhok, they were in top 3, and therefore they find themselves up a hit against the Infinity. Vico smoking up the Infinity, now launches more of these grenades towards Yummy. Boom Esports is being calm and collected, hoping to prime one back.
Ooh, Yummy, a little bit too long on the cook there, my friend. And a premature explosion for the grenade. It will not hurt the Infinity at all. But speaking about hurting the Infinity, I think there's another team actually shooting onto them from the other side. Yes, there's going to be Yoodo Alliance shooting into the compound where the Infinity is at. So they're kind of pressured by Yoodo Alliance from the back and Boom from the front. So they need to figure this out. But the good news is that they're currently in the circle. So they still have time depending on how the circle goes. But, well, this is the Infinity that we're talking about. They will not back down without a fight.
Same goes to Ego Esports. This time, trying to be vultures in this matchup. 2 players up over on the rooftop. Gatuni have managed to snip him out.
Whoa!
My goodness, connects perfectly. And feels like he's trained this for live. And he's going to lob another Molotov upwards. It's not going to be able to land perfectly, though. But Hexus trading right back. It might just actually be tree, man. Caught out. They managed to catch only 1. But the damage is great. 1 more lob of grenade as they send them flying off. The rest of Infinity, they're charging right in. But take a look at that. The flank angles are coming through, and the grenades looking sublime. 1 tick of HP left. 2 members of Infinity down and out.
But you can see that why Boom, they are not really rushing in. One is they have Molly to kind of buy time for the Infinity. Second is that they are aware that Yoodo Alliance is on the other side. That's why they're not all in, even from the outside. So they're taking their sweet time. But now Gatuni spots out one. Gatuni against Octa the lower ground, but they, from the side of Boom, will win against Gatuni.
With work coming in from Octa immediately, covering every single possible angle from the top floor. Now it's only going to be Mela left. And what can he possibly do? The rest of Boom Esports all healthy and alive, but there's more attacks coming in the way. There's not coming in from Infinity though. More nades just to pressurize Mela to stay put. Hexes will be the one leading the charge, waiting for Octa to come in. He could basically risk himself, but then again, how long can Mela hold by the staircase? He get some damage done, but not going to be enough. Infinity yet again falters in the early game.
Well, not only the Infinity, looks like SLD as well. And Buriram United, Contra. If I were to tell you, if anyone were to tell you yesterday that, you know what, the first 3 teams to go out will be a Thai team, you will bite anyone's head off.
Right, and predictions aside, I feel like we could just toss it down the drain already. But I think like for me, GD's been working really hard for the past 2 rounds. And it feels like they've already taken the grasp of how to exactly play Miramar. They got it such a strong start, 4 takedowns. And they close out that previous round with a chicken dinner. Now, this is an unlikely area of play. We see Voki coming up close and personal against the rest of Vampire Esports. Ravenclaw holding a different sector. And honestly, it's kind of hard to even find ways to climb up, but you have spoke about the Xavier. This time, Lambo have shown up on the screen, knocking 1 member off.
But the focus now onto GIDS versus the Vampires. Vampires, they had the circle previously, so now they're playing the gatekeeping role against the Indonesians. GIDS will need to fight their way through. They have about 1 minute, 10 seconds left on the clock. And the advantage is, of course, towards the Vampires as they're currently within the circle. And they have the elevation to play with as well. GIDS needs to just crash into this compound and take this fight.
Stone hoping to lob a perfect grenade onto GD members, but they're already finding another avenue of entry. They know that this is going to be a pretty tough place to crack against Vampire Esports, but the deeper they run into the middle, there's going to be 4 rivals also tagging upon them. Look at them, also prepared. Already getting some of all these weapons out, but GD, it's just a little bit of slight reposition. They're not giving away their space just yet. Ravenclaw from the back, and finally 4 rivals will arrive to the scene, and that gives an edge to the rest of GD. Apparently not so.
Oh, and it's unfortunate Alan is the one getting knocked down, one of the star players. That means Boom as well. Daybot is moving in, but how much can he do? He's the last man standing. All of a sudden, he needs to reset quickly. Alan is just right beside him, but I don't think Vampires will give him a chance as they come in onto GIDS, and they'll finish off them one by one. Daybot now the last man standing against 3 from the Vampires. But look at them from where?
Bamburu coming in with that flank angle again. And 4 rivals have been so cheeky. They have 2 members being knocked out. Boychill comes in, and oh my word, Vampire Esports, they're getting flushed out.
Oh, NFT coming in from behind. So it's not only 4 rivals, but NFT won some for themselves. And now Bluecap is currently down. Daybot survives this. He is still alive because 2 other teams indirectly held him.
NFT have saved the day for GD. And they say, we'll see you fight for another day for now. But look at this awkward circle in between that crater. And this is a huge advantage if Vampire Esports can still continue to hold on. And same goes to DX. They are the ones guarding the entry from the south side. And Boom Esports have got a lot of work to do to trill right into the scene. But keep in mind, that area that Rabis is currently holding, there's a lot of area of coverage that he can't hold for himself. NFT, they flush out the final member of Bacon Time. They will be eliminated at 12.
Now focusing on the northern side, Daybot, the last man standing for GIDS. 4 rivals is in. They want points for themselves. Bluecap will be finished off. 5 elimination points right now for 4 rivals. What can Daybot do? Daybot is somehow still alive. But then again, because 4 rivals, they're on the outside of the circle, they are focusing on the teams on the inside. They may just forget about Daybot.
A little bit more of a dire situation for teams who cut right into the circle. Voki knows that there is way for them to play by the creases of the crater. And Vampire Esports hiding inside of smoke. They will arrive at the scene. Schwab! My goodness, he gets one. Can he get another one in the back? But no, apparently not. Voki with that quick peek will shut down the rest of Vampire Esports. And that was quite the nail-biter. Schweppes could have actually taken both of them out.
Not only that, TEM Entertainment is now the last Thai team, and we're only at the top 10. Now the Eagles, they need to fight their way through as well, as 4 rivals will want to take over their area, but now 1 team member for the Eagles somehow on the outside of the circle will need to come in to get back up to his team. But at the same time, NFT's moving in, but Boom will go booming as they're out at number 10.
A little bit more of a feisty run coming from Boom Esports. They've been taking plenty of fights. This time it didn't really favor them all too much. Grenades climb in. NFT Esports having Ramon to watch the scene. He does get the drop onto Voki. And my, oh my. There's not much that 4 rivals can basically do against them for now. They are getting outnumbered ever so slightly. Only 7 more teams left on the block. And here goes a rush coming from NFT.
Ooh, Tuanzi, this could be an opportunity for him to win this fight together with his teammates. NFT will be eliminated by 4 rivals. 4 rivals focus onto them, and that is it. Number 7, 4 elimination points. 4 rivals, they are still in this, but they are in a dire situation as the Eagles have the geographical advantage. But the circle moved away from all these teams. They need to make this fast.
And 4 rivals, they've already got 10 pointers apiece. They still need to find ways to shut this one down. Tuan just gatekeeping every other angle possible. Now that he does get a little bit of reset, a little bit more time to be bought for Buru. Being scouted out by Chua. He spots out Appy too. Things aren't looking all too good. 2 versus 2, and he's charging in. He gets Appy.
Oh, that was a really close one. Chua needs to take out 1 last member on the side of 4 rivals. 4 rivals down to Bamburu. Can he win this fight? Can he fight his way through? Bamburu with a high ground advantage, but no, he's going to come in from the other side. It's going to be on, but TEM Entertainment stealing it away.
And TEM Entertainment, how on earth are they pulling this game back? 4 players still alive. The Savior, they have that circle initially, and now they will have to reposition yet again by the crater field.
Oh, Repo boys!
Repo's all alone though.
But now we move over to Chua with the long range, putting pressure onto the other side. Repo Boy seems to be spotted out by D Xavier. He's just next to them. Repo Boy fighting against Lamborghini. Lamborghini prepping up the nade, tossing it on the side of Repo Boy. Repo Boy maybe naded down. The nade has yet to explode. A little bit of a slow cook there, but TEM Entertainment is not stopping. Now onto D Xavier.
Bevy managed to run away from harm's way. And now in the top 4 situation, 2 of these teams, Ego Esports as well as TEM, somehow make a cut. And it's surprising to see Ego Esports getting themselves revived and back in shape. Where the trade comes in, Chua shut down. Only with 1 tick of health left, will still be denied entry into the final circle. Ego Esports on that Baywatch. Now, 4 teams still remaining. Only 1 ever left for Yoodo Alliance, and that is where they will drop. And this is 2 teams from Vietnam stepping up to the plate. TEM, the only Thai team left.
Well, we have the Eagles as well, the current bottom team. If they want to climb up, they must start right now. They cannot leave it for day number 3. D Xavier, they're currently on the lower ground. They're also eyeing their spot into the next round as well. And now Bevy tosses a nade on the side of D Xavier, preps up another nade, cooking it up, waiting for the right moment. But F1 has a high ground advantage. He knows exactly where D Xavier is at, and Lamborghini almost naded down.
Bevy still hiding inside of the bushes, but he will trade right back. Damage done towards members of Eagle Esports. And this circle is about to shrink. Eagle Esports, it might look advantageous for now, but they have to finish all the fights. One will drop. Somehow DX have managed to go in for a trade even through the smokes. And TEM is just waiting inside of these warehouse, and they have the circle's advantage.
Oh, TEM Entertainment have the circle advantage, and at the same time, they don't need to be bothered with this fight unless they want to steal away those elimination points, which they should, because right now they have the advantage of pulling away from the Infinity. Nade from Lamborghini, it will land onto Bevy. Bevy naded down, they're trading it back, one another.
And there goes Slambo, the one man standing in the way, will be dropped. It's between Eagle Esports versus TEM. Both sides having quite the amount of members left. Still ways for this to work out as 3 versus 3, but Sozip is the man on that mission, the only person out there in the open. Take a look at that. 2 crates next to each other.
What?
This is ridiculous.
What? How lucky can you get, Sozip? How lucky can you get? You got 2 crates next to each other, and there's a weapon in there. Oh my goodness, it's Sozip. That's just so lucky for you. But now, big advantage towards, of course, TEM Entertainment. Just look at the amount of space between them and the Eagles. Eagles, without a vehicle, there's no way they're going to be able to come into the circle.
And here comes the big nade. It will not be necessary though, as they have depleted by the play zone. Great work coming in from Eagle Esports. They denied a few points, but TEM still remains victorious.
Just as when we all thought there might be a power shift, Thailand comes back onto the charts with TEM Entertainment continuing their momentum from the league onto the grand finals, and they are in this to win this.
Definitely are the top dogs of the tournament right now. They have overtaken the Infinity, and the last we saw, their points was more than 10 points ahead of them. Like, this round started out with the difference of 81 points to 93. With this chicken dinner, where does Infinity sit? How many point difference have been exchanged between this round? So, and we saw a lot of interesting takes, and FaZe Clan on this aggressive approach by the middle of the street wasn't exactly working out, but it was rather close against Geek Fam with that dropping so low.
Yeah, I am worried for the Infinity. Now, this is a very good fight coming from Boom, especially for Hexas. His 2 nades knocked 3 players from the Infinity, and that's where Boom took the advantage just to rush forward. Yes, they were a little bit hesitant because there was a Yoodo Alliance on the high ground shooting onto the compound, totally understand, but because they had the information, they took the right steps onto taking a step-by-step or getting closer and closer towards the Infinity and securing themselves those elimination points, and that was a good play there coming from Boom. Now, like what you mentioned, the Infinity, they are dropping at this moment. Not only them, the other heavyweight, FaZe Clan as well, also dropping. This is worrying for those 2 big giant teams.
And indeed, this could be very, very troublesome for them if they kept losing all these rounds very early on. And of course, once we finish up the fight, it was quite the difficult round inside of this final Miramar match that we do have in day one. But I would say the performance coming in from all four of these teams have been really impressive. And Yoodo Alliance, they've been trying to hold on to that area of play in such an open field, have been able to at least trade right back against Ego Esports, deterring them from proceeding easily. And even then, I think TEM, they just have the best mindset and idea to approach this final circle. And with that, throws it in the middle of the field, gets 2 crates, and that itself is more than enough. But look at this, Ego Esports is actually ahead of TEM.
Yeah, so TM, they got the circle. Even better, actually, there in terms of where they were in the circle is even better than Xavier. So hence they didn't really need to move. So all those eliminations that they got were either at the final phases of the game, or they tried to steal away those long range via those long range shots and so on and so forth. But for Eagles, they had to fight their way through. They didn't get the circle didn't bless them. They had to fight their way through from the top. They were like, 2 teams in front of them, and they won those fights. Hence, they got a decent amount of elimination points, and those points made them having that more or better overall points as compared to the ones with the chicken dinner.
That's right. Du comes in with 5 frags from Xavier, and we thought that Xavier will be the one that could actually close out the round. Initially, when the circle kept shrinking into the crater fields, there was a little bit of split going on, and they were trying to take multiple sectors, and Du have been able to catch many teams on rotation in order to make this one work for the team. So Xavier, they are still in contention, and look at TEM, they have reached the 100-point mark and make it 117. That's like what? 30 points? 36.
36, yeah. Yeah, 36 points now difference. So it's practically 1 round. Like, they could drop 1 round and they could still be on top, but of course, knowing that who's behind them, the Infinity, they wouldn't want to drop anything.
Also, take a look at all the Indonesian teams at 3rd to 5th, respectively. 78 points for NFT and GD, as well as Alter Ego. They're tied. And look at Bacon Time and DX. 1 point apiece. Anyone could just exchange spots at this point of time. No one is safe all the way down to the top 10.
Yeah, it is that close, right? It is that close. It is insane right now how close these teams are. Especially if the bare minimum to achieve at this finals is a slot on the PMGC. So, and you gotta think about it, right? Only 5 teams will be eliminated. So if you can't be in the top 10, top 11 out of the 5 teams to be into the PMGC slot, I mean, it's devastating.
It definitely is, and I think this is a really crucial round for Ego Esports because we saw they have the least amount of points heading into this grand finals weekend, and now they finally gotten a little bit more of a power-up, a boost of points to be able to hold against the rest. I think they can definitely make an interesting run over the course of these 3 days, while the rotations definitely haven't been the smoothest for a majority of the pot. TM, they have real estate that has favored them throughout the course of the battle, and Ego Esports were smart enough to deny themselves from moving into the final circle.
Wow, I really like there was a moment where TEM Entertainment, they went out of the circle to fight, and then they came back into the circle. It's as if they're telling themselves that, you know what, we've been in the circle, we've been super comfortable, and that also means that we haven't been able to gather enough elimination points, and they sent 2 players out there to okay, get 1 or 2 points, at least we don't see a 0 on our counter, and come back after that and let's secure that chicken dinner. So 5 points in the back.
I gotta say, it's really impressive that Bevy was hiding by the corner brush, and he managed to spot out the entirety of Ego Esports, did a lot of damage overall before he bows out. And I think the best is yet to come. And speaking of some of the best matches, I think we're going to be set and ready to start our rounds inside of Erangel because we got 3 back-to-back rounds this time.
Yeah, it's going to be the first Erangel of our grand finals, and it's going to be the first Erangel of our top 16 teams. So no rotations, obviously. We're going to stick for this top 16 up until the final game of the grand finals, and then we will find out who will be the champions, who will move on to the next round, and so on and so forth. But of course, before that, looks like from an Indonesian dominant stat, now it's a Vietnamese domination stat.
That's right, we got F1 that managed to get into the top 2. And I did mention PMPL Vietnam, they have the fighting prowess and they have managed to clinch it inside of our rounds inside of Miramar. So this time, as we shift towards Erangel, I think like, sure, all these stats, I won't say that it's been lying to us, but today, FaZe Clan is not really on the best performance. The only performing team that we are seeing currently is from TM. And on the second portion of it, I won't even count Infinity because Vampire Esports actually look much better today.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It feels like our two heavyweights, the Infinity and FaZe Clan, it's not really their day just yet. And the funny thing is that both of these teams, they have obviously Newsy and also Tony K. And these two players, they are running for the top MVP spot, the FMVP, right? But because of this kind of performance, don't be surprised when we have the updated FMVP score, it will be someone else catching up.
Probably, and we're going to be looking at who's the next one to secure a chicken dinner here. Other than just the MVP, I feel like Newsy, he's already break all kinds of records throughout all the weeks of our league stages. And I think like, no matter what, he's getting at least $3,000. That's the
he has to.
The minimum that he set for himself.
Yeah, he has to. He has to get something out of those awards. If he ends up without any of that, I don't know. There'll be an amazing story to talk about.
That's right, and I think like heading into our rounds inside of Angle, it will be very, very interesting.
Yep, but what is interesting as well, of course, is our PUBG Mobile X Dragon Ball that's coming really, really soon, early next year. So you guys, as part of the community, have a chance, have the opportunity to state what you think you want in this collaboration. Contra, you mentioned about you want to play as some of the Dragon Ball characters. You can do a Kamehameha. I personally would like to see, if it's not as extreme as playing as the characters, right? I would like to see the variety of hairstyles that we'll be able to use as a skin.
I think like it's really cool if they can go Super Saiyan and like just change their hair, whether it's Ultra Instinct form or so. But you can have the Celestial Power in your hands as the new Power 4 series is currently available in game.
Yeah, somehow the character on the left like kind of reminds me of one of the superheroes, like a Batman or something like that, from his face. Or is it like
looks like a lethal assassin? I gotta say,
yeah.
like these skin sets really are cool, and there's 4 variations of it. So pick your pick, and of course, check out all of this in the stores. Maybe it's time for us to top up before we get ourselves in the game.
Yeah, or hopefully someone tops up for us.
Oh, yeah, better.
Yeah, even better. We're not complaining, you know, just saying, you know, we wouldn't mind either that, or we wouldn't mind like the, that's the, it's a, I forgot what you call that. It's a border / avatar / status that says that you are a PUBG Mobile partner. Yeah, that'd be cool as well. It's so limited. So, just putting it out there. In case anyone hears us.
And of course, you could basically top up for yourself and get yourself all these cool skins. The voice packs, you could basically play some games and earn it for yourself too. So make sure you stick around and play a whole lot of games, invite your friends, and have a really splendid time. And I hope you are having a great time overall in these matches happening here in the PMPL SEA Championship Fall 2022. So far, what's your favorite play throughout the tournament thus far?
Throughout the tournament, what's my favorite play? That's a tough one. We have seen a lot of plays, but I'll probably mostly... Okay, I won't give the obvious ones. Like, if you talk about like the top teams, it's like, okay, it's kind of obvious. But if I were to take like, no disrespect, but not one of those teams like on the top, I would say there was a clutch from Opta inside of San Hall, 1v4 against the Infinity.
Right,
And
I
he
remember
won.
that. That was
Yeah.
great.
That was
takedown.
insane.
And I think like one in recent memory has to be Appy with that 10 takedown and basically seal the deal. And the odds of securing that chicken dinner was so low. He was all alone. He only had that ghillie suit for him to hide out with. And you could argue that, oh, it could be Buriram United that throw that game from their own grasp because it was a 3v2v1.
Yeah.
And Big in Time also managed to take some of these players out. But first, I think like there's a lot of things that we have to look into for the present.
Yeah, I want to point out that you mentioned it correctly, exactly. When you mentioned that the odds were so low for Appy in that round, right? He is playing as a solo player in that round. Just say.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Yeah.
And I think like he managed to also take out, I don't know, was it Alter Ego or TEM Esports through that process? It really was something that was absolutely mind-blowing. So let's go for some mind-blowing plays this time. I think like we go back to the Thai teams in general when it comes out to the predictions. So usually we don't end the day without any Thai teams winning. We've already got TEM who have won that first round.
Yeah.
So we got 2 for Indonesia. I think it's about time to see either perhaps BRU or FaZe Clan take this one away.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, it feels like they haven't really started. Yes, the Sanhao, arguably, they did kind of okay, but that was also because they had the circle and those key positions, especially on the high ground below a boot camp that was just right next to them. I mean, it was almost a very straightforward play for FaZe Clan. But the moment the circle shifted away from them, it feels like they don't know how to deal with it. But I think that FaZe Clan, I mean, they are FaZe Clan. We have seen their potential, right? At some point, they will be able to get back into the game. So I think maybe a change of a map would be needed for FaZe Clan to get right back in.
Yeah, I think like there's multitudes of possibility for all the teams this time who have not gotten a chicken dinner for today. And I hope to see some of these teams rise back up to glory, where the last few teams that we saw, like Infinity as well as FaZe Clan, they crashed out really early inside Miramar. I think at the very least inside Sanok, they were doing decently fine. And I really want to also highlight that teams like SLD started off with a really strong day. Buriram United, they have slid down into the 12th position, and they used to have that glow on their name. This time they got to fight harder to regain that slot to PMGC.
Oh yeah, let's not forget as well, Buriram United doesn't have the slot onto PMGC, so they need to work hard starting from this round. Anyway, speaking about this round, Erangel it is, let's go.
The day cannot be completed without playing any matches in Erangel. Whether if you're playing with your friends or so, same goes to competitive, where we will close off our day with 3 back-to-back rounds inside of Erangel. This making it the first year in match 4, as we have the flight starting off from Novo and Rapnoi heading into the shooting range. Plenty of possibilities out there, and I see a lot of great potential for teams like Infinity to get direct drop into build-up, with the power, and I want to see what's going to happen inside the island, because we see very often not Alter Ego to be moving right in. Back then we had DBD who liked to accompany them by very pure. So I guess there's not going to be that much gatekeeping involved into some of these matchups already. And Geek Fam, what I've noticed is that they are trying to take the farm region of play. So rather interesting approach for Geek Fam.
Yeah, because Geek Fam, they have been playing as a nomad throughout the league, so they didn't really stick to one place. They adapted themselves depending on, obviously, the group, and now they have to adapt themselves into based on flight map. But of course, this is going to be the first Erangel that they're playing. Are they really going to stick onto farm or on the outskirts of it? We don't know yet. It could be just because of the flight path. Because if you remember, during the country league, Geek Fam normally drops inside the area of Jogopur. This time they have yet to drop a single time inside of there. So let's see how far they would adapt themselves in terms of every round. Is it because of the flight path, or is it that they're comfortable inside a farm? So that will be a question to be answered.
I think it's a really interesting opinion coming in, right? Like when we try to understand why is Geek Fam not dropping back in Jurchipul, where back in their own league, they'll be playing in that city itself. And then you start to notice FaZe Clan as well, Big in Time. One takes over the northern section, FaZe Clan takes over Hospital Grounds. It's a little bit risky when you're surrounded by two Thai teams. And this is quite the shot as we were talking about Geek Fam. Micah with a potential of first blood. Very much in hand already.
And it's a micro Uzi from that distance. I mean, you don't see that all the time.
Yeah, and I guess that the player just greeted out for the buggy very early on. But such a quick pickup on that micro Uzi as well from the outskirts. Very, very swift moves coming in from Micah.
And a little bit of a bonus that his shot didn't hit the buggy. So the buggy isn't damaged at all. So he has pretty much a fresh buggy to play with.
Yeah, and that definitely comes in very handy. Panbi as well as the rest of Alter Ego find himself at the top 5 spot, 77 points, tied with GD. I guess seeing a name of GD appearing on their kill feed does relieve them a little bit that, hey, we can basically catch up to even NFT Esports if this is going to be the case. Infinity on a downward spiral, and NFT honestly have such a good chance to actually overtake the Infinity if nothing is to be done from here on for today. Infinity has been dropping so many points, even catching up to TEM would require them to put extra effort at work.
But I'm going to put a big one on the table right now. In a team from Indonesia region actually being the champion.
Very, very possible. Very, very possible. In fact, like, would we have expected this in the group stages, or shall I say the league stages, where they haven't been able to consistently reach the top? We have seen glimpses of Alter Ego as well as GD reaching top 2, top 3, or even GD holds on to top 1 for one day, and the next day slides back down to 2, second or third, respectively. And I'm definitely impressed by all these squads hailing from Indonesia, and we've always respected them since, you know, the inception of mega teams like Bigatron Red Aliens, and also for EVOS Esports, they have played particularly well back in their local league. And speaking of which, I believe some of these teams actually are invited to the PMGC too.
Oh yeah, you're right. So both BTR and EVOS Reborn as well, both of them will be in the PMGC League coming very, very soon. I won't spoil it for you guys, so just keep an eye on the social medias of PUBG Mobile.
This time there's so many teams in the PMGC. I just absolutely love it. Like, out of so many names out there, honestly, I can't tell who will be the champions this year.
Yeah, it's super duper hard. And plus you have teams from other regions as well, like way other regions. Like we're talking about the Chinese teams, or we're talking about like teams from Europe or Japan or even Korea.
From MENA,
everywhere.
And also Latin America, they do have a lot of great teams overall. But when you're sending so many Thai teams, like the odds of a Thai team winning the championship is like kind of like 1 out of 5.
True.
1 out of 5 is still really huge when you have so many teams.
It is. Yeah, the logic of the math doesn't lie, right? Like if you have more teams from a single region, your chances of winning is higher, no doubt.
And also keep in mind, we have teams like Vampire Esports that have secured that title of the PUBG Mobile Full Invitationals, the PMWI. And that was their most impressive record by far. Now we focus on the fight. Comes in with a rush. There's only one member out of EX, and he will fall without any form of backup. I guess he was just doing some scouting duty.
Yeah, I really like how GIDS, they really scouted out the numbers or the possibility of how many players are inside this compound. So the moment they know that, oh, okay, it's only one player, let's not be worried about those warning shots because there's only one person, there are 3 of us, let's go at it. And it worked out for them, and that's great, right? And how they do that is that first, you can see the amount of vehicles. Secondly, is that you can feel the amount of shots or sprays that come out at the same time or continuously. So that kind of gives you an idea of like how many people are in the compound. So when they analyzed that, we noticed that they were like driving around with the buggy, and they kind of analyzed that and they made the decision. It's like, hey, you know what? There's only one person in there. Let's go for it. And good decision enough. That point was given to GIDS.
Yeah, despite them losing one very early on to this matchup, they are trying to bounce back up ahead. Waste no time in this sort of matchup. As for TM, they have plenty of time. They go in for a little bit of refill. TM, currently the best performing team throughout day one. It's just past 3 games. We have finally made into the halfway mark of day one. And you know what, Sir Cloud, if we take into consideration, certain teams that are not doing well, they still have plenty of games. Like, we have about, like, what, if I calculate correctly right now, 12 games for the other days, 15 games.
Yeah, including this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 15 games is still plenty, right? Like, anyone can overtake anyone with 15 games. So,
yeah.
I know it's a little bit early for us to say that, oh, okay, TEM Entertainment is going to...
Wait, this is new?
What is that? Oh, this area.
This tower.
Oh, yes,
I love these updates. Thank you very much, PUBG Mobile. And of course, everybody is working hard behind the development team. And Damroot pays the very first visit. So, I want to know, could you climb to the top of that tower?
I'm not sure. I know that there are some new updates, like somewhere in the middle, and then that area where you want to swim across onto Military Base Island. There's a new dock with some boats, but that is, of course, in a classic map. That's in a classic map. In the competitive map, I'm not too sure whether they use the same update or not. But looking at some of the few images that we saw, that we kind of like glided over or switch over onto, it doesn't seem that that's in it. But this one, surprisingly, is in it. So it's the first time for me seeing that too.
Yeah, and this is just a little bit more of a challenge for some of these players out there. If they were to have that circle move up there and like, hey, how do we approach this new compound? Like, we've never played here before. But then again, like, the likelihood of that happening has dimmed down. Overall, Geek Fam has already moved them away into Pachinki. A really good spot for them, I would say. Just by the corner of the hills, not really committing into the city has been a wise choice. Now they do have a lot more surrounding for them to work with before all the teams crash into the picture. So teams will be eyeing out for spots like school or in the middle of the city of Rozak, and which is why for rivals haven't been moving very drastically. They have looted from that same area of play. Boom Esports as well as TEM, they are just driving alongside each other. Let's see whether or not will they basically pick up battles of their own.
Keep your eye on the right bridge of the Military Base Island. The Infinity is making a slow move. I think they were waiting for GIDS to come by and take advantage of them trying to get across, but looks like they're like, okay, nope, GIDS ain't taking the bait, so they moved away. A little bit sneaky move there from the Infinity, understandably because they're kind of desperate as well.
Ooh, look at what we have here. FaZe Clan launching attack. Oh my goodness, runs into the crosshair. Like it almost dropping both at a time, but he turns his back against some of these players, and Yoodo Alliance finds an opportunity, lands that final attack, helping SLD.
SLD wanting to secure those elimination points, but it's going to be out there. Look, getting that point out of FaZe Clan, and now FaZe Clan playing as a trio. Not a good start. Not a start that they want, definitely.
Yeah, and I think that was a really great effort nonetheless. The damage done towards SLD was immense, but he didn't really fully commit to it. He could have commit and maybe find that kill, but then again, 2 versus 1, like, not an easy task.
Yeah, and it's a little bit worrying considering that they know that there's another team there after one of the players get eliminated, and that's going to be Yoodo Alliance shooting from the left. So they'll be like, okay, nope, we're one team around us, we have another team on the left, that's just too much for us to deal with. We will not continue on forward. And plus, I'm sure they're kind of feeling it like, okay, it hasn't been our day yet, so the confidence level might be affected too.
That's right, and just speaking of confidence here, Ego Esports does have a little bit of boost of confidence after a second place finish inside of Miramar. And that itself gave them a chance, an opportunity to chase up against SLD, Geek Fam, Boom Esports. Everyone is within reach right now. Like, honestly, nobody can slack off. Maybe TEM can. Just one round.
Yeah.
Just one round.
Yeah, just one round. But you don't want to slack off when the Infinity is just right behind you. So I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. I mean, the Infinity has proven to us that they can do the comeback Now, speaking about the Infinity, they're sharing the same potato hill as a Geek Fam on the other side. We saw Geek Fam coming into the potato hill first, the Infinity coming a little bit later. So right now, the hill is big enough for two teams to kind of share it. But if the circle moves away, that means there's a possibility that these two teams may fight with each other first.
Logan now getting tagged out. He was doing some scouting duties and was have been trying to seek out ways of avenues. And I think like Infinity, they have to force a little bit of rotation here through the hills. But it's still by the edges here. I think it's just a slight pit stop coming in from the Infinity. Meanwhile, Geek Fam goes on a double split. And this double split hasn't been yielding all too much. Just a little bit more active scouting vision control around the sector. And Geek Fam, I think they're doing decent, but still not something we expect out of it. For Rivals, though, now having shots fired at Voki. Bevy chases him away with the red dot M4 in hand.
Yeah, close one there for Voki. Almost gunned down by TEM Entertainment. They secured themselves a compound. Should be somewhere in the middle of the circle, so that's okay for them. Right now, TEM Entertainment, definitely motivation is sky high. But moment, I think his vehicle is stuck, but now Geek Fam against Bacon time. Let's go. Wait.
Damn what? He's out of bullets and he uses the mini fort. He still gets one knock though. Styles dropped on the ground, leaving only one member behind. 1 versus 1. Can he get it?
Oh, Snipes is moving. He knows he has a high guy advantage. But then again, he isn't focusing on his teammates. He's focusing on eliminating Bacon time. 1v1, Bacon time. Ice versus Snipes. Can he do it? 10% health left. And it's going to be Snipes.
Oh my God.
With that one last tick of health surviving this and eliminating Bacon time.
How on earth did he survive? And he immediately ditches it off. He knows that NFT's nearby. That was something else that we've never seen before. Literally at 1 HP, we can't even see the bar of health. And thank goodness he did have a little bit more boosters. And perhaps that actually saved him.
Yeah, definitely that boost would have given him a little bit more edge against his opponent. And an extra bonus is that he has his buggy nearby. He could get away before NFT came in.
And that itself sees Geek Fam surviving only with one player left. And they didn't manage to claim full points out of that battle. They did manage to get 4 points, though. I think it's still a great result nonetheless. And yet again, Bacon Time didn't have a splendid time. This wasn't exactly the day of most high teams, I would say. And for Rivals, haven't been moving too far away from Rozak in particular. They have found a little bit of pickoffs early on. They did travel to the outskirts of Ruins for a little bit, get a little bit of attack, and then they just basically retreat back to the city because they understand there's a great likelihood for this circle to be moving into this region of play. And speaking of which, let's see if it's going to be true enough. For Rivals still get the edge of the circle at the very least, but Buriram United, they're in the best spot possible.
Well, that's your pick there. Currently in the middle of the circle. But let's not forget as well, TEM Entertainment is in it as well. They are the team to beat at this moment because they are at the #1 spot with a 30-ish point gap. They'll be pretty happy with the circle, but the Infinity is not happy that another team is right behind them.
Infinity just trying to get a secured airplane. Oh no, he's flipping over. He has so little health left. Infinity could not actually get the angles right. And he somehow survives, but there's still more sprays coming in though. He's moving towards the direction of FaZe Esports. I don't think he makes the cut, but Geek Fam, they're still looking for those tags. 5 points in. Snipes doing all the work now.
Oh, the Infinity wants to stop all those rotations. D Xavier will be taken out by Mela. Bambi will get 1 for himself as well. Nissel will be the one given to us. Bambi but goes to the last man standing for SLD. Takes 1 player out of GIDS.
Infinity in such a great location here. They have spotted like, what, 3-4 teams moving all around?
I know, right?
And they still have those angles against those upon the hill. Meanwhile, Buriram United, they got themselves a great cover. Same goes to Boom, who's fighting up against another in the Here comes Dr. Ego Potato with the bison shots.
A little bit of a slow move there for Octa. Too late for him. He couldn't save his teammates, and 2 points will be given towards the side of Alter Ego. And another fellow Indonesian team. At the same time, we can see that Renare will be shot down from afar. It needs to be picked up, but Ventores nades down 2 from the Eagles.
Ego Esports having a little bit of a struggle right there and still not securing any points at all. Ravenclaw gets one in the back against SLD. Yoodo Alliance now crashes towards 4 rivals. 1 player inside the shack though. Planning to more at the back. I think Rapper Boy has already seen things happen. Did that door just open by its own?
Ooh.
Oh, close call coming in. April now trying to go for another exchange as well. Appy hasn't revealed his location just yet. Maybe he could turn the tides around against this swarm of an army coming into the picture. And Adik Luke, first one to be picked up by Appy behind the rooftop. And he finds another one.
I mean, this kind of position, Appy has the advantage. He got 2 knockdowns back to back. He can probably get a 3rd one. Olio just right from him, but April's gonna move in, and then they come in from April. 1 knockdown to 4 rivals. And that is going to be super tough here for Yoodo Alliance to fight against 4 rivals. The last man standing, Shamil, will be taking out 4 rivals. Reign supreme.
What a great work coming in from Appy. He was the sentinel up over onto the rooftop, and he scouts everybody else from Yoodo Alliance, catching 2 players off, and then get the rest of these points absolutely for free. No casualties, and not much of the damage being soaked on top of it. That was one of the finest fights coming in for 4 rivals in this compound premises, and now we're going to continue on with the battle. 5 takedowns already for Geek Fam with Snipes. Still all alone though. Problem is, that circle's about to shift.
Ooh, this is where we'll see who gets the circle, who gets the love for the circle. Buriram United being blessed by the circle and blessed by Contra himself. Let's not forget as well, the Infinity is still alive, but they don't have the circle, and they are making a fast move into it.
Here comes Infinity, trying to find an area to just gate crash their way into the scene, but they're going to take the top end of the hill. This hill is relatively popular, though. It gives you a little bit of elevation. Now they're going to be able to pick up that fight against Buriram United and Alter Ego at the same time if they really want to.
Oh, Newsy left on the outside of the circle, waiting for the right moment, probably using his teammates as a marker. But now the bigger question is that how is TEM Entertainment going to get into it, considering teams like the Infinity made a fast move. Buriram United currently inside of it. They'll be playing the gatekeeping role against TEM Entertainment.
And FE forced to utilize all the smokes. They only have 1 vehicle in the middle of the street. They can't really afford to get out to get themselves a bike, but they will be able to provide assistance towards each other. Sovel as well as Boychill working in tandem, trying to find some opening picks. Alter Ego still trying to find this fight to be worthwhile. Kangso drops a big nade though, all the way up towards the hill. And BRU, they're finally charging out just to try to get some of these pointers back.
Usually we won't see teams coming out of this compound. They want to hold on to it as a fortress, but looks like Buriram United is taking the fight towards the Infinity. And not only that, TEM Entertainment becoming their neighbors. The unwanted neighbors. Buriram United
there's also
taking
GD.
it out.
GD's over on the top side as well.
Wait,
Three-way
what?
warfare. And let's see what this nade's got. Daybot's holding one as well. This is going to be a little bit too close for comfort. Where Daybot is going to be hiding, there is a DBS charging upwards. So Zip's got to open these rounds up.
Oh, TEM Entertainment, they know. They won the compound. They won the points in the bag, but unfortunately, they only have 2 players left. At the same time, we can see that Gartini takes down one from NFT. Removes with the 1 gun down by him.
TM still finding it hard to push upwards. Batman does drop a grenade over onto Gaturi. 1 member down for side of Infinity while the grenades are flying into this vicinity. TEM's got to make it quick, but here comes push, and it won't be able to last. Daybot gets blasted out of the game.
Oh, that means the end for GIDS at number 12. Now Batman representing NFT tosses a nail onto the side of the Infinity. He's still on the lower ground. Whether the name will land or not, looks like it will not. And now NFT Batman goes in for the flag towards the left side. Sprays a little bit, but will not be able to take anyone down. Just but Boyson will be counter fire upon. Looks like it's going to be Alter Ego coming in from the right.
He's basically running for his life. He has to ditch some of his teammates as well. There's so much going on inside of Angle. The fights are happening all at once. Pombi now with some grenades though onto Infinity. Somehow Infinity have kept themselves alive for the longest part. They're going to be finding a little bit of cover coming in from the crate, but the rest of Infinity knows where exactly to push. Mela now trying to find him over the back.
Mela.
How much can he do here? There's not much left. Mela closes the deal.
It's going to be a straightforward elimination there for Mela. Another point picked up by the Infinity, but we're back on the TEM Entertainment. Looks like My Name P finishes off the last player from TEM Entertainment, and Buriram United secures the compound. And not only that, the circle still favors them.
Throughout the whole course of the battle, Buriram United have booked themselves that perfect location, and they're just waiting for these fights to ensue. And by the time everybody's worn out, there's nothing left to fight for. Infinity, though, they have made a great results out of this match. 47 points into this, making it as they take out Geek Fam. Still having 4 members to work with, 4 rivals. So consistent today, currently at the top 9, securing another 4 pointers in the back, making it to the top 7. They should be able to find ways to overtake DX by the end of the round. Ventorez gets a headshot against F1, and that's where Ego Esports will bow.
All 4 rivals crashing into the compound just right next to Buriram United. At the same time, we can see that Gosu, pretty much the star man for SLD, managed to slip himself into the circle, and he has a buggy to use as a barricade while he waits for the next middle circle.
He's just trying to camouflage over on the bottom of that buggy, but speaking of buggies here, a little bit of a twist coming in from Vampire Esports as they try to make moves happen. Now they are in the middle of a versus BPE, but Tony King gets taken out by Tiger instead. The battle of the Tide Giants all at once.
Oh, FaZe Clan out, number 6 for elimination points. And it's going to be taken out by Buriram United. Looks like the Vampires played a part in that as well. 5 elimination points for Buriram United. 4 rivals now occupy the compound just beside Buriram United. They'll be sharing the same fortress. But now, some of the teams, they do not have coverage. Vampires, the Infinity, they still on the outside.
Infinity, they'll have to play from the outskirts. They do have some location in the circle that they can basically rely on. But keep in mind, Vampire Esports is coming with a push of their own. Tagged onto Ravenclaw, almost knocking it out.
Oh,
on the chase. Now they're all inside the smoke. A little bit of opportunity as he pokes up that grenade. More nades flying in, coming from BPE. And they are going to time it. Locating into onto Ravenclaw.
Amazing nade there. The counter nade onto Mela. Mela is still alive. Stone. When they not moving. But then the nade. Everyone's super low. Mela can finish the ball. Mela! Nated down by Vampires instead. That is a good counter. And that is the end for the Infinity.
They managed to get 8 elimination points, but the top 5 finish. There's going to be a lot more bloodbath going on. BRU, they are on top of the roof. They are the kings of everything if they can basically roll this one out. Vampire Esports still on that reset. They only picked up 1 member for now. 4 rivals have been keeping mum thus far. They are just waiting to strike, waiting for BRU as well as Vampire Esports to be worn out. And to go with that, Gosu have a little bit more of a sneaky move. Can he get through this road though? Circle is not in favor of SLD. This is possibly one of the better performances coming from SLD today.
Yeah, it is. The survivability is just insane coming for Gosu, but unfortunately right now, he doesn't have the circle at all. And for him to cross over the road, it's such an open area. He could be shot down from either 4 rivals or Buriram United. It's a risk that he's going to take, but Gosu is playing it slowly. He'll wait for them to make the moves first before he goes.
A lot of smokes being primed right into the middle open, and that's where 4 rivals are drilling into Buriram United. They're trying to pull out the perfect defense, and this is where the grenade fly in, catches onto Pumuru, but one more falls upon Kingzo over the top side of the compound. Vampire Esports just wrapping it all up, and now Buriram United, they are just sandwiched in between. Shrev, he finds that Molotov to take out Kingzo.
Gosu, can he do it? Can he do it? Can Gosu be the one to get elimination points out of 4 rivals coming from behind? The spin coming in for Gosu! Gosu backstab! But Vampires from the other side, make sure that doesn't happen to them!
It's such a close fight between Vampire Esports, 4 rivals as well as Buriram United. Though Buriram might have actually lost one, it does seem like there is a chance here. 4 rivals knows there's another squad around after they take down SLD. They definitely have to thank them for a little bit of backup, but C-Sky only. He's just waiting to see who makes the move first. He will definitely dictate who gets to come into the compound, but it's going to be Fuka's that's going to be coming really close onto members of 4 rivals. They still have some grenades to work with. Look at Appy though, he's got the PBS.
All three teams, all of them have equal opportunity to secure the chicken dinner. Now the circle will close entirely. We'll see the A circle who will be favored by it, but A4 gets knocked out to my AP. In fact, two knockdowns back to back. Two from Buriram United. Sky only the last man standing.
And Vampire Esports, they see this as an opportunity to push. How much time do they have left? Shreds found one member, and this is where they have to flush outside, and they will have one member being dropped. Shreds now being a little bit more careful before getting themselves in. And remember this, for Rivals, they still have so many members. These guys go down! And BRU bows down. Vampire Esports, 3 members left. Fuka trying to hold on for dear life, and Vampire Esports still prevails. 2 members left for the side of 4 Rivals. Ravenclaw on the outskirts, trying to resuscitate himself. And here comes Frags, 1 player left from 4 Rivals.
Oh, last man standing, 1v3. Can he actually pull off a clutch here? Vampire or 4 Rivals. Looks like it's going to be the Vampires unless 4 Rivals. Appy can pull off something that he has done before. We have seen Appy. Now he gets the DBS just right from him on the right. But he's not making those moves, and they spot it out. And looks like it's going to be the Vampires. Back on track. This is the tie supremacy back in the game.
My goodness, that was quite the battle between all 3 teams. And we couldn't basically pinpoint who would actually become the big winners of this match. For a second, it was Buriram United who was dictating that entire sector. And the moment where both 4 Rivals as well as Vampire Esports came in from different sectors, it feels like Buriram United have no clue how to pick up that fight. And that grenade coming in from 4 Rivals have basically aided Vampire Esports to push through that entire compound. And that's how they close out the game with that numbers advantage.
And what was really smart about Vampire is they had 1 player, Ravenclaw, on the outside. So even though that nade knocked down 2 from Buriram United, they didn't go like, oh, okay, all in, everyone in the house and do their thing. They left 1 player on the outside because they know that 4 Rivals is on the other side. They know that there's another team. So the moment like 4 Rivals enter the compound, their movement was slowed down because Ravenclaw was there to just hold them off through support shots support shots basically. And that made them aware of like, oh, okay, there's someone else behind us. So if we go all out commit to the second floor, that means there'll be tunnel vision. They'll be doing the tunnel vision. That's not the situation they want to be in. Vampire Esports, they have this thought out. They have they are waiting for 4 hours to do the third party. And because Ravenclaw is there, that counted the third party from 4 hours.
Yeah, I think like the team of this whole fight is the best defense, is the best offense, where members of Vampire Esports, they were defending against grenades flying in from the Infinity, and they managed to hold on. And we saw even back in Rozok, the rest of 4 Rivals shut down Yoodo Alliance, and it came down to this particular scene. Let's just let it play through because this was beautiful.
Yeah, this is just look at the position of Ravenclaw. This is what I mentioned. Because he is there, 4 Rivals couldn't go up to the second floor because he was looking at the door where the stairs is at. So they got stopped there. But anyway, that was really, really good tactical play from the Vampires. That was amazing there. 4 Rivals took their chances as well. Amazing nade coming in from none other than Appy. And Buriram United kind of sandwiched between 2 teams. It was tough for them. But you got to give the honorable mention to Gosu from SLD, holding on up to a top 4 spot.
That's right, and take a look at all these sort of utility usage coming in from 4 Rivals. We saw that final push included plenty of smokes, and we could definitely understand how they managed to pull through some of the most difficult areas of play. And let's take a look at the match rankings overall. 28 points. We'll see Vampire Esports leapfrogging into the standings, and this is a little bit more of a resurgence coming in from many of these Thai teams. BRU with 18, 17 for 4 Rivals. I think 4 Rivals is one of the most consistent team that we have for today. And we have 14 points for Infinity and 11 for SLD.
Yeah, right now we see that Boom, they did fairly well in the previous round. Unfortunately, no points for them this time. For FaZe Clan, 8 points, okay. The Infinity, 14 points, okay. At least we do see them collecting points instead of like the previous round. They got eliminated fairly early and just got like what 1-2 points out of elimination. That's about it. At least they're still collecting a decent amount of points. But that also means that overall, the Thai teams, they seem to be back. Like the power shift, well, not a conversation yet.
Yeah, and this is one of the first few times we actually see Schweppes getting the MVP title, where usually the case we've seen players like Stone to be securing most of the numbers, but this time around, I think he's not made many mistakes. After all, he have wiped off plenty of the members of Infinity, and heading into the final battle, I think it was just that perfect closure that Vampire Esports needed to revitalize their glorious ways again, because it's been quite a while since we've seen Vampire Esports close a chicken dinner.
Yeah, it is. It has been a while because their week 3 wasn't really hot. They were super hot on week 1, week 2, but it's nice to see them coming back into the charts. And by them getting that chicken dinner, it brings them up to a 2nd place finish. Now, TEM Entertainment, they weren't that bad as well, so they kind of maintained their position. It's still a 36-point gap. So in terms of the gap, nothing has changed between TEM Entertainment and the number 2 spot, whoever it is. That also means that TEM Entertainment still can afford 1 round.
Exactly that. Infinity now slides on to 3rd with only 1 point of difference. 4 Rivals, though, kept making their rise upwards, now in the top 4, pushing down some of the Indonesian teams. And that's also where it's a little bit more worrisome for the Saber, which look to be, well, the safer teams that could basically make the cut, though they have been qualified for PMGC already. But then again, like SL, it makes things a lot harder for SLD as well as Yoodo Alliance. A lot of points to catch up.
Yeah, Yoodo Alliance, not that consistent. They lost the fight with 4 Rivals, and it was a great move coming in for Appy, being at that rooftop, getting 2 knockdowns back-to-back, and giving a lot of information to his team. The Yoodo Alliance sort of suffered because of Appy's positioning was just sublime. It was just insane. It was just great. But that also means that 4 Rivals move up pretty solidly until the number 4 spot. And the difference with that number 1 spot is like, what, 32 points.
About 32
so
points.
32 points. It's definitely still reachable for them to, if they want to catch up and be the surprise number 1.
Exactly, and let's also bring it back to the early stages of the game where we have talked a lot about teams making certain adjustments into the map. And I think like with the circle being more on towards the central area, it wasn't really the most difficult thing for teams to pull off. But Vampire Esports have 2 locations that they usually start off with. It's either Primos or even Zarki. And this time they opted up to Zarki, which they do get a clean access through the northern point. The only problem was getting past members of 4 Rivals, and they thought, hey, let's not even challenge them, and let's just slide towards the back of this Yasnaya region into the area of play where Buriram United has been located for the longest of time. And they definitely have to thank Infinity for piling on the pressure. And then they start to close into this picture. And I just love how certain teams just have a perfect step-by-step approach to get into that late game.
Yeah, I really love the movement from Vampires as well. I recall earlier on that there were a lot of teams on the Severny-ish area, the northern side. So looking at the replay of how they traveled through there, coming back to Yasnaya and into the circle, it definitely wasn't an easy feat because I guess that's how they got their 13 elimination points as well. But anyway, before we head on to a break, we'd like to take a minute to thank our official smartphone partner, that is Realme. And as you can see here, this is the GT Neo 3 that comes together with a MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and a dedicated display chipset. And we also thank our official livestream partner, TikTok, #BeTheOne. Follow our PUBG Mobile pages on PUBG Mobile Mart Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, PUBG Mobile Official PH. And thank you to our official food delivery partner, Grab as well. 50% off your Grab food order up to $10 with a minimum spend of $10 as well. Promo code, as you can see here, PUBG MX Grab while stocks last.
That's right. Make sure you take it real quick and, you know, first come, first serve. And I guess for now, we'll take a little bit more of a breathing space before we come right back into action for our final 2 rounds inside of Erangel. So with that, we'll be seeing you guys in just a few minutes' time.
speed awakens.
Welcome back once again to the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall. This is Contra here along with Sir Cloud in the grand finals. Overall, we've seen a lot of tremendous games that have just been concluded, and that three-way battle was so intense between Buriram United, Vampire Esports, as well as Four Rivals, and VPE came up on top.
Yeah, three-way war that was. I mean, you don't often see that, right? Like at least 3-3 or 3-4-3, either one. You don't always see that. You normally see that 3-3-1, you know, that one guy who becomes the kingmaker, but not in this case, right? It's an entire squad that kind of became the kingmaker against Buriram United because they were in between two teams. So what an amazing play that was. Vampire, they know how to counter against a team that's going to be third-partying them, that's going to be Four Rivals. With Ravenclaw put that aside, that was amazing. And speaking about Vampires, being compared against the Infinity still.
Yeah, and these are the two teams that managed to get a lot of frags. Mela was also dropping so many grenades. I think there was a close call between Streps as well as Mela, where between both of these teams, survival at stake. And since Vampire Esports have won that trade, they've been able to go ahead to try to claim that estate from Buriram United. Great stats coming in from all angles, but first, most damage has been done by Mela, but Treps have gotten more takedowns, and now we see all the Thai players back on board, and C-Sky only coming in third place with 636 damage being done.
You know what? This seems to be the stats that we kind of miss, where everyone that shows up is from Thailand.
From different teams too. Back then it was like mostly Newsy.
Yeah, it was Newsy, Mela, and maybe got Tuni somewhere in between.
Yeah.
But it's still all Thailand. So Thai Sumo will see that back. The moment that we mentioned about, could it be a power shift because the Indonesians have been doing very, very well and so on. Coming back from the break, that's where we see the Thai teams just going at it.
That's right. Now we have 2 winners from Indonesia and 2 winners from Thailand. And could it be somebody else that will be able to claim the final 2 chicken dinners of the evening here on the first day of the grand finals itself? Hope you guys are enjoying yourself as we're getting ourselves prepared for our penultimate game of day 1.
Wow, maybe 2 Malaysia back-to-back or 2 Vietnam back-to-back. That would be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Sort of pattern.
I think that with Four Rivals working so hard, there is a very high likelihood that they can actually secure a chicken dinner by the end of the day.
Yeah, I know, right? We can see them. They're actually pushing it. Like, they are fairly consistent as well every round, despite not getting the chicken dinner yet. But we can see that their performance is a lot different than the first 2 weeks of the league. Their third week was kind of okay. They kind of like got the rhythm, got the gist of it. So we can see them bringing that momentum so far into the grand finals.
That's right, and I think like they have already gotten the gist of it. Now with a lot of stakes involved for the teams in terms of like prize pool and everything else, I think like there's finally some signs of life coming in for many of these teams. But before we even get ourselves to the game, if you want more life, wait till Biu calls you baby. You know what the real life is all about.
Oh man, the moment Biu comes and call you baby, I'm sure all the ladies out there will show signs of life.
That's right, it's giveaway time, and you know what? You can basically get yourself that Biu voice card, and there's a lot of other missions that you can complete. For a lucky spin, you can even get Tony K. There's Capone from Vietnam if you guys want that too. Baby La, and of course her twin sister.
Yeah, mute that is. And I do hope one day we do get a talents voice pack. Ours, i.e. Just saying, just to be specific. We'll be waiting for that.
And this is going to be the Masked Crusader set that you can grab with the new Royal Pass available now. And, you know, it's grind time again. So you can basically achieve all this, play lots of games. You can get a voice pack, you get all these Royal Pass skins, and also the True Speed, Real Attitude, this first original PUBG Mobile Esports car, the Basilius.
Yeah, while you grind, why not grind in style, right?
Right.
So you grind in style with your PUBG Mobile sports car, and you can also grind in style with the Bobo Boy Quasar Elemental new items. You might notice that some of the players, they got a new bag with like a thunder sort of symbol, and yeah, that is actually one of these items in there. So keep your eye, if you want to have a preview of how it looks like in-game, keep your eye on some of these players.
That's right, and you can also keep your eyes on more competitive matches as the PMCC Grand Finals is happening soon by the end of the month, 29th to 30th of October at Lepaking KL from 5 p.m. onwards. We'll see who will be the top 4 to make it to the PMNC.
Yeah, 4. Previously, it was like 1, but now we have 4. But anyway, we only have 1 prediction to make. And you did mention about 4 rivals, how they're on the rise, and it seems to be your pick.
Yeah, I think like they have been having some great records so far, from Miramar into that Erangel round, hitting the top 3. That was also one of the golden chances for that chicken dinner, and I think like so long as they can basically perform in similar manners, it shouldn't be too hard for them to be able to put a challenge to the current contenders at the top 1 on the table. TEM still unmoved, and VX, I think it's just more about time and as well as effort to be displayed, because I see they were a little bit passive, but when they get aggressive, you know they're going to get a lot of great scores.
And the reason why I pick Xavier is because Boss Dingoes, he actually came to my live stream.
Oh,
night, so.
I see.
So I'm giving him the good luck charm here.
I did vote for VX somewhere today. Might be for the last round.
Okay, I just hope that whatever that we vote, it's not the caster's curse instead. I'll be worried.
But I think like the Saber is in a really good spot though. Like overall, I think this team have been set up for success thanks to a great management team backing them up as well. And of course, everyone else inside of this match will have to put their level best as we are ready to jump right into our 5th match of the day.
And number 5 in S4 today, coming back to Erangel, 2nd time around. This is the Grand Finals of the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching and tuning in together with us. We're going to begin our flight path here, and I believe this somewhere on the southern side. Yes, Primos all the way onto Severny.
Yeah, this is where we'll see Vampire Esports shift their location from Zarki into Primos ground, as this makes a lot of sense, though Zarki could still be one of the options available. Just a little bit of stretch coming on, but take a look at that. Stone moving into the islands, stretching it all the way out there, and I believe that's going to be Alter Ego that will be doing exactly the same to move into the islands, so Stone will basically fall back into the south side of Primos. Not going to be all too cheeky about it. Geek Fam now into Fair Pure. That was a position that was vacant for most part. And it's just another great adaptive play, while SLD will get their direct access into Gatka. FaZe Clan finally visits the hospital grounds.
Yeah, I really like what Geek Fam was doing, like they're adapting to the flight path. Now, earlier on, the flight path was pretty much on the right, so farm was a better option. This time when the flight path on the left, they drop into the areas of Ferry Pier. So they're really adapting. They're not like, okay, we must still get onto where we are. And so happened that the circle blessed them by being on top of the flight path.
Yeah, and this is actually a really good location for Geek Fam, because you take a look at the Ferry Pier region as well as just across the lighthouse. They have a lot going on. Oh, Mela immediately gets knocked out of this match.
Oh, what happened? I think it was when he tried to get the vehicle and he happened to bump into GIDS. It's a little bit unfortunate, and it doesn't help that their regular drop spot, Milta, for the Infinity's way on the right side. So there is always that possibility that you would bump into another team while you get the vehicle.
Yeah, just a little bit of casualty there. Daybot gets not only the vehicle, but also 1 pointer up ahead. Vampire Esports with such a great closure around. They have now find themselves to be at the top 2 with such an incredible performance. And keep in mind though, like anyone between the top 8 with one chicken dinner can easily make it into the top 3. And I think this year has been the most competitive setting in terms of this whole format of bonus points to set out how the pacing works to lead into the grand finals. And this is how it should be for most of the case, where I want to see more tournaments with this format, whether if it's just a certain local amateur tournament to implement this.
Wow, okay. That's a big ask, but I do agree that he has its excitement as well. So let's see if we're actually being implemented into local tournaments. But I want to point out something, right? So the Infinity, I don't know why, but it feels like kind of like a deja vu of whatever happened in the SEA Championship a couple of months ago. When it came to, obviously that's only the finals, right? And that's like a 3-day sprint. So it's going to be a similar format like what we're facing right now. It seems that they are not hot. Like when it comes to this kind of format, it's not their gameplay. I don't know. They seem to be uncomfortable with this 3-day format, basically.
Yeah, if you remember the most recent tournament with most of all these players of Infinity closing out against Nova Esports very recently in the PMRC, I think it takes a level of determination for them to really fight much harder. It's not to say that they're not doing that in particular. I think the past round they have shown strength in terms of securing most of all these takedowns, but it's definitely not on their usual performance of a high-scoring round at the very least. Same could be said about FaZe Clan, and I think FaZe Clan is in a rougher spot, basically back into a weak-tree state, if you ask me. Like, this team always has an issue with stamina. If you remember the past couple of seasons ago, FaZe Clan has looked good in their local league, and then when come time for the grand finals, it's a little bit of a no-show, and they have missed a couple of SEA Championship altogether. Finally, they are back here with a better stakes in hand, but they're still not making the cut of showing up in the grand finals.
Yeah, so I was talking with my viewers yesterday on, we're talking about this, obviously we're talking about the PMPL, and in general, like what the viewers think is that FaZe Clan is Tony K and friends. It's like if Tony K gets eliminated or if Tony K doesn't perform, FaZe Clan doesn't perform in general. So that's kind of worrying that you're kind of like depending on one player. And I cannot disagree. We have seen a couple of times, especially in week 3, Tony K was the first one to go out and FaZe Clan just didn't really perform. So that's worrying if you are that kind of team who really, really depends on one player.
That's right. And I think like a lot of teams have adapted into playing very differently. And we've seen a little bit of shift of focus coming in from FaZe Clan as well, where we've seen other players trying to rise up to scene like Lycan. And we've also seen Beer 11 playing on week 3, which have an interesting dynamic into the roster. But the thing that have remained to be constant, of course, MR5. I think most often than not, Tony K really relies on MR5 as well as Ventorius to be activated. And if none of these guys are showing up, it's not a good look for the entire squad. But of course, I could be absolutely wrong, where you could say all you want that it's a Tony K show. I kind of beg to differ that it's not just him.
So it's more of his teammates not activated that makes Tony K not activated.
In a way.
Right, okay. So that's an interesting angle.
With good backup, you can get as much confidence in storming buildings and making sure that you have supplies of smoke, and there's always quick pickup if you were to be knocked down. So that's what I'm looking at.
Okay, so I'm going to be the devil's advocate here, right? So when FaZe Clan doesn't perform, you're saying that Tony K is actually okay, and it's not his fault.
Yeah. I think like overall, I think his performance have been great through the season.
Okay.
And MR5 has been relatively great as well. It's just that it's the lack of coordination that kind of leaves them in a really awkward situation many a times. Geek Fam, though, they have been guarding this bridge for a long time. Not gonna be seeing anybody pass by the western corner of the Sosnovska Bridge. SLD can just wait out about by the corners of Gatka. While we are seeing 3 teams currently playing outside of the blue zone.
Yeah, interesting. Well, the circle's on the left, right? So the Infinity, Buriram, Boom, they're kind of like on the right. So that's why they're tanking out a little bit more. But anyway, it's the first phase of the circle, so that's kind of still okay. And we do see teams do that, and that's kind of common as well, especially if the circle is towards one side. What I'm interested to see that if whatever the Geek Fam is doing, playing the bridge trolling on the left side of the bridge, the area with the lighthouse, will they get anything out of that? We do know that there are 2 teams inside the military base island. They may go through the right bridge or they may go through the left bridge, depending on how they want to play. But that also means that is still opportunity for Geek Fam to secure a couple of points in the bag. Now, they are just waiting for the fishes to come towards the area, and if they do come, looking at how they're spread out at this moment, I do think they stand a chance of blowing up some vehicles.
Fair enough, and they're just waiting for the perfect timing to do so. As TEM, they're going to be absolutely fine throughout this course of the battle. I'm looking at both Boom Esports as well as Ego Esports now sitting at 50 points for Eagle and 59. I think Boom stands a really decent chance at getting back on track. Of course, in the day's work, it's going to be very difficult unless if they do close out with a chicken dinner, then the likelihood of them basically chasing up to everybody else is going to be significant. DX inside of the city of Pochinki, and we are already seeing GD, 4 rivals, as well as FaZe Clan surrounding the sector. Most of them have been able to predict it really correctly. But is it going to be inside of the city? That's going to be a little bit of a tough ask because we have never seen an urban ending in Pochinki in a long time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The entire league, we haven't seen that. So it's going to be interesting if it ends there. I hope not, though. I'm not a fan of urban warfare at the final circle because it gets a little bit slow. Everyone will be like, just,
but it's intense. Just like how, the past chicken dinner was inside of that compound. It's just that you amplify it by 5 fights happening in a different sector, and then it will take a while before the full fight erupts.
Yeah, and I guess that's where I'm not really a fan if that's like an entire city. If it's like just one compound or 2 compounds next to each other, that's kind of okay. But if an entire city, then you get like a 1 person in 1 house and they'll only be forced to move because of the circle or because of the blue comes in. If not, everyone will be like just by the window, looking out, using a TPP and all that. So it kind of gets a little bit slow when that happens.
It does. And while we are waiting for more action coming in, we've already got only the first blood onto Mela, who was snatching the vehicle early on, if you guys might have actually missed it. Now, 4 rivals on the lookout. Speaking of Infinity, they've already lost 1 member. Now they are driving side to side against Buriram United members. It's a little bit concerning, though, but none of these players have a Pillion Rider. Therefore, they make it out safely without shots being fired at them. On to another 2 Thai side. We have both VP as well as FaZe Clan. Locking horns down to Venturas here to make some calls. And I wonder if they actually find those results, though. Smoke's being popped out coming in from Ravenclaw as he tried to reposition. Empire Esports hot off of that chicken dinner. Let's see if there's going to be possibilities for back-to-back chicken dinners for today.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit of a different style right now. Looking at the current situation, they're playing straight into the circle. And we are still the second phase, so there's still a lot of room to play. And that's why they kind of open up 2-2. They try to secure as much perimeter as possible within the guard car circle. So 2 of them on the outside and 2 of them trying to find a compound or slope to play with. And that's pretty smart as well, because when you send 2 people onto a certain area, they kind of become your marker. And if the circle shifts away, at least you know that you can go to wherever the marker is safely, because you know that someone's there securing that area, and you don't need to really think of where you want to go in a short period of time.
That's right, and of course, all these checkpoints will be really important throughout the course of the game, where if they need to fall back to something they will actually ping it to, so that they would know what exactly to do in a desperate situation for most part. Boom Esports, they don't see themselves to be in a troubled state, but we have the blue chasing them for quite a while now. You know, today the circle has dropped upon areas where the crate is at. Could this be an SLD circle?
Ooh, wow.
Remember that double crate in Crater Fields earlier today?
Like,
it could happen.
It's called crate the fields for a reason, right? That's how you get the double crate.
Right.
Yeah, that's where they were born.
The greater craters.
The crate the field. But if any team were to get like a chicken dinner, okay, if any team were to get a slot into the next round, I would want SLD to do it. I would want to see the Cinderella story happen.
Yeah, and this could be the game where they're in a really great spot, though. Maybe I could change my thoughts because shots are being fired from DX towards the direction of SLD. FaZe Clan on the approach to by the corners of the outskirts of the farm of Gatka, and Geek Fam have trailed in from the southwestern end. As the Alter Ego takes their sweet time, we see Infinity make a move too. The rest of the Savior find themselves inside of that shack. Or should I say the warehouses. Drawing some exchange. GD is going to be up close and personal. Frankie 007. Got to see if he could basically land that sniping target. And Buriram United planted inside the city. I don't think any of these teams are willing to commit to any fight.
Yeah, especially if you're in the circle and you know for sure you have 63 players. You surely know that you have 16 teams still intact. So if you don't have a reason to crash into a certain compound, you normally won't do it, especially, like I said, you're in the circle. Unless you're on the outside circle, you need to get in, you probably don't have any other way, your rotations are stuck, you need to crash into the compound. Totally understandable. Last we saw the map being opened out, the Ego was still on the outside circle, Geek Fam was on the left, and on the right was another team. It feels like their entry point might be a little bit limited. They might choose to do that at some point, but if they're able to find another way in, I think they will still try to avoid fights because it is still 16 teams.
Overall, they're just trying to rotate into the best area of play. And I think for most part of these matches that we had today, it's really about securing that perfect location in order to secure a top 4 finish. We've seen a glimpse of TM getting the chicken dinner, and past round, BRU made it to top 3 as well. And here goes, shots fired at Boom Esports as they try to rotate through the hills. Bacon Time stops them on their track. And this is just a little bit of a rough call, and that only leaves 2 more members standing as they are still on that vehicle moving about.
Unfortunately, Boom have to leave Yummy on the outside, and Yummy, one of the players that do perform for Boom alongside Octa. At least they still have Octa though, but then again, playing as a duo is not the best situation to be in. Bacon Time, on the other hand, they managed to get into the circle unchallenged. They have a marker, they have someone inside the compound, so they have a fortress to play with at this point. But can't say the same for FaZe Clan. Right in front of them, SLD is waiting.
SLD is keeping good measures here. They're just by the corner of the circle. Yoodo Alliance, though, have been waiting in ruins, and they have benefited from that wait. Same goes to Infinity, as they have already repositioned, but they are going really close against Yoodo Alliance. Shots being fired playing from FaZe Clan, hoping to land the target onto Boom Esports who have just arrived. And DX, with a little bit of shred of damage, Stone does get a takedown onto Octa.
I just mentioned about him being one of the star players for Boom. Unfortunately, he's taken out by Stone from the Vampires. Frankie will be gunned down by Booms. And if you kind of think about it, looking at the earlier rotation where the map was shown, the Infinity came all the way from Milta, and now they're in the middle of the circle on the outskirts of Ruins. Their rotation is insane this round.
Indeed it is, but I think like they really have to start picking up some of these fights as well between these 2 teams. Or the grenade exchanges can get a little bit frustrating where there's not much angles that you could squeeze through these windows, and most likely than not, they'll be able to make a run. But C-Sky only is running towards the direction of the
Wow. You can't think about it, it's across the smoke. Like there was a smoke stop covering his view, but yet he mentioned that nade and a counter nade coming from my name P. One on my buddy, one back to you. That's the revenge that they want.
And that also allows both sides to quickly go in for a reset where they will quickly go for a pickup. But Boychill is still asking for help, so though it's just going to be loitering around, taking a quick look. But Alter Ego versus Geek Fam now. Alter Ego has a little bit of leverage here. They get one knock.
Oh, Alter Ego, this was the team playing on the outside of the circle. Their trend is they like to play from the outside a little bit slower, but now Geek Fam happen to be right in front of them. Alter Ego has the advantage with the knockdown to Geek Fam, and they're moving in. They could probably secure a couple of elimination points. And here it is, Renare spraying on the Geek Fam. Mika is still alive, 40% health.
Alter Ego having such a great advantage through these hills. The smokes are not really helping him all too much as Micah is still trying to trade right back. Renalre trying to hold on, but here comes GRU finding that spot on target with a little bit more shots coming in from the back. Batman was surprised, but he will be dropped nonetheless by Kengzo and Sky.
Sky only using only bandages. But boom, number 16-0 elimination points, unfortunately. That's why we did talk about this, right? Yummy and Octa carrying Boom. If the both of them are out, that's that Boom will struggle. And unfortunately, he had to be the first one to go out. Now NFT not in a comfortable position as well. Sarvel caught on the outside, taking out the blue, while Geek Fam, no points for them too.
And look at the circle ping-ponging back towards the location where FaZe Clan is currently at. Infinity is also inbound. This could be a classic warfare between some of the finest Thai teams. On the outskirts, though, Vampire Esports is battling their way inwards. More nades coming in from the side of SLD. They try to flush out the rest of Alter Ego over on the bottom side. And they have been making some drastic measures. They run over one player, but that's a lot of damage being done. Alter Ego trying to fend off for himself. Potato, the last one to fall. Trongzen gets it for the team.
And SLD is the one that wins the fight. SLD now have time to reset. They have about 5 more seconds on the clock before the zone closes in. They need to make it quick as GIDS passes by them. But GIDS will ignore SLD and focus onto the circle.
They have to really make a move fast, though. Buriram United, we've seen them play this game before, where they play in the corner and managed to win. The exact same team to Savior inside of the shack. And they're going to repeat history yet again. But the circle definitely is not in the favor of the Savior. There is a supply of a crate dropping right in. Lambo, he wanted to take matters to his own hand. He's pushing out towards BRU with a great nade.
Oh, there's a nade coming in from the other side from Newsy. In fact, now the nade from Lamborghini could secure that elimination point for their team. Keizo is still alive, but they need to be aware that GIDS is on the left side. They're playing by the edge of the circle. Lamborghini prepping up another nade. It's his final nade, in fact. Tossing it on to Buriram United, hoping to secure that elimination point. Sky only 40% health left, but Lamborghini switches to a molly, and Sky only may be burned to death.
Sky only couldn't really do all too much right there. Lambo just having the daredevil mindset. He's swapping out. He's holding a grenade. No chance whatsoever against Lambo on that DPS.
Oh, beautiful DPS there for Lamborghini. He had the high guard advantage, and because his opponent was holding the nade, that was the advantage that Lamborghini took. And now Tiger right in front of him. The nade will be tossed out by Lamborghini. It does connect onto Tiger, in fact. Down to 10% health, but Lamborghini doesn't know that, and he couldn't take the opportunity to finish off Tiger.
DX with such a drastic measure here coming in from Lambo. He's going to basically shut out the entirety of Buriram United, but now only one lies beneath the smoke. Vampire Esports crashed out early, and here comes Bevy, shutting down one more player coming in from the Infinity. And that's 4 elimination points for Buriram United before bowing out. TEM still committed to this fight. Finds Rivals, trying to spray through the trees, but he's running into his own first and foremost. There's no time to lose, and TEM, they're trying to make the cut. They've got 3 takedowns, but how much more can they get?
Got Tuni knows exactly where TEM Entertainment is at. He sees Bevy on the right, but then again, his crosshair needs to move as well. Moment's gonna come in from the other side, but the nade from looks like it's gonna be Tony K taking up making time, but TEM Entertainment is the one that takes out the Infinity. 10 elimination points now for FaZe Clan as the ties are coming back to the game.
FaZe Clan Well, after some dismal performance coming in from the past few rounds, they have finally returned with double digits on their name. And this is basically their best round so far. I talk about the support system. It's working well in shape. TEM, 2 players though. Same goes to DX on the opposite side of the street. They're trying to reposition with the vehicles left. 5 more teams left available. Yoodo Alliance, full squad ahead to challenge FaZe Clan, but they're nowhere to be seen at the moment from this angle. We take a close glimpse onto GD. They're trying to take the central stage. They do have Circle TM now tagged up. Yoodo Alliance try to force their way inwards.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance, let's not forget about them. They are still a full squad. TEM Entertainment. SOZIP needs to pick up Baby just close by, just next behind them. But then again, Rebel Voice wants them out. TEM Entertainment is out, taken out by none other than Yoodo Alliance. He's even Lamborghini down to the last single belt, and Luke is there to blow up his vehicle. Lamborghini will be knocked out.
We still need to get a little bit of a pickup coming in from the rest of his teammates. DX playing with 2, but they feel like they have that confidence to shut off this round. Keep in mind, Lambo is still lethal in all these late game skirmishes. Yoodo Alliance now full squad ahead. Many times when they do approach situations like this, they've been able to seek out a victory. Now they're drawing close to a circle, but Rabis spots them out, and the refracts come in. Tags being sent towards Rabis as he had that landed on towards his head. Adik Luke, the king of snipers of Malaysia, only having the M4 in hand though.
Oh!
Things have been a little quiet coming from FaZe Clan, but Shamil will find one from GD.
Oh, now the Xavier down to the last man standing. This server will be dropped by Tony K. Tony K wants those elimination points in the bag because he's chasing for the FMVP. Rabis, now he's in trouble. His life is too low. That means the Xavier is out. And now we're down to the top 3 teams.
FaZe Clan versus Yoodo Alliance is possibly the match of the hour, while GD to be able to force some fight. They find him. Allen gets one knocked out. Get another. Allen does it again. And the nades are not connecting coming from Yoodo Alliance. Finally, FaZe Clan has chimed in. These shots not exactly landing, but Lycan will be able to find him instead. Ventoris with some sharp shots. 13 points in for FaZe Clan. All they have to do is to close out against the 2 remaining members of Yoodo Alliance.
Oh, FaZe Clan, they don't have an active vehicle. Maybe they got one, but they're not using it just yet. But there's going to be Yoodo Alliance. Now looks like their active vehicle has been blown out, so FaZe Clan is on foot at this point. But that also means that they couldn't rush in onto Yoodo Alliance. They'll be sneaking in slowly onto Yoodo Alliance. That also means that Yoodo Alliance has the opportunity to reset themselves.
The match will come with the full pickup, but the players do have very little room to basically make it all work out though. With all of them being clumped up together, they're relying on all these sort of smokes. While FaZe Clan approaching this with all the caution in the world, Repo's going to be trying to create a bunker of his own. He knows that some of these players are by the corners of the tree. Lycan though, coming in with a deep angle along with MR5. 20K spotted out jumping. Olio should be able to at least mark him for now. FaZe Clan, this is an interesting way of taking this fight. 3-1 positioning. While there's Olio.
Could this be the moment here for Yoodo Alliance representing Malaysia to get that chicken dinner? They got 2 knockdowns back to back. 3rd knockdown! This could be it for Yoodo Alliance! Going in on Tony K! 1v4! This could be the moment for Malaysia! And it is Yoodo Alliance securing the chicken dinner!
What on earth? We thought that there is an opportunity for FaZe Clan, but everybody lined up all together has made it all work for Yoodo Alliance there, securing back-to-back knock. And the moment that MR5 fell on that side flank, everything crumbled up. We saw it's basically 3 players holding same angles. It shouldn't have been the case for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a little bit of a off angle for FaZe Clan somehow. Man, my oh my. And they also allowed Yoodo Alliance to reset. Like they didn't have enough, it's either they didn't have enough information or they didn't make the right moves, because there was a lot of opportunity for Yoodo Alliance to reset. If only like, okay, they don't have a vehicle, I totally understand that. But if FaZe Clan kind of like pressured Yoodo Alliance, while they move, they shoot, they crouch, they move, they shoot, they crouch, at least they get closer and closer to Yoodo Alliance. Because the final circle kind of favored Yoodo Alliance. FaZe Clan had a little bit of it, but it's more towards Yoodo Alliance. If only they kept that pressure onwards, they could have ended the round. But because they slowed down the pace, they allowed Yoodo Alliance to reset, and that's where they took advantage of it.
Right, and there were so many of all these close battles on the outskirts. And this circle itself is in such an awkward spot for many of all these teams that they were being forced to play out in the open. And by then, players from the side of Yoodo Alliance, they just congregated, they found players out of TEM, and there's so many great shots coming from Shamil that's opened a lot of room for fire. And if it's not because of FaZe Clan shutting down Allen, I think there would be more opportunities for GD to actually wipe out Yoodo Alliance first.
Yeah. If only they allow Allen to like kind of do his thing, then FaZe Clan might have an easier ending. But it is what it is, right? I mean, you can't really pick your opponents. Whoever you see, you just shoot. But the final circle, my God, I felt like FaZe Clan could have done more during the final circle. I felt that they
so
should have.
too. Indeed,
you think so too? Yeah.
Like the way that they positioned was a little bit questionable, but I think like out of that final run, who could really blame them where they were trying to be a little bit more careful, and this time, of course, Chicken Dinner might have actually slid out of their hands, but they've got themselves quite an amount of takedowns in this match. So later we'll take a look at how many points they have accumulated overall. DX did make the top 4 along with GD in the top 3. So great stuff being shown by all these teams, and Yoodo Alliance of Malaysia claims the first one for the nation. And you know what? It might just be another one in the bag on the final round.
Yeah, but anyway, despite Yoodo Alliance getting a chicken dinner, what matters is the points right at the end of the day. So FaZe Clan coming back at the top of the charts with 25 points because they got themselves 13 eliminations. But we also did talk about like the pattern of teams getting chicken dinners, right? So the first 2 games was Indonesia, second set of 2 was Thailand, and well, maybe the final set will be Malaysia. Just putting out there. Yeah, just putting out there.
That's right. And you know, FaZe Clan, it was still a really important round for them to revitalize their points because they were slowly sliding down the charts, and they have sensed that urgency to put these points back on the board. So there's still one more round to go. We'll see who else will be able to step up, while Fintores was the one that has been able to dish out the most amount of damage coming in from FaZe Clan, I do believe, with 5 takedowns apiece. And that's actually a really long shot, 350 meters.
I know, right? Just look at the, as comparing with the average data, it's like way, way ahead. He's almost touching the rim of it, but hey, yeah, I mean, it's Ventores we're talking about, right? He's more of a specialist when it comes to the long range. If it was Tony K's face up there, then you would see probably a shorter range in terms of elimination distance.
That's right, and let's take a look at the overall rankings. Because of this second place finish, FaZe Clan now moves up ahead and will take over the second spot, and it's Infinity as well as VP that gets pushed down. Meanwhile, GD consistently surges upwards with a top 5 finish, and 4 rivals will have to give that spot away.
Yeah, just looking at this as an overall, right? Basically, you will only have 4 teams not seeing the light of PMGC. 4 out of 16. If you happen to be in that 4 category, I mean, it's very, very unfortunate.
It's a tough pill to swallow. Look at NFT. They are just 1 point ahead
of
you.
Oh, man.
Down to that final game of tonight to see the conclusion of day 1. But I think like we've seen a lot of great plays overall, and especially with great results coming in from Boom. Like, there's still opportunities for teams like that. And well, final chicken dinner though, we'll have to wait for that as we go on the recap first and foremost.
Yeah, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We have a 6th game, so an extra game as compared to the league. So you want to stick around and don't want to miss out on the action. Now, just a little bit of a recap. Of course, Yoodo Alliance, we know that they got that chicken dinner, but then again, because FaZe Clan, they got 13 eliminations, their overall points were more than Yoodo Alliance. That put them at number 1 in the overall points charts. The circle, fairly kind, I must say, to all these teams. From the start till the later stage of the circle, they always got the circle. So it's kind of comfortable for all these 4.
That's right, and we saw GD playing from the furthest end, and eventually when it does shift, look at that advantage given over to FaZe Clan first and foremost. And then I think like the decision to take the lower ground might have actually affected them a bit, or else they could basically challenge Yoodo Alliance for that high ground instead.
Yeah, looking back at this, right? Just look at, I'm still kind of reminded by FaZe Clan could have finished this off, and imagine if FaZe Clan finishes off, it would have been like, so they got what, 13 eliminations? Okay, so it will be +4, so they would have gotten like 17 eliminations. It would have been the biggest so far in
today.
Today in the grand finals, right? I just felt like they didn't take their chances well during the end.
Yeah, I think like at least like they managed to regain their form at the very least. I think that is the biggest factor that they have been able to achieve for today. And it's far from over. We still have one more match to go. So who is it gonna be, Sir Cloud? It's not prediction time yet, but we can start talking about it.
Yeah, okay. I don't remember who I predict, but I think right now, let's put that aside. But if at the current moment, if I were to predict, let's make it cool, let's make it nice, let's keep the pattern on another Malaysian team. Probably like, I think 4Rivals stands a good chance. We did talk about why, and they are fairly consistent as well. So yeah, I guess if any other team were to get the chicken dinner, I guess for me, I will pick 4Rivals.
Yeah, 4Rivals definitely looking very on form for the day. Despite them having a little bit of a rough around this map itself, we'll just have to keep an eyes watch onto some of these players out there. Venturas as well as Tony K both has gotten 5 frags each, and Lambo have also secured 5, and that push towards Buriram United, I think, is the gutsiest thing I've seen all day.
You know what, the thing that all these 3 players have in common is that they color their hair.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an easy job for our graphic designer. Like, it doesn't need to change the picture, just change the numbers.
But pretty interesting, like, all of them have gotten 5 frags each. It's just a difference of the output, I guess. So I think it's fair enough. Lambo, most often than not, you see him coming into most of these fights in short range, while Venturas, I think he has done quite a significant attack onto many of all these teams. Now, we have already gotten all these chicken dinners on board, one more remaining, so the list goes from NFT Esports, GD, TEM Entertainment, Vampire Esports, and of course, the recently concluded Yoodo Alliance with their first chicken dinner here in the grand finals. Let's talk about the improvement of Yoodo Alliance, like from their debut a couple of seasons back, and now fighting in the Southeast Asia Championship and showing up with the first chicken dinner from Malaysia. I think like this team just keeps on improving.
Yeah, I do agree. And I've watched them since they were a community team, since they were known as Farang Legend back in the day, right? And they have this miracle story as well. They came through PMNC, they get into the PMPL. And in fact, for them to come to PMNC, it wasn't like, okay, straight up one PMNC and that's it, and then into PMPL. They had to go through two seasons of PMNC to get themselves into PMPL. And the first time around, it was close for them. They were in the running until that final day. They dropped the ball. I remember it clearly. And that allowed, I believe it was R2K or some other team to actually climb back up onto them and making themselves back onto PMPL. But what a journey it has been in general for Yoodo Alliance, or back then used to be known as Farang Legend.
Oh yeah, I've witnessed this story as well. Like, I remember even casting my first ever tournament for the PMCO qualifier.
Wow.
Like, they almost make the cut into the grand finals in Malaysia. And it was just really slight margins that didn't allow them to qualify to that round. And we saw them taking a long time before they finally make it back into the PMPL. So I think like this is a never give up attitude that we absolutely love, and I think it's been like 3 years or more that they've been together. A lot of these players might be new to the SEA Championship, but there's just so many stories to tell, and I wish we could basically fish out more information about SLD, because these guys have not been ever set foot into the Southeast Asia Championship, and they are doing remarkably.
Yeah, I am impressed with how SLD is performing so far, to be honest. All other teams we've seen at least a representative from that team inside, like in previous editions. But for SLD, to me, is totally new. Like, where did they come from? They have been playing for a while, maybe in their own league, right? But this is the first time, of course, at this stage, and we're introduced to this team. And they don't have like staple names from the Vietnamese league or the scene. It's interesting to see that they are doing even better than some of the other Vietnamese teams as well on this stage. And I do believe that they have what it takes to bring themselves onto PMGC.
That's right, and I have already witnessed some of all these great runs coming in from teams of Vietnam. They were the most recent champions after all, and they really want to keep that trophy there. But first, it's time for us to look at the predictions while we chat about it. And this is the reason why we've been talking about Vietnamese teams, right?
There you go.
This Xavier, I've been keeping a close watch for the past couple of games, and you know, that round itself, they managed to secure top 4 finish. Or at the very least, we have Lambo that actually does a lot of work. It's securing 5 pointers back to the team. I just want to see a little bit more feistiness again, the hunger to basically close off those rounds, because DX, when they basically play on a faster tempo, they look just as scary as Infinity.
Yeah, I think the Xavier does stand a good chance as well. They kind of give me the feeling of like 4 rivals. It's like they are okay, they're performing, they're fine. It's just that they haven't got the breakthrough moment, like getting that chicken dinner and just putting it, sealing it on the board, right? And I think it's a matter of time for them to do that because they have been all right. And of course, the limelight is not on them because other teams get chicken dinner, and that's about it. So I do like your prediction as well.
And overall, you know, like, let's talk about your prediction again.
Oh yeah. So, well, I'm a little bit late to the party. I'm just saying.
One game late, huh?
1 game late, just like how you were.
I was 1 game late too.
Yeah, we haven't really got it spot on just yet. But then again,
and I think my closest one was Buriram United.
Oh yeah.
And yep, that turned over real quick.
Yeah, that was really, really close. That came close. But for me, I guess this pick is more of like continuing on the pattern of a single region to get 2 back-to-back. Now, of course, I'm a little bit greedy to say that the Yoodo Alliance is going to get 2 back-to-back. But we did talk about like 4 rivals maybe having their chance as well. But we'll see what happens as we head on to our final game, our number 6 game, which is going to be in Erangel.
It's time once again to see who will be the one to secure the chicken dinner of the night. And this is Contra as well as Sir Cloud on the mic. We've been your storytellers for the entirety of the evening. We'll continue to do so for tomorrow as well. If you guys are looking forward for more action here in the grand finals. It's been some long day for all these players out there. They've been accustomed to 5 maps per day. And keep in mind, even with 5 maps, they were only playing 4 in those rotations of the league. So having 6 rounds does put them to the test on their stamina, on everything that they've been working so hard for. How much more work can they put in this final hurdle of day 1 before we move our way into day 2?
You know what? For a second there, I thought your opening would have been a rhyme. Trying to do a rap battle or something.
I know.
Okay. We still have day number 2 and day number 3 for you to practice or to more like to showcase your rapping skills. Your open mic skills.
I can rap presents, but I can't rap on the mic.
Okay, I like that. You gotta wait. You gotta wait.
Well, speaking of presents, some of these teams are showing heavy presence over onto the eastern side.
Wow. That's an upgrade to the segue.
Yeah. Well, that still rhymes. Something you like, huh?
Oh yeah.
The Savior 4 rivals being quite close to each other as always. SLD floats their way into Gatka. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's just that VP decides to move all the way up to Zarky since Primos is inaccessible. Geek Fam though, I think this is an interesting conversation we're going to dive into. This is a team that have always had the potential, but it's a little bit of a lackluster performance coming in from the champions of M1SGPH.
Yeah. I mean, among the regions, right? Like, there wasn't any other team that got, like, a full 80 point into the country finals. They were the only team that did that, and hence I could understand why the expectations for them coming into the PMPL SEA is a little bit high. But of course, like some of the interviews that we had with Geek Fam, they did mention that SEA is a different animal by itself. Like, teams are unpredictable, teams are obviously highly skilled, and it's a different stage as compared to the countries. And for themselves, like, they are trying to manage themselves. Like, they're trying to adapt to the situation. Hence, we can see that there's a change of drop spot. They're trying to be a nomad and try to do things that make other teams unpredictable on what Geek Fam's going to do. And hopefully that is able to give them the results that they want. But unfortunately, looking at the current case, that Geek Fam is the team that's sliding down.
I think like they just have to find a form of consistency. But if you're going to go with an approach where you always change locations all the time, you always have different approaches to every single game, I think it's great on the adaptation, which will make them a lot more flexible when they do hit into the PMGC run, where maybe you won't always get the township that you want from other teams, right? So if you're going to take those battles, you have to be very prepared for that long haul brawl. And I think like it's more of a long-term plan for Geek Fam as compared to a short-term goal that they have. Sure, extra money will be nice, but their chances now to move over the top spot have significantly decreased because of today's performance.
Yeah, not gonna lie. I mean, look at the difference. It's like, what, 60 over points, 69 point difference between them and TEM Entertainment. And let's not forget as well,
There's
TEM
going to be more points to be added up too.
Yeah, there's still a lot more to add up to. And TEM Entertainment is performing. I'm not gonna hide the fact on that. It's going to be tough for them to challenge for the championship. Of course, Geek Fam, they already secured their slot onto PMGC. They already directly invited because of their previous performance. So their only goal right now, you can kind of say that it's for them to get that #1 spot. And if they're away from the #1 spot and they already have the slot to PMGC, this comes back to my thought or my conversation about when we first started the show. What will motivate them to push all the way through, if that's the case?
Yeah, and of course there's only monetary values involved for now and some accolades if they really want to aim for some top scorer. I believe Yuhai is also part of the top 5 gunslingers of the list. Sometimes it's some other players that will slide into the top 5 instead. And that's where, you know, you want to be competitive. You always got to be very much on the ball. And for now, we start off the day here with some really great approaches coming from GD and all the Indonesian teams. But all the other Thai teams have already caught up. Yummy getting chased on by Snishel.
Oh, here we go. So Snissel, GD, GIDS, they are one of the teams that are chasing for the top spot. They want the points in the back, but they are not going to overcommit. The moment they know that Boom is being chased away, they know that they have some space, they'll be like, okay, we're done. But if this was the Infinity, they'll probably chase them down all the way to the ground.
Yeah, this is definitely something that they'll be seeking out for. But thankfully, it wasn't the case. I mean, Infinity has already got some rough games today. They have better rounds inside Angle, that's for sure. And I think like that's where whatever deficit a lot of all these teams had back in Sanok, back in Miramar, it didn't really matter a lot more. And I understand why more teams will be putting more priority onto Erangel. If each day you're playing 3 maps apiece, that's a total of 9 maps that you have to play out. As compared to Miramar, you only play 6 games and only 3 games inside Sanok.
Yep. Yeah. True. It's a lot more games if you kind of think about it. Then you did point out like, okay, actually in the league, yes, for us as casters, as viewers, we're watching 5 games. But to the players, they're watching 4 games. So it's not a +1 when it comes to the country finals. It is a +2. And not only that, I just add in onto the mix, right? Like, it's likely for them to get a break in between games during the league stage. But here it is 0 likeliness for them to get a proper break, except for the mandatory break. Other than that, it's like, you got to play straight down. And that is definitely going to be challenging when it comes to the stamina, the mentality of these players. If they do well, probably that's okay. They might feel like they want to play the next round quickly. But if they don't, if they too soon, picking up is not going to be easy.
Yeah, also keep in mind that in other regions they have different time zones, so +1 or -1 in terms of hours. With that, we have to keep track between time differences. Like,
True.
for some of them, it's already like what, kind of late into the night, whereas of course it's still gonna be past dinner for most part. So of course, us being at GMT +8, it's almost hitting 10 o'clock by the time the game ends. So it has been quite the day for all these players out there. Well, there's basically no rest for the wicked, they say.
Oh, yeah, a wicked move there from the Infinity. They're still waiting for teams from the military base island to come up to the main peninsula. So far, they've been doing it a couple of times. It's starting to feel like a pattern there. And if they keep doing that, you know, teams like NFT or GIDS, they'll be like, I know you're there. You've been doing it the whole day. So we'll take our time to make that rotation, or we'll find another route, whatever that is. So I think, you know what, the Infinity, it's probably time for them to just switch up their pattern a bit.
That's right. And they definitely need to try something a little bit more different. For the most part, you will see a lot of discipline being shown from most of these teams of Thailand. Not making anything drastic in the early game, but we have BRU who have just taken point in shelter and now has to reposition again. Pachinki seems to be the focal point once more. So we'll see a lot of movements across the map. FaZe Clan, they had an impressive round. If this is going to be take 2 in a similar location, I think this time around, they're in for redemption.
Wow. I see the rhyme there. I see the rhyme there. I'll be waiting for more though, just saying. Expectations are there now. You have an expectation.
I wasn't trying. I don't really remember what I said.
It's okay. There's a thing called the replay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yummy, you know? I think like he's got a fantastic start into the early rounds of the day. Boom Esports now at 59 points. And they need to chase up to Buriram United. I think that is the final cutoff point for teams that are vying for that spot. And to be safe, you want to also challenge teams like Yoodo Alliance, Alter Ego. Most of these teams are just a few points apart. So every round, we'll see a lot of shifts going on. Sliding down, sliding up. But SLD not sliding anywhere though.
But they can slide into my DMs.
Or?
I don't know, for sending me a jersey or something. I wouldn't mind that. Did the door just open by itself?
Yeah.
The doors have
Spooky
eyes.
October, I got to tell you that.
Oh yeah. It is the Halloween month.
Yeah. And Bevy immediately getting naded from a good distance coming in. I think Luke secures it as that, or should I say, Oleo comes in with the first pointer for the team. Most often than not, you don't expect players to suddenly move into Watertown, so I wasn't too sure what the player of TM was thinking.
Yeah, considering that this kind of circle, that's not like really centered. And let's not kid ourselves, right? Like Watertown is not the most ideal or favorite sort of area. But okay, if I want to be like the devil's advocate to say that, yeah, because it's not ideal, because it's not favorite, that's why the possibility of not having a team there is higher. Hence, that makes teams like, hey, you know what, let's try to rotate ourselves there instead of like common places. And be like, yeah, you're right. I'm talking to myself right now.
Exactly, but don't worry, I guess I can see through the wave of communications. Speaking of which, April just going for a little bit of a hunch exercise. Well, gotta keep those knees strong because he's gonna need it to run the mile throughout this school area of play. SLD still getting man mark. I don't think it's gonna be wise up for to challenge because honestly, you're not gonna be able to land those kind of shots. I could be wrong, but try as you may. Ego Esports though. 50 points. I think like Ego Esports consists of such a strong, talented roster, but I wonder what is the case of their hardship overall. I think like They had a good run today back in Miramar, but they didn't secure enough points during the league. Perhaps that's the biggest struggle that they will have to face.
Yeah, and that's the cruelty of this format, right? It's you need to do well in the league to have a good start. And if you don't have a good start, I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be disheartening to see like, okay, you're like 40 points, for example, and the one on top has like 70-ish points, and then you'll be thinking to yourself like, oh, okay, that's like 2-3 games in hand. Like, how am I going to catch the #1 spot? And let's not forget as well, they are on top of that for a reason, and they'll still continue to collect points. And how are you going to catch up? Just like what the live score is, it's going to be 50, it's not 50, it's 81 points difference between the Eagles and TEM Entertainment.
I just love this kind of format because it reminds me of maybe Formula 1. I know it's an entirely different sport, but just like you're racing on the qualifiers, when you do get that position start, then on race day itself, if you finish first, you should start off as first. Then to go on a full reset where it's anybody's chance to win, like, then what's the point of having a league to begin with? So it makes significant sense, but then again, it is a cool system where teams at the bottom, they need all the miracle they can get to pull through.
I'm going to add on to the thought process of having that sort of system, right? So in that sort of racing game or racing tournament competition, you cannot line all the cars like in one line.
Exactly.
Right. That's definitely not enough space. So you have to have like, okay, who goes in front and who goes back, and
it's a lot
that's where the logic is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes certain teams will have to take a pit stop. And that's Lamborghini that's not pulling any stops though, but he will stop some players out of GD. Trying to make a cross through the city of Pochinki, and we see more and more of these players swarm into the city. GD, they're stuck by the corner, and that is a huge frag coming in from TEM as well. Not leaving any room of a chance for GD to even go out for a peek.
Yeah, I know, right? How are they going to get onto Snizzle? There's no way. And speaking about that, oh, wait a second. TEM Entertainment is the one that actually eliminated Snizzle. So a steal happened, but not too sure from where. Oh, yeah, now we do see TEM Entertainment. But imagine that this is a steal with the elimination. That's something.
Frankie now with the great nade onto Allen, though. Quite the distance as he managed to lob it. While there is also Gatini arriving into the further side. This is going to look very interesting with Infinity being involved in this skirmish. DX, the only team inside Pochinki hoping for this to close into the city, and this might just be our first urban ending for day one, and let it be epic if it will. Let's see. Okay, just by the side, I think like this is fair enough. Geek Fam, Infinity, DX, they have the advantage.
Yes, they do, and the Circle kind of move away from Pochinki, but there is still a slight possibility that the Circle might hard shift into it. Right now, Geek Fam in a really good spot, a prime position I call it. Because of this high heels, they can see the movement from FaZe Clan. They can even shoot them down if they want to. At the same time, they can see movement out of Pochinki. But now we put focus onto NFT and Alter Ego.
Boyshil did quite a significant damage at the Indonesian side, clocking horns yet again. He does get the angle of the build. He gets him down on his knees. Fnatic did not stand a chance, even with the smoke being prime. And Alter Ego quickly goes in for a little bit of reposition. That's outside of the hill is not really safe for Alter Ego. They will try to reposition. Now on the sprint up to the hills, Geek Fam, they can basically challenge them though. And remember this, we were talking about potential chicken dinners for Malaysia. If it's going to be back-to-back, Geek Fam stands a real good chance here. It could be 4 rivals too.
Yeah, well, not gonna lie. 2 teams, 4 rivals does well. Geek Fam has a good record in the country PMPL, so both of them have their own status of why they deserve the chicken dinner inside of this Erango round. It's a matter of whether they can be the ones to do it or not. That is going to be the bigger question, because there will be other teams stopping them from getting that chicken dinner, that precious chicken dinner. And one of them is going to be the Eagles. They managed to get 2 knockdown onto the Vampires. Looks like a good start for the number 16 team.
Ravenclaw getting tagged up, and we've seen members of Vampire Esports dropping like flies. Only Flukov is left, and I don't think there's anything to be done here. Bacon Time will be able to find that final pick from the back. And they're just being cornered up everywhere they go. Oh my goodness, that spray transition! How did he hit that to Arctic? Look!
I know, right? That was like, what? 200 meters away? Something like that, or maybe 100 meters away. That was a really long shot coming in from Shirley. And now he's not done yet. Taking the high ground advantage. Wow. He sees Leo. 2 knockdowns back-to-back for Bacon Time.
It's a full clip connecting onto two, and finally he was brought down by Shamil. Sharp enough, but there's only one more play left from Yoodo Alliance. Not off a chicken dinner, and now being pressurized by the rest of Bacon Time. That nade might actually do some significant damage, but so long as they're being held back, that's all that they needed. Shamil has to be left out. And same goes to Aleo. There's nothing much left for Yoodo Alliance.
Oh, not much left. Even not much room for them to play with as they'll be pressured by the zone. 200 meters away from the circle. Ripple Boy trying to get 147. Ripple Boy will be able to do it. Coming in for the flash. Medics will get a knockdown to Shirley. That's a beautiful flag coming in for Ripple Boy.
They still managed to get that one knocked out. Ripple Boy is the only one remaining. He's trying to scavenge for any sort of loot. I think he doesn't have enough time. Can he wrap up in time though?
Yes.
3, 2. Okay, that's good enough. Octa finds one. Tries a little Apple. He just dropped him onto the ground while that nade flies towards Bogey. One Molotov set into place. He's running through the fire.
Octa will be gunned down. It's going to be 4 rivals. They're winning this fight against Boom. 2 knockdowns back to back. It's going to be Happy getting the second one. But Boom still has active players. They need to reset quickly.
Infinity is still waiting in line, and they do have the circle just by the edges. And Pombi, he's waiting on the edges here. But he doesn't really have to make a move. And that is just one small little ditch that he was currently hiding at. But Esports now suffering from the big blows of Appy. He's just about to pop them all up.
Nate.
Can he actually get all of them? All 3 members flushed out by Appy of 4 rivals.
1 nade to rule them all, we call this. And it's going to be Appy, the man who got 10 elimination points during the league, securing those elimination points for his team.
And Bacon Time still on it, though. There is a little bit more of a significant pressure onto Geek Fam. They're trying to hold the line. They're not even getting into the circle yet because they know if they don't watch their 6, Bacon Time could easily run them over. But FaZe Clan, they take over the position of where Geek Fam was at. This is going to be a little bit more of a hassle for some of these teams. Over onto the top end of the hill, they're still fighting for position, and there's just nowhere safe. NFT, they're just slowly playing from the lower grounds on the opposite end of the Potato Hills. And Damroot keeping a close watch, but can he offer some takedowns?
Oh, the good news is that for Geek Fam, at least they're not too far from the circle. But they have the opportunity to stop Bacon Time from going into it. Damroot knows exactly where Ice is. He sees him, but not pulling the trigger just yet. At the same time, we can see that TEM Entertainment seems to be fighting against Buriram United, and they seem to be winning the fight. 1 more to go. Kengdo almost getting it. And so Zip comes in, but Kengdo needs to be the one to clutch it onto their opponent. Okay, so needs to recover quickly the zone.
Oh, he still fell. He almost made the cut. Buriram United have 3 members bleeding out to the blue zone. There's not much time left for Buriram United Esports. And now only 1 member left. Remember, Bacon Time trying to do all they can to take out the rest of Geek Fam. But Geek Fam currently way too strong. They do have 4 takedowns. Isis tries to book it out of the way with the vehicle that he has. Just sending a little smoke, but it won't be turned. 1 more tick of health left. He's forced to leave the vehicle.
Oh, that's super duper close there for Isis. Probably playing by the rim of the circle at this moment. 4 rivals on the other hand. On the other side, spots out Tony K. Tony K got down by Appy. The man himself. 5 elimination points for Appy.
This is the best performance we've seen here from 4 rivals, with Appy taking charge of every action. Isis does find 1 back. Geek Fam having you high knocked down, while Omstout's next on the chopping block. Damroot tries to get those tags, but he's also being shot back. Micah sends Omstout out of the way. 5 elimination points coming in from Geek Fam. And FaZe Clan still holding on. They have 4 frags. And there's not much healthy members left available. Isis still fighting back against Geek Fam. And there is not much room left.
Oh, and he has to do it quick. Now against Damroot, that only has about 20% of health. That's probably still active at this moment. Damroot managed to reset himself. The circle doesn't favor them. Lamborghini brewing pressure on the 4 rivals, and Appy may be eliminated. A4 will not have a chance to pick up his teammate. And Geek Fam is out. Looks like it's going to be Newsy shooting from afar.
And now, for Rivals, they are trying to both them center of the areas, but they get all the attention from the Savior, and they will crush them to bits. Rabbits with a great spray on that DP, now coming out for Venturis right down the hillside.
Oh,
and he will knock them out. No chance left for some of these members of FaZe Clan. They still have 2 more to go, though. And he sprays into the smoke. The AUG by settling, but they're going for a gate crash. And he'll run them over.
Frankie now, but he has not eliminated him just yet. And yes, it didn't take him too long as Frankie finishes up the job. That is it for FaZe Clan at number 6 with 6 elimination points. Bacon Time on the other hand still has eyes that still like them. They're still alive from the previous circle, and he's getting into the circle. Looks like he will be unchallenged.
An epic way to end the game here. With our top 4 teams still remaining, 3 players coming in for the Infinity as well as the Savior, and only solo targets from 4 Rivals as well as Bacon Time. Very significant points coming in for both Bacon as well as 4 Rivals. But now the tall task begins. But remember this, Appy have closed out a match all alone before. And we have yet to see Bacon Time to do exactly the same, where Newsy is still alive in the late game phase, and you know what this means. Significant chance for the Infinity.
Oh yeah, because Newsy is still alive. He definitely wants to chase the FMVP for himself as well. He definitely wants the points in the bag, but he needs to find out where the opponents are at this moment, but it seems that they know where Ice is. The Infinity have a little bit of a high ground advantage. They are inside the circle together with the Xavier. The Xavier spots out Ice, knows exactly where he is. Duke is going in for it with the AUG. Ice is now caught on the outside circle. The zone will be onto Ice very, very soon.
He's trying to heal up. There's not much angles for him to take here. But thankfully, it stops by the corner of the tree. He's still going to be alive now. He's going to fancy his chance against Duke. Now, AUG does have a little bit of a recall going on, and ISIS will bow to play zone, leaving only 3 teams left. The Savior to use this chance against Infinity, and there goes Newsy. He's fighting off against Appy, and Appy was crushed by Rabbids. He takes that 1 point away from the Infinity.
And looks like no second time around the Appy pulls off a clutch against 2 teams. He'll be taking down number 3, 4 Rivals. That's going to be either the Xavier or the Infinity who's going to take home this final chicken dinner for today. But the Infinity, not only they have the circle, but they have the high ground advantage. But spoke too soon as Duke takes down opportunity.
Now they're rushing towards Logan. They do have the ghillie suit too. They still want to play a little bit more of a proning. They spot out Newsy moving from the top side of the kill, and they're trying to trade right back with the grenades. And here comes the exchanges coming between Logan as well as Frankie. Newsy down, and there's only 2 more members left. Well, that's actually here comes the flash though.
Ooh.
Stuff coming in. Newsy, he spots out Rabbids.
Can he? A little bit more, but looks like he can finish out the job. But looks like he managed to get the knock down to Rabbids. And now Newsy, we know what he got, what he will do. Duke is down. The Infinity can do the comeback.
1v1.
1v1. Frankie against Newsy.
Frankie, he could still go in for a pickup. Newsy, he might have that intel, but he's not going to give him space for that. No more smoke grenades. Do have to crawl right back, and he does find a little bit more glimpse of an angle. He can also resuscitate Rabbids if he needs. Newsy now on the push. Molotov coming very close though. Newsy pushing forward into the smoke. Go. There's enough time to revive Duke, but could this be it?
Newsy 1v2, space on the right, but then again the explosion from the vehicle! The vehicle's explosion is the one to take down Newsy. That was so close. He did everything right. He pushed, he put pressure to the Xavier. But then again, the explosion. The Xavier was smart enough to take advantage of that. Congratulations to the Xavier.
That's one way to end it with a bang, and I'm glad my prediction came true. The Xavier have played this one so perfectly. It came down to a 1 versus 1 to end the night here in the Grand Finals Day 1. Tomorrow, I believe there's going to be a lot more great games, and the Savior is just getting started.
Oh man, if you are in Newsy's shoes, you can't think about it. You'll be like, yeah, I got this in the bag. I'm putting a lot of pressure onto them. I'm going to bring home the chicken dinner for the Infinity. And that happened. The vehicle explosion happened. In the vehicle explosion, if the vehicle was already exploded, for example, he used that as a barricade as he gets closer, he probably would have clutched that. He had a high ground.
It could have. There's so many possibilities out there. And you could also argue that if he was to push those smokes a little bit faster, it could have also been a sort of fun factor for him. But then again, in such a rowdy round, the battle for the hills of control, some of the big highlights was that great grenade coming in from 4 Rivals to wipe out 3 members of Boom, and that clutch moment against BRU. And we've seen so many interesting things happen in this battle round where DX, they didn't get so many early frags, but on phase 6, that's where they started farming up.
Oh, man. Yeah, Xavier, they were super active in this round as well. We saw how many elimination points that they tried to get because they know that they still have the opportunity to chase for the #1 spot. So it looks like the big teams are back in this round. You kind of think about it, like the Xavier, like the Infinity, #1, #2, doing really, really well.
That's right. Then Newsy down to the explosion of the vehicle to close off that round in such a peculiar fashion. I think DX does love to do things very differently, and you see they got resources for days with 21 frag grenades and 35 smokes to play out, and even some stuns. I mean, where's the love for stun grenades, right? Like, we see Molotovs.
Yeah.
Don't we have graphics for this stun?
Yeah, we need a stat for that, you know. Like
that'll be interesting, right?
That will be. I do wonder sometimes, like, why isn't it like commonly used? Maybe because like the backpack is limited or something like that. But anyway, so we have the Xavier with 9 elimination points, 24 total points. The Infinity 19.5 points behind in this round. But on the flip side though, SLD had a good start today, but they seem to be kind of slipping down.
Yeah, losing that sort of momentum. I would say the same. It's been a really long day for many of all these teams, but I think the big winners for some of these rounds, once again, look at that. 4 Rivals, another 17 points. And when we talk about 4 Rivals, we have to talk about Appy.
Yeah, this is like Appy Esports by now, you know?
It's so... this man is just too good. I would say, like, of all the things that has happened for 4 Rivals, like, Appy is definitely the pinnacle of their success from day one, back in the days when they were still known as MPX, and they went from teams to teams.
All sorts of names.
All sorts of names, but his name have always been appearing on the block. And now 4 Rivals back to the top 5 at the very least.
Yeah, so 4 Rivals is there, top 5. In fact, you kind of think about it, they are only like, 28 point difference from the top, which doesn't sound that bad considering that we still have like 12 games to go. So anything can still happen at the #1 spot. Like TEM Entertainment, they cannot be complacent at that top spot. FaZe Clan, Infinity, just look at the difference, like 2 points difference and so on and so forth. But I also wanted to highlight on the other side as well. Like SLD, they were hard, but unfortunately they're slipping down. Now they are not within the spot, the reach of going into PMGC yet.
And here are the top eliminators for today only. And look at who we've got. Appy has bested not only Tony K, but also Onsens. It's 17 frags. Like, we didn't even notice this. Okay, he shut down 5 players on this matchup itself. I think there was another match, like he came out with, 6? There's just so much that he does. Game in, game out.
Yeah, this is Appy Esports we're talking about. Like, and the fun fact about Appy, right? So among the players of 4 Rivals, he's actually the quietest one.
Yeah.
He wouldn't talk to anyone.
He does have a very calm and collected face. And now let's take a look at the individual awards. Currently, the Gunslinger title goes to Tony K with the highest average elimination. It's actually tied with Newsy. It's actually that close. Mormon also steps up. And you know, we were talking about Tony K needing to chase up against Newsy, and finally he does with that 16 frag that he achieved today. Newsy got the grenade title though, so I think like at least that's something for him.
And Tony K is just behind him, but they have the same amount of grenade elimination, so I just want to point it out. But other than that, this is also going to be important, the season MVP race. Looks like Tony K is back on at #1 spot. Newsy dropped onto 2nd place. Mela, as usual, is always behind Newsy. And just look at the gap between them, right? It feels like it's going to be down to either Tony K and Newsy.
It has to be. But then again, in the top 5, we are also seeing both Mormon as well as Onsens to be making a lot of great plays. And we've also seen both Mormon as well as Onsens who have also had some long survival time into most of all these matchups. So TEM, they're up there on the board for a really good reason, where it's not just a two-man squad that you're talking about. The whole roster of TEM have been able to have significant pull into the game where it just gravitates around them. And there's just so many great things to talk about this team who is currently sitting at top 1. But teams are also chasing him, so TEM, they can't afford to just sit still.
Yeah, and what I really like about TEM Entertainment is that they don't have like one player that stands out or one player that really carries the team. It does feel like every player carries their own weight, and they are a very balanced team. If like you compare with like GIDS, we talk about like, okay, you gotta have Alan. If you talk about like Boom, for example, you need to have Oktar. And if you talk about FaZe Clan, you need to have Tony Kane. But if you talk about TEM Entertainment, it feels like everyone is the same. And that's where when it comes to the season MVP charts as well, you can see that those two, they are there, but they are really close and they're fairly similar.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, with all that talk, we definitely want to speak to some of the players out there ready for this interview, so please welcome them on board.
What's up, pemburu? How are you? Apa khabar, pemburu? Tapi tu bukan soalan dia lah. Kita nak simpan soalan panas sikit lah. Okay. Tapi sebelum tu pemburu. Okay, so dekat Grand Finals ni, nampaknya Four Rivals macam tengah kejar nombor 1 ni. Apakah target Four Rivals sebenarnya? Translate dulu lah. So pemburu Four Rivals doing fairly well so far in the Grand Finals. Seems to have a target to go to number 1. But what's the actual target for Four Rivals? Apakah target sebenar Four Rivals untuk Finals ni?
Okay, target kita orang adalah dapat champion lah. Kalau tak champion, top 3 pun Alhamdulillah. Itu lah target kita orang.
Exactly. And of
He's
course,
going for the championship.
It's such a great mentality to have, and I'm glad that we are seeing you guys putting every effort to get to the top of the table. And also, there's so many slots that are available to go into the global rounds. Sure, I think it's more than just the slots right now. Other than that, like when we look into some of these matches on the league, do you think that there are certain things that you guys have managed to fix going into the grand finals? Oh, panjang kan? Okay, saya translate sikit dulu. Alright, relax sikit pemburu. So,
bahasa Melayu.
Okay, so daripada apa yang kita nampak, memang ada banyak perubahan yang improvement yang kita nampak daripada setiap player lah. So, is there something that you guys have managed to fix dalam kadar waktu yang sangat singkat sebelum masuk ke grand finals?
Kiranya apa yang Four Rivals dapat perbaiki lah dalam waktu yang singkat ni. Kita ada 4 hari je kan untuk masuk ke dalam grand final ni.
Kita orang perbaiki cara main je lah. So kita orang tak main takut lah. Kalau caster semua tengok, kita orang main buka lah. So kita orang beranikan diri kita orang untuk check circle ke depan lah.
Okay, so for the benefit of our international audience as well, so Pemburu says that what they fix during their break time is that they fix their courage. They play a little bit more aggressive, more confident, right? So that's how they improve in the past 4 days. But for Pemburu, before we wrap up the show or before we pass you back and to take a good rest, one last question from me is that when will we see Jumper play? Bila kita akan dapat tengok Jumper main?
Bila tu saya tak tahu. Mungkin sebab Jumper dia rehat. Dia kata penat nak beraksi.
Okay. So Pemburu says that he's unsure because Jumper says that he is exhausted. So yeah, he's unsure right now. For fans of Jumper, just keep an eye on Four Rivals. Untuk peminat-peminat Four Rivals, ya perhatikan je lah bila Jumper akan main nanti. Okay. Anyway, terima kasih Pemburu untuk ide pada hari ini. All the best untuk hari kedua nanti. Thank you Pemburu for the interview.
Alright, take care. All the best.
Wow, flying kisses at the end.
Oh, lots of love coming in from Buru. And we understand why he's so excited to hop in the interview today, where they have so many amazing records. Like, you take a look back into all these games, majority of the time, a top 4 finish. I think they should be very proud of themselves.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I totally agree with what Pemburu say, right? Like, they have... over time, even like let's say week 1 of the league up until now, they have been improving. Not gonna lie about that. Their week 1 wasn't good, and when it came to week 2, they were kind of okay. Week 3, they just went all the way, keeping themselves on the page 1, solidifying their grand final slot. So when they started the grand final campaign, even though without a chicken dinner, they are doing fairly well as well.
Yeah, and I love the fact that he brought out that they have managed to fix certain things within that 4-day period of time. And they want to try a little bit more of an open approach when it comes down to taking some of these battles. And they challenge themselves to basically push forward every step of the way. And that's the right mentality to have. And I think like they finally gotten things right all together. If they're doing this good, like, I don't know, like Mr. Jumper, he's not going to get enough game time if that's the case.
I know, right? But I mean, no disrespect to Jumper, but looking at how Four Rivals is performing right now, they are fairly consistent. And if it's not broken, you don't fix it, they say.
Exactly. And I think like this is where we see a 4-way battle that lasted for quite some time. You put Bacon time aside, I think like Appy definitely had a really solid chance overall from top side of the hill. That was also the same part of the hill where Newsy was holding out for. And then DX closed off that round. I think like it was quite the finishing blow out there. So we did have one chicken dinner from both Malaysia as well as Vietnam. So everybody gets a chicken dinner for today. Great news. And who knows? A streak will continue tomorrow for VN as well as MY. That could be a possibility.
Yeah, it is. You got a chicken dinner. You want a chicken. You got a chicken dinner. Everyone gets a chicken dinner. Something like that, right? Amazing day it has been. That also shows that the competition is tight as we continue on this SEA Finals tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So that will be all for today. Make sure you continue to follow the pages wherever you're watching this live stream. You don't want to miss out all the action tomorrow. Things could flip, things could change. Maybe a surprise could happen and a team could take that #1 spot out of the TEM Entertainment's hand. But before we wrap up the show, we'd like to take a minute to thank our official smartphone partner, Realme, official live stream partner, TikTok, as well as our official food delivery partner, Grab. That will be all from us, Contra. My name is Circla. Of course, I'm together with the wonderful, handsome Contra. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow, same time, same channel. Bye!